Alrighty. Are we live? Wait for it. Wait for it. Hope, where is it? Oh, there it is. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you're having a wonderful day. If you're watching this and it does not say live at the bottom of the screen, unfortunately, you're watching the recap. The good news is we are live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on the video. Make sure you're subscribed. You're on mobile. Press hot chat. X out the chat. Hit the thumbs up button. Second link for the nightly watch list and main channel. First link for the Scream Alerts boot camp and real estate course. But ladies and gentlemen, it was the day after Powell. It had a lot of rate activity, and then you also have to deal with earnings, but we are still digesting what happened yesterday. A lot of people are making a lot of estimates now for the bond market. We got a little bit of data overseas in Europe, and it had the same effect as Powell. No rate cuts. We're still going to have to price out March. We're going to see what the market's doing with all of it, and then you have the big earnings, and we still got the non-farms on Friday, and you had a little bit of data here today. Jobless claims, they actually came in a little bit hotter. Unit labor costs ended up going down as well. Non-farm productivity ended up going higher. A little bit out of a hint of yesterday, but for the most part, yesterday was the worst day since September. We came up a little bit. We are still in between where we were at with Powell, and then the bonds keep ripping. So, Chattadonia, I hope you're ready for a big day. We have a lot of digestion all throughout the day. Then we're going to wrap it up with Apple, Meta, and Amazon, and it should be pretty exciting. So I hope you're locked in. But, Chattadonia, good morning. How are you? I'm trying my best not to yell right now. I got to get the Honda warmed up, but I'm not trying not to yell, baby. Good morning. What up, Zuras? What up, Lori? Juice Trays, Benny Silverio, Laker, Jay. Oh, good morning, baby. What up, Anzo? How you living, open face? What's going on, Nepal? Ivan, full cycle, baby. Jesus Garcia, Juice Trays, RJ, Carissa Hines, Johnny Rambo, Christina, Jim Z, baby, Tim Whitman, Humble Business, baby. Good morning. Winning loser, El Chapato, Candy Upton. Come on, see, I'm already yelling. Candy Upton, Little Lebowski, Inland Empire Trading, baby, Nathan Evans, Mark J, baby, the banking system, Najee Wolf, Regal, David, Lori, good morning. What up, Gary? How you living, TNT? What's up, Benny Silverio? See, I'm yelling again. Sarah, good morning. How you living, Daylight Greasy? What's up, Sungrown, Arcanaut, TNT, Xavier, Fabian, Youngblood, Joshua Harris, baby, good morning. Devin Parks, Mr. 10%, Alex, Waz, Stacy B, David Tello, Minachu, Jerry Wood, Marcus Hanlon, Young Ugly, Battleborn, Awaz again, Walter White, Be Like Mike, Roger, T. Grider, Ben Stone, Coke Pizza, Christina's Collection, baby, Josh Brokey, John Mark, Mr. Nathan Evans, Apex Cap, Jane Wu, V Nasty, D. Donota, Alaskan Assassin, Light Abyss, Viren, Q Axel, good morning. What's going on, sons of averaging? How you living, Dirty Bird? What's up, Pucho? How you doing, Legal Tube? Oh, I know Jets backward got a long term. I know Nepal got the long term. Couscous. Is it couscous or is it couscous? Oh, Pucho Hernandez, C Bones, Wheezy, Daniel Westerrain, baby. Good morning. Be Like Mike. And then we have Mike, Raymond Perez, Mr. Swift Mischief, Todd Reed, Carlos Fontal, Theodore, Floorstale, Will Hanlon, Daquan Davis, baby. Good morning. Matt DeMonte, Ian Zomiak, baby. David L. Ernest Baskin, baby. Good morning. What up, Josh Weber? What up, Tip Factor? How you living? Oh, they're already coming out. Was I getting too loud? Doppler, baby. Good morning. Ron Carter, Shane McBride, Jose Lerma, baby. Javier Alexander. What about the Twitch, man? Twitch, how you living? Oh, we already got a hype train ready to go? Oh, let's go. Good morning. I got to hit the horn if I ain't going to be screaming. You know what I'm saying? Good morning. What up, 40 years? What up, you nanny? Terminal Sandwich, Alfredo, Midwest Finest, Tummy, Vomi, Fried Rice, baby, KJ Lemur, Sencal Hustle, Rocky Bout Blowout, Lucky J, JG Industries, Ibex, Payday Devo, Pingo, Most Dope Andy, Ryan A, Lucky J, Blizzy B, Samuel, T Toxie again, Universe's favorite, Sidonian Sasquatch, Taco Tiger, Charlie in the Tree, baby. Good morning. What up, Lizzie? How you doing? Feed me, Seymour, S. Jones, Jack, Tibia Lifer, Preform, Triple 3, 12 Jim Jim and Mitzi infested, pickler, tummy, EV climbs, most dope Andy, Robo Hand Tech, and El Coyote, and Blazing Bob. Oh, and Uncle Nick. Don't let me forget Uncle Nick, baby. Good morning. How you living? Yeah, good morning, baby. Good morning. Bro, do you guys realize how hard I am trying not to yell? I don't know if y'all. It's going to be a crazy day, too. Again, the earnings after the bell. We're going to get little. We already got little ECB and all of it, man. No, it's pickler. Not pickler, tickler. That would have been a little bit weirder, I guess. But pickler, I guess he's picking picklers. How much wood can a woodchuck chuck if a woodchuck could chuck wood? You know what I'm saying? Or he sells pickles by the seashore. I don't know if that's the one. Yeah, anyway, good morning, baby. If I let it out, though, I'm going to be voice cracking for the first, 2 hours, though. You know, and we got a lot of news. There's a lot of plays already moving. So we'll see what happens, baby. We'll see what happens. But let's get to the news. Stock futures rise before Apple and Meta earnings. U.S. equity futures signaled a rebound on Wall Street as investors prepared for the next wave of tech megacap earnings and the reset of expectations on the timing of the Federal Reserve interest rate cuts. S&P 500 contracts gained 0.4 following a slump on Wednesday. Contracts for tech-heavy NASDAQ climbed by 0.6 in the build-up to Apple, Amazon, and Meta due after the close. Its latest update from the members of the Magnificent Seven have soared amid aggressive expectations from investors for earnings growth fueled by AI applications and easier policy from the Fed. New York City Bank Corp rallied following a record plunge. Fed officials signaled they are in no hurry to reduce rates as they target lower inflation, with Chair Jerome Powell saying after Wednesday's decision he does not think that a cut in March is likely. The Bank of England also said more evidence of moderating inflation was needed before it could ease policy as they decided to keep rates at a 16-year high on Thursday. The markets got ahead of themselves in the last few months, and it feels like we got a respite as rate decreases start to get priced out, and we see more rhetoric from central banks pushing back on rate cuts, said Justin Onukuski, Chief Investment Officer at wealth manager James Place. The pound pared its gains against the dollar, and UK bonds fell after the Bank of England announcement. Central bank slashed its outlook for inflation this year and dropped their guidance that borrowing costs may have to rise again. Their decision to hold was a split view among policymakers, with 2 voting for a hike, 1 for a cut, and 6 to keep rates unchanged. Sweden's Riksbank earlier held rates steady and said it may lower borrowing costs as soon as the first half of the year. Pivoting from a tightening campaign, the Swedish krona fell after the decision. Treasuries paired some of Wednesday's gains, which followed Powell's comments on fresh concerns about regional lenders. A gauge of the dollar strength was steady, with the yen the only gainer against the greenback amongst the G10 peers. Elsewhere, Euro 600 fluctuated on a crowded day in reporting. Adidas slumped on lower than expected profit guidance. Deutsche Bank rallied after announcing a share buyback and higher revenue goal. Ferrari rose after the supercar builder beat estimates. Oil rebounded in the biggest decline in 3 weeks. After the biggest decline in 3 weeks Wednesday, as investors weighed the risks from the U.S. retaliation of a deadly attack in Jordan against signs of a robust American supply. Deutsche Bank plans to cut 3,500 jobs over the coming years as Chief Executive Christian Sewing seeks to make good on a pledge to lift profitability. Merck reported quarterly earnings and revenue that beat expectations on strong performance from best-selling cancer drug Keytruda, as the stock's up on deals from new medication and preparation for the day its dominant treatment faces competition. Shell maintained the pace of share buybacks after a strong performance from the gas traders offset the impact of lower commodity prices. Glencore is cutting production to target cobalt for this year in response to weak market conditions. ING&V warned that key resources revenue source will weaken as they pass on higher rates to depositors. BNP Paribas lowered performance targets in 25, citing factors including ECB and the payments on reserves, and booked a slump in fourth quarter profit driven partly by legal provisions. Julius Baer said it would exit private debt business after writing down all of its loans in the bankrupt Cigna companies, and confirmed Chief Executive Officer Philip Rickenbacker is stepping down as a result of the matter. Roche AG forecasts sluggish recovery in sales and earnings this year as they emerge from a difficult 23 and a string of research setbacks. And then Adidas, they said that their profits this year will be hit by unfavorable currency movements, but they plan to mitigate some of the damage by continuing to sell leftover inventory from defunct Yeezy partnership with the rapper Ye. Key events: productivity, construction spending, ISM manufacturing today, Apple, Amazon, Meta earnings, and then U.S. employment report and consumer sentiment tomorrow. Wow. Welcome, Habibi. Again, we got the ISM 30 minutes after the bell, so that one will be interesting. Fed reaction. Traders are still coming to terms with the Federal Reserve's latest policy announcement, which saw the central bank signal a willingness to cut rates, but appears to dash hopes of a move in March. Chair Jerome Powell acknowledged the dramatic inflation progress seen in recent months, but recently emphasized the need to see more data confirming the downward trend. Officials also dropped their previous assertion that a rate hike was possible and instead adopted a more even-handed assessment of the future policy path. The S&P dropped 1.6 on Wednesday, the most in September, although U.S. equities signaled a partial rebound today. European shares fluctuated. Real estate concerns. The market response to the Fed has been complicated by a renewed jitter over commercial real estate. NYCB threatened to grab the headlines away from the central bank yesterday as their decision to slash dividend and stockpile reserves sent it down a record 38% and dragged the KBW Regional Bank Index down to its worst day since the collapse of Silicon Valley Bank last March. These moves, which rippled through the global bond market, were partly driven by worries over commercial real estate, which may grow further apart as the bank voices concerns overnight. Tokyo-based Azora Bank plunged more than 20% after warning of a loss tied to investments in U.S. commercial property, while German Deutsche Bank more than quadrupled its U.S. real estate loss provisions to 123 million euros. Tech earnings deluge. Focus may shift from the corporate world today as three of the Magnificent Seven group of stocks report earnings. Apple, Amazon, and Meta are all set to announce their latest figures, which has been unusually tricky period for the behemoths. Google slumped more than 7 yesterday, and Microsoft declined 2.7 after investors delivered a negative response to their latest result. Contrasting fortunes. It was a big day for earnings too. Even if it's a warning for real estate, Deutsche Bank jumped on Thursday after it announced a share buyback and higher revenue goal as it laid out plans to cut 3,500 jobs in the coming years. Elsewhere in Europe, Shell gained after a defied slump in oil, and then Adidas slumped 7% and BNP Paribas dropped over 8%. Bank of England decision. The big news in economic world will come from the Bank of England, which will announce its latest policy decision, and they held rates steady. Not bad. Not bad. S&P futures. They are by 0.3 Thursday morning after U.S. equities finished lower on Wednesday, with the S&P suffering its worst performance since late September. Tech heavyweights and regional banks, some of the big decliners. Treasuries are firmer, with some curve flattening following a big Wednesday rally. Dollar index is up by 0.3. Weaker Aussie is the story in Forex. Gold down by 0.9. Bitcoin futures down by 1, and WTI is up by more than 1. Market trying to bounce following several headwinds on Wednesday, including a high bar for big tech earnings, renewed regional bank concern, and Powell push back against March rate cut expectations. However, no change in big tech secular growth and Fed pivot narrative, while multifamily loans, still a small percent of big bank loan books. Latest batch of economic data offered some more support around the soft landing, cooling labor market disinflation traction narrative, as well as the recession avoidance strategy as flagged, historically important for stocks in combination with the Fed pivot. In addition, yesterday saw the removal of the QRA overhang, valuation, and positioning still some of the go-to bearish talking points, though some reprieve on both fronts when excluding tech. Q4 productivity higher than expected, while unit labor costs cooler. Initial claims came in higher than expected, highest since early November. Continuing claims also higher than expected and highest since mid-November. Construction spending and ISM also on economic calendar later this day. Later expected to remain in contraction from a 15th straight month, though some firms have flagged signs of manufacturing bottom. Friday brings January employment report. January non-farms coming in tomorrow, seen up 180 following a 218 increase in December, leaving it just below the 193 increase over the last 6 months. Unemployment rate expected to tick up by 3.8 from 3.7. Powell said on Wednesday the Fed does not need to see labor markets soften for disinflation trend to continue. And that's something the bond traders are hanging on. So pretty much weak jobs will hit bonds very good. And then even if the jobs are strong, the bond traders aren't too worried about it with what Powell has been saying. I'm sure we'll talk about that today. Apple, Amazon, and Meta still report after the close. Still busy on earnings calendar on Wednesday, though fewer high-profile reporters. Qualcomm beat on QCT strength while guide largely in line. Some worries about inventory. QRVO also highlighted Android stabilization and street positive on iPhone visibility. Align helped by lower bar. Met core EPS better, but outlook revised lower. AFL EPS missed and lower Japan sales. Wolf hit by weaker guide, though Mohawk takeaway was better. CHR and LSTR results highlighted soft freight market. Corteva up big, improving crop production metrics. Wolf bogged down by industrial EV demand. RCL latest to highlight strength in travel demand in healthcare. CAH, BDX, and DGX all down after earnings. MRX and THC better outside of earnings. Tesla may try to incorporate in Texas following Delaware court rejection. And then NSC up big on activism. And NYCB has seen a flurry of downgrades following yesterday's nearly 40% decline. My goodness. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. And then stocks fell in Asia and Europe as investors reset expectations of when the Federal Reserve will start cutting rates and assess the deluge of corporate earnings. Jerome Powell delivered a clear message to traders eager for the central bank to start slashing rates. Not so fast. Eurozone inflation eased less than anticipated at the start of the year, testing investor expectations that the European Central Bank will begin lowering interest rates as soon as this spring. Commercial real estate market has been in turmoil since the onset of COVID, but NYCB and Japan's Azosa have delivered a reminder that some lenders are only beginning to see the pain. The Riksbank helped keep rates steady and said it may lower borrowing costs as soon as in the first half of the year, pivoting from a tightening campaign that tipped the Swedish economy in a recession. Donald Trump's legal troubles have helped him raise millions of dollars from supporters, but paying to defend himself has siphoned $51.2 million from his White House comeback effort over the past year. Wow. My goodness, Habibi. My goodness. My goodness. So Chattadonia, that's all the news. I got a lot of plays for you. There's a lot of pre-market movers, so we'll go over these, and then we'll be able to get ready for the morning. But you got a line. They're up 14.0 off of earnings. Race is up 6.9 off of earnings. Deutsche Bank 6.0 updates on Hausbank strategy and 25 targets. Proposed full-year dividend of $1 a share and 3,500 job cuts. Corteva up 5.5 off of earnings. Ball 5.5 off of earnings. Flex 4.9. If I don't say anything, it's earnings. KB up 4.5. Fresh promises of Japan-like corporate governance. RCL up 4.0, PH up 3.8, ETN 3.4, Twilio up 2.8, Dutch startup MessageBird reportedly pursuing potential long shot bid for Twilio. Take-Two up 2.2, or TT up 2.8, HII up 2.3, Square up 1.8 off of nothing, AT&T up 1.6, JP Morgan upgrade, Pinterest up 1.6 off of nothing, Unity 1.6 off of nothing, RKT 1.5 off of nothing, MRK 1.4 off of earnings, TSCO 0.6, NXT up 16 off of earnings, Etsy up 12.1, Elliott Managers Management Mark Steinberg appointed to board. Goose up 8.9. Tabuli, TBLA up 8.1 off of nothing. PTGX up 5.2. License agreement with Takeda. DWalk up 5.1. Cuervo up 4.5. Earnings and acquisition. Lucid 4.1 off of nothing. Nutrila up 3.8. Publication of interim phase 1 data of NTLA 2002. Laser up 3.7 off of nothing. IBRX 3.6 off of nothing. BTE 3.1 off of nothing. Santa 3.1 nothing. NYCB up 3.1. Bounce and downgrades. PTVE up 2.7 off of nothing. LPG 2.7 off of earnings. JHG 2.8 earnings. HIMS 2.6 off of nothing. KEP 2.4 fresh promises of Japan-like corporate governance. Boot Barn up 2.3 off of earnings. CAP-T up 15.5 off of nothing. HLP 15.5 nothing. 1W 14.9 earnings. ADAP up 10.4. FDA accepts AFAMI BLA. RLMD up 9.4, insider buy. ALTO is up 9.2. IXHL up 9.0. Clarion Clinics approved for psychedelic-assisted treatments in Australia. PBI up 6.8 off of earnings. SMR 6.2 off nothing. SHIP 5.8 off of nothing. Renewable stocks after NXT all trading higher. Uranium stocks up by 3.7, and Chinese ADRs are up by 1.2. Trading lower, ING down 6.3 off of earnings, CHRW 5.1 off of earnings, Cardinal down 3.9 off of earnings, AFL 3.4 earnings, Honeywell 2.8 down, BDX down 2.6, Qualcomm down 2.4, ITW down 2.3, Shop down 2.2 off of nothing, Vive 2.0 off of nothing, SWK down 1.6 off of earnings, Met down 1.4, PTC down 1.2, DGX down 1.0, BR down 0.5, WRK down 0.5, and then Tech down 0.5. Oh my gosh, I'm trying not to screw. Ladies and gentlemen, it's Bradley Frizzle on the beat. Oh my goodness. Peach Nation, get your ass up. Friday, Junior. Or not. Oh man, I saw it in the corner of my eye. I felt it. I didn't even see it. I felt it. I'm not gonna lie to you. You know what I'm saying? I was going over the plays, and my eyeballs started tickling, and then I felt a warm sensation. Oh my goodness. God bless you, Bradley Frizzle. Good morning, my friend. Oh my goodness. Wow. Friday Junior. Oh, okay. Wow. Oh my goodness. That's amen, man. That's beautiful. God bless you, Bradley Frizzle. You just missed the peach. It's right there though. You could still bask in it. It was amazing. Where was I? DGX down 1.0. Man, off earnings. You got the peach. WRK down 0.5. RKLB down 11.8, 275 million convert. Preliminary quarter four results. MXL down 9.3 off of earnings. PSNY down 9.2. Volvo evaluating Polestar holding. Wolf down 5.7 off of earnings. BC down 4.1 off of earnings. Peloton down 2.2 off of earnings. Zoom Info down 1.8. Morgan Stanley downgrade. Then ONMD down 28. BFRG down 19. ATPC down 17. ARQT down 6.5. 300 million. Mixed Shelf and CCTG down 4.7. Bro, talk about a lot of plays. That's a lot right there. So, Chattadonia, I hope you enjoyed it. I got a couple of plays. I'm going to be watching Meta, Amazon, Snapchat as a sympathy, all of the bond plays they've been ripping. And then we talked about SKX, Team, and Deck. Those are earnings after the bell. Twilio, again, long shot offer. PTGX and NTLA, they both had data in biotech land. Going to keep an eye out for them. And then we'll see where it takes us. But, Chad, I'm going to go get me a water. Okay, I'm going to go to the bathroom. And then when I come back, I hope you have plays. I hope you're ready to start. The peach has already blessed it. So I will be right back. Follow me on Instagram at the Trading Fraternity. Good morning.
Had as a theme for the last couple years is this big rotation aspect in the sense of what did bad last year does well the year following. So when you look at what happened in 2023 and this huge bifurcation among the Mag 7 versus the rest of the market, I'd be shopping in the rest of the market category, because if we do indeed pull off a soft landing, you probably want to have exposure to those cyclical stocks and maybe the rest of tech, some of that smaller cap tech that didn't keep up last year. But you also want to barbell that with some of those sectors that haven't necessarily shown their luster yet, but they would be considered more defensive sectors. Healthcare is a good spot to be shopping right now, I think. Staples, I think, is a good spot. Utilities. And if the Fed starts cutting rates in spring or maybe early summer, you have rates coming down, dividend-paying stocks start to look much more attractive. So those are some of the places that I'd be shopping, particularly during a small pullback.
Okay, George, you know what? In 30 seconds, give me what a barbell looks like to you for risk.
I mean, the barbell, for us is still being defensive and having high quality IG. It's a little bit too tight here, so maybe lightening up there, but moving and staying in the front of the curve. The Fed's going to start an easing cycle this year, because if it doesn't, we're not going to have this soft landing.
Yep, they got to pull the trigger at some stage. The question is that going to be May or June? George, thank you so much. Liz, great conversation. George Goncalves and Liz Young, my guest this morning on The Market. Morning calls coming up. Richard Bernstein from Richard Bernstein Advisors joins me right here this morning.
Bro, what if they played this at the club? Like, what if you, like this one right here, what would you do? Honestly, I wouldn't react. They'd be looking for you at that point. I feel like somebody was trying to spot me, and they started playing the Bloomberg music at the club, and I'm the only one who started dancing to it. And I'm like, oh! Like, when they play that Jay-Z song, that old Jay-Z song, and everybody's like, ah! Yeah. A lot of y'all would have been caught. You'd be like, oh, it's that Bloomberg. No, what is that? I don't know what that is. I like it. I do like it a lot. It's really awkward. But hey, it is what it is. Chattadonia, we got a couple of minutes, man. I think I made it through. I don't know. I still haven't yelled too much. The peach got me excited, though. But on that note, Chattadonia, You got to hear the plays. Again, a lot going on. We still got to deal with repricing. You still got a little bit of data, 30 minutes after the bell, a lot of earnings moves. But tell me, what is your first play of the day, baby? Post it in the chat. SPY puts, CVXD, closed GM calls, Aflac 8229 puts, SPY calls, Apple shares, Twilio, Nvidia put, short ES, TMF, PayPal puts, HD, added more MO, Tesla, TLT, long call, TLT puts, Amazon, TLT calls, MO, calls on the KevDot, Boeing calls, BX puts, long on Riot, AMD put, IWM, meme coins, long UVXY, 205 to Boeing, Apple both ways, holding long term, TLT, FCX March, TLT, SQQ, closing CAHA puts, is it CHA or CAH? I don't know, Nvidia, MMM, Amazon calls, MO plays, short ES, long ES, TMF, Bitcoin, TLT, MO, covered call on CCJ, SQQ, Eli Lilly, GM, TLT, Amazon Straddle, long on Nvidia, post Powell plays, looking for long-term sales, Riley calls, long on the vocal cords, Neo puts, fun, ES short, 48.95 to 49, Uranium, Meta Condor, Meta AH, FSR shares, XXX 4 times SPY, SQQQQ, letting the LT do the thing while I work, Bitcoin times 2 ETF, Roland Palantir, Peloton share, closing CAH, no plays, just a long-term, LABD, close CFA, wait and watch, Pfizer 2026 debit spreads, XAU, SPY plunge, SPY, China hacker, ETF, NEXCF, ARWF, Apple puts, QQQ, UEC long, Google, and the final plays. KRE puts, Etsy calls, UPS to the long term, and Qualcomm calls, and FNGU while sitting on Bill. Let's go, baby. Let's go, baby. And speaking of let's go, man, let's go. And a shout out to the vets, baby. Here at the Cult, before we do anything, before we try to chase a dollar, before we try to enrich ourselves, we must pay homage to a very special group of people that has sacrificed more than most of us ever have and ever will. And I am talking about the veterans of the United States of America. So on behalf of the Cult, the people here, the people not here, I want to give a huge special shout out all the active servicemen, past servicemen, anybody who has served this country, even their families. Thank you for making the ultimate sacrifice, whether people appreciated it or not, man. We wouldn't be here without y'all, and I hope you know you're loved, and I encourage all of you. The least you could do is show that love and appreciation to those who deserve it, and that's the vets, baby. So God bless you. Shout out to the vets, and big shout out to anybody else out there giving back to their local communities, all their doctors, nurses, teachers, firefighters, police officers, the janitors, the garbage men, the coaches, anybody making their community run. I hope you know you appreciate it as well too, baby. Ladies and gentlemen, please rise. Place your right hand over your heart. Say it with me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all, baby. Send to the judge! Oh, it's game time, baby. Or no, let's go. Oh, Chattadonia. Welcome to Friday Junior. Yeah, first time. It's good to see you, baby. I hope you're ready for a big day. Oh, man, Qualcomm already dim. Qualcomm was a scam, bro. That thing was almost 2 standard deviations. But we got some plays here today. Make sure you're here around like 11. We're going to be doing all of the earnings previews. So we're going to have a lot to go over. And then again, even in 30 minutes, we will be getting some bigger macroeconomic data. And we'll see where it takes us. But have a good time, baby. Good morning. All righty. So again, we got to do something here too. We got a couple of plays. Bop, 11 Pacific. Yeah, 11. I was spending my 25 with the Colt. Horn. God bless you, Jerome. That's what I'm talking about. Shout out to birthdays, man. Y'all had like 1,000 birthdays in January. Jerome starting it off with February, baby. That's what I'm talking about, man. Have a good one. 25 is a good age. You know that. You're a quarter now. You are a quarter century. Enjoy it, baby. Enjoy it. Enjoy it. So let's have a good one. You got less than 15 seconds. Like the video. Make sure you guys are subscribed. Call out any plays, any news, info, questions. You let me know, and let's have a good one. Let's have a good one, baby. Let's have a good one. My voice already clapped. Oh, it's not that bad. I'm grateful. Round 1. Fight. Yeah, we've had way worse voice. Right? I could have been squeaky. You know what I'm saying? I'll take it. So again, Qualcomm, that might have a continuation to the downside. Let's see how we're gonna do this. Yeah, I don't know. I might have to. We'll give it 2 seconds. I have a couple of play ideas. So let's see. Any plays from yesterday? Capital One, no. Where was it? There was Cisco. The Cardinal Healths are like break even. And then the metas are down now. We should have ghetto spreaded those little scammers. And then we'll see if the Amazons have anything. And then KREs got knocked. I think all KREs are done. Again, NYCB did not help out at all. Apple Flush, GM. Twilio, that one's interesting too. So again, Etsy had an activist note. And then Twilio, people were talking about a long shot offer. Yeah, the big banks are doing good. The big banks don't have an issue, ironically enough. What is that, 4 or 5? Okay. I have an idea. Do you guys have 1,000 likes? I would like 1,000 likes. I have an idea. I have a quick idea here to start off the morning. So let's see where everything goes from here. But I have an idea. I want to start off with something. You warned them. I just hope, because I've got an option trade to open up the morning. We're gonna see. We are going to see. It may be a bad idea, but some of you like those. But I'm going early on an earnings play. I want to try something. Oh, they're both up. All right, go, Meta, go. All righty. Disney's up too. Those Disneys have been holding up very good. So again, the Metas got clapped. So that is the only problem there. Oh, yeah, you almost have 1,000 likes. Let's get it, baby. Let's get it, man. Let's get it. Good morning. Disney almost at 98. That'll be good. So I just made a play. I made a small one, but $50 both ways. We'll see how that plays out. And then where's IWM's up by 0.7? Again, that one ended up dropping after leading yesterday. Let's see. The AXPay, did it get clapped? Did it? Where is it? Yeah, it did. No way. Yeah, those did get clapped. My goodness. And then, again, we have data here in a little bit. So what I'm going to do... All right. 2 seconds. GDX. I'm doing another move right now. With this one, you should know. Well, we'll see. Okay, I sold out of my 30-year bond because I'm going to reposition after the ISM, and then I'm selling out the put, but I'm walking away with like $2,000 from yesterday, and that's after being down a shit ton, which is unreal. All right, so I sold the ZB, both ZBs, and then I'm holding the options. So remember, this is why I grabbed those options yesterday on the 10-year. So I'm taking profits, and then I'm going to go after that on the other ones. What was it? What was the play? Y'all got 1,000 likes or what? All right, I sold out the ZB. It's going up. That's my luck. But again, I have the options. The options aren't going up that much, though. But I just wanted to make sure. I could have held the option, too, for afterwards, but there was still a little bit of risk there. But I like that play for now. And then, again, ISM, if we get any crazy. I'm pretty much hoping ISM gets a big red candle on bonds, and then we're able to go for it. That's it. ISM, or excuse me, jobless claims, just go to the, what's it called? Jobless claims, you could go to the tradingeconomics.com, and it should be up there. Green across the board. All right. Boeing nosedives. You already liked it. I can't like it anymore. It's okay. Well, as collectively as patients, we'll get there. We'll get there, baby. We'll get there. Meta's on the high. Only 100 more likes. It'll be, unlock everything. It's still early. It's still early, baby. Good call on the TLT. I like them. So, again, we got literally, since we've been talking about it, it's been like 2%. So, it was a nice run up there. And then ISM, we could double dip after that today because ISM does move the bonds around a little bit. So, I'm still holding the ZN options, and then we'll see where that takes us. If I miss out on it, then I hope the options do the dirty work for us. So we will see. MRK, Tesla pop. Meta keeps going up. Again, there's Twilio as well. Twilio's quite in. When's Twilio earnings? Let's see. Twilio February 14th, so 2 weeks. And then the thing with the bonds is that people are saying now that pretty much like even for tomorrow, for Friday, non-farms, strong data won't hurt the bonds as much. So surprisingly, not that many people were talking quantitative tightening, but the way everybody's been rationalizing it is that the bonds won't get clapped by strong data, and then they'll only benefit off of weak data. But then again, the bonds just have ran up. We have one more day of bond bullishness. Like I said, I'm down with the bonds until Monday. So we will see. Caterpillar on the high. Amazon. Where were those biotechs? There's 2 biotechs this morning. Where is it? PTGX and Nutrila. Nutrila's bigger. They're not really going up. And then PTGX, I think they had data. They're up 5. So this one's either going to die or it's going to run up after these. Usually these biotechs in the morning, it's either they give back everything or by the next time we look at it, it'll be in another one. Are bonds calling Powell's bluff? No, because the short-term ones are moving. Remember, though, the bonds are on the longer end. That's what we talked about on yesterday's watch list. I would take a look at it because we talked a lot about the short end repricing, whereas the long end, think about it, it's 5 or 10, 20, 30 years out. It has a different, movement related to it. So it's only going to be temporary, though. That's the, if I could warn you on anything, although the bond play, like I'm saying, we already made our money on bonds. Yesterday they held up. They did good while the market sold off. They're up another 1% today. But, you have one more day of outperformance on the bonds, and then we'll see where everything's at and then where the data and everything else takes us. But for the most part, though, the bonds may be a little bit more resilient in handling some of the economic data. Amazon on the high, Visa, Baidu, Apple. So all the big tech names are going up pretty good. Again, to start off here. And then if they run up too much, remember, that can kind of be its own little risk. Is NYCB dropping? Yeah, they had a bounce, and then they're giving it up. Again, there was a lot of downgrades on that stock. They are going lower. Jake from Stay Far, baby. Good morning, my friend. How you living, baby? What up, Satisfactory? Good morning. Okta up 2 after job cuts. Yeah, SunPower, what was it? NXT? So I think NXT had a good one. Yeah, and then AXP fell off. So AXP, those contracts died because they expire tomorrow. So unless we're in the money tomorrow, that's it. You can either sell and get your money back, or tomorrow we get lucky and go in the money. But even if you go in the money, it's going to have to be dollar for dollar. So now we need to get to like 207 to get our money back, or that gain that it had. The metas just went green again, so we'll take that for now. Cardinal, it's up on the bid, or the bids break even. The ask is up. Where's what's it called? TMO. Those TMOs are still 75 on the bid. With TMOs holding up. A lift on the high. And boy, what up, Michael? How you living, baby? Happy Friday, Junior. NVIDIA, JD. So China Play is still holding up. All of the ADRs were doing good earlier. Qualcomm's coming up. Yeah, that's recovered like 3 or 2.5% from the bottom. Tesla, is that JPM on the high? Dude, that's a nonstop. Again, KRE getting murdered, man. NYCB is definitely, there's another one too, the Japanese bank. So I don't know if there's even a contagion from that. But yeah, KRE's dumping. Again, NYCB's not helping. But remember, there was another Japanese bank that did awful. LVS, yeah, this one's up. Do we still have a play on that? We do, but it's not going to go up. Unfortunately, those expire on Friday too. So if that one rips after this week, we're out. Unfortunately. But yeah, that's it, finally running after the earnings. Boeing on the low. The NSC contracts are moving. Did we play? I don't think we played NSC. But if that was 2 standard deviations, good work, baby. SPY super clapped. SPY's not bad, but yesterday was the worst day since September. So we're like right at the lows of, or the highs after your boy started talking about quantitative tightening in March. That's about it. And the Twilio keeps going up. Again, that one, there was some offer news. And then 18 minutes, we have data. Apple's going up there, new high. Microsoft's holding up. Microsoft's actually up 2. That's a big amount. Yeah, Pinterest is running again, even with the Meta stuff today. That should be helping it out. Snapchat's barely up. Airbnb, come on, you are just 150, Habibi. Is Nutrila going up? Again, that was one of the bios in the morning. Boeing's still at 210. Disney, it was up at, dude, it almost was near 98 there in the morning. Still holding up good, though. Where's PayPal? PayPal 61, not bad, Habibi. Not bad at all. Meta, the XPs are trying to, they're barely up still, but damn. Yeah, and those Disneys are still just under 100. Microsoft 2% is big. And then there's bonds, though, so they just had 4 candles down and then just rocket above where I sold out of those. And then again, the futures are or the options are going up, so we'll take that for now. Meta, I like it, but like I said yesterday, I'm just worried about Mark Zuckerberg. So again, usually when the stock does good, he starts spending again, and then everybody kind of ignores it. So as long as he doesn't spend much, Reality Labs and the headsets and shit, we should be good. Otherwise, I mean, I do think the ad industry should be good. I don't even think, Google missed slightly, but I don't think it was a big miss. And so far, I think even Snapchat's going to be doing better. So I'm pretty bullish on ad spend. Yeah, SPY's running up. NVIDIA coming up, SEDG, Enphase. Again, solar names are going up because of NXT. That thing's up 16. Yeah, bro, bond just ripped, bro. Another high there. And then again, SPY still holding. Germany shoals. It's not my goal to call out specific countries for lack of arms deliveries. Wait, U.S. manufacturing came out already? Oh, that's the one at 45. There's another one. So manufacturing PMI 50.7, estimate 50.3. Interesting. No, is that ISM? No, that's the PMI. So PMIs just came out, and those were slightly better. I believe still in contraction. Again, the manufacturing PMI comes out at 10, but you just had a PMI just drop right now. So that could be a little bit of move there on the bonds. No, the bonds believe Powell, but, just take a look at the short end versus the long end. So even the short end, they got a little bit of a bid here, but it's essentially the short end is the one that needs repricing. So, like, pretty much the last 2 weeks, when rate cut odds were going down, the long end of the bond curve sold off. That's why I went negative on my bond plays. Because as everybody was like, oh, no, this is happening, the market rallied, but the long end of the bond curve took the pain. But now with what Powell said yesterday, it doesn't really change the long-term view as much as it changes that 1 month, 1.5 month view. So that's where it's at. But again, rate hike odds are kind of going out the window, but they're still holding up a little bit. Where is it? Odds are 36%. They're still holding on. But for the most part, I mean, I do think the bonds, though, they had a lot to chew on yesterday. No thoughts on Meta and an inability to protect younger users. I don't think, sadly, that is going to affect the stock, although that may sound disappointing. But, again, I don't know if you remember the early days of, like, Meta. They had these issues, the cyberbullying, all that. I mean, Meta can't even fix 1,000 fake Josh accounts. So, but sadly, though, it doesn't stop them from making, $30-40 billion a quarter, though. So that's, unfortunately, I don't think it is going to affect the stock. And then bonds, maybe we should have held for a little longer. I hope the ISM, though. Pretty much I'm hoping the ISM gives me an opportunity to just get a little quick dip, and then we have some fun with that. But the bonds should do their work, or the options. I don't know why I keep calling them bonds, but they are a bond. Yeah, bro, TOT is ripping. Another 1/3% there in the morning. Boeing clap. Tesla's going lower. Walmart. So remember, Walmart has a 3-for-1 split news. A lot of people didn't know that yesterday. MO taking off. It is up 2. So I think it wasn't pricing in more than this. I didn't even look at their earnings. Let's see what they did. AMD rip. And then SPY getting a red. Again, we have data in a little bit. 10 more minutes. Oh, Marcus Hanlon right now, baby. God bless you, my friend. Oh, my goodness. Y'all really trying to get me yelling. Roar. The only one who likes MO? No, I think half of the Chad likes MO. I think a lot of Chads like MO. Anybody? You guys like MO? I like MO. I'm a big fan of MO. Yeah, so their smokable volumes were down 7.5 versus estimate of down 9. Revenue was $4.35 billion net of excise tax. Expectation was 4.4. Adjusted OCI $2.57 billion versus 2.6. Volumes dropped 2% on smokeless instead of 0.7, and then they made more money on it. And then revenue net of excise was 5.02 versus 5.06. EPS was 5 to 5.15 excluding items versus 5.07 guidance. This is for the guidance in next year. They expect adjusted EPS growth to be weighted to second half. Guidance includes impact of 2 shipping delays in 24 and limited impact from enforcement efforts on illicit e-vapor market. Excludes estimate of per share gain of 114 related to the sale of IQOS tobacco. Oh, so that's excluded. So they're going to get a gain off of that in second half. Adjusted tax rate will be 24.5 to 25. Capital expenditures 175 to 325. Depreciation 310. They completed repurchase program of $1 billion, and they repurchased 6.5 million shares at an average price of $41.41. Authorized new $1 billion repurchase, and that's it. So good guidance, slightly better than expected on certain metrics, and then a little lower on others. Again, stable as ever, baby. Stable as ever. Yeah, the PMI just came in, but the ISM PMI, that's the one we want. That's only manufacturing too, I will say. So like usually ISM services, that's the one we move more on. That'll be next week, I believe. But we're getting ISM manufacturing, but ISM has been known to move the bonds. But then again, bonds are kind of in Frankenstein mode. So they already went up another 0.3 from where I sold out of them. So we're going to see how this one plays out. But you're going to get that data in 9 minutes here. That should start moving. It's ADM on the high, Wolf on the high. Marcus just said he's getting a position on that one. So buying the dip. Oh, and then Abivai. Remember, Abivai has earnings tomorrow. So they're running up. SPY still at VWAP. What level are we at? Why does this always come up? 4868. So like 4864 was a level. And then the low of yesterday as well. Yeah, uranium stocks were up in the morning. I don't know what the news was, though. So I don't know if there's another supply shortage or anything like that. Remember last 2 weeks ago it went crazy? And NVIDIA getting some. Yeah, NYCB. That one's going to be interesting. Again, it's already down another 10. And then again, it was doing decent in the morning, but there was another commercial real estate issue in Japan, and that's what kind of made it go. So honestly, it's a very intriguing situation to say the least. A line scammed. Yeah, it moved exactly as expected. It was right above there. It was like our first 5. Remember the first 5, we were in the money, and then by open it came down. But a line did the same thing. It was right above 1 standard deviation, and then it sold off. Yeah, NYCB down 10 right now. Anyone thinking pizza and Domino's for Super Bowl? Usually it's priced in, but I think some of them have been down. But honestly, you might get that a month after the Super Bowl when they announce it. But I remember that one time Domino's, they gave an update on Super Bowl sales, and it was it rocketed up their stock. So honestly, it's not too bad of an idea. But the timing of it is going to be more trickier. TMO, I need you to die, Habibi. Cuts 24 uranium production outlook by 12 due to challenges related to sulfuric acid. So is it more of the supply stuff and then pretty much a company guiding lower off of it? Bonds still going, unstoppable. Isn't it ironic that the Fed wants you to lose your job? Exactly. How come the Fed wants you to lose your job and now all of a sudden Powell says it's a strong jobs economy? Does that mean if Peter Pan lost his job with Jerome Powell, would that show up on the initial jobless claims? No, exactly. I reclaim my time. But yeah, bro, the funny part of all of that is that, in a weird way, now Powell, that's why I'm saying even with the bonds yesterday, homeboy was just saying that, well, he doesn't really want you to he doesn't really want you to lose your job. You know what I'm saying? He's more along the lines of now a strong job market wouldn't deter Powell but then a lower jobs market would help out Powell. The irony of all of it. ADM on the high. That one keeps going. Remember, they were clapped the other day. NYCB all-time low. Pfizer, sad face. Oh, below 27. You go up above and then the below. Yeah, Walmart running. I talked about it yesterday on the watch list. I kind of want Walmart. I feel like a schmuck. I don't want to buy it at all-time highs, but with the split coming up and everything, I feel like it'll protect their value a little bit. But I like the Wally world. There was Kennedy ripping Zuckerberg. No, I waited all day for that. Are you kidding? No. And I missed it. Yes. Can we watch it? We'll watch it. I'm gonna go to the bathroom so we can watch it. And did y'all like the video? Can we hit 1,000 so I could get some plays to y'all? Because I already made an earnings play for the morning. So I don't know. It may have worked in your favor because I've never really gone this early on the day of. It's usually a heavy risk. It's actually the same price. We're only 3 likes away. Oh, come on, man. Come on. And then Bond's still going. What time is it? We got 4 more minutes, though, till data. What play did you do? We need the likes. I need 3 more likes, man. 3 more likes. I'd love to go over it with you. If there's 3 beautiful souls out there, you just got to hit that like button. 4 minutes. You have faith? All right. Oh, do we get it? So 3 people showed up? Thank you, 3 people. I appreciate you. I did Skechers. So I talked about this on the watch list. Man, bonds keep ripping. They got me for another 0.5% by leaving it there. I went Skechers both ways. So I did 2 standard deviations. I did February 16th, 75 call, one of them for 25 cents. And then I did a 52.50 for 25 cents. So not a recommendation. You will lose money. But I like it. Pretty much the logic is Skechers hasn't moved. So there's a lot going on with Adidas and retail and pretty much the way I'm looking at it. I went early on it. So we'll see. I might make another play on it by the end of the day. But I like how they haven't moved. So we were talking about how most of the earnings plays that like had a big move those are the ones that if they ran up too much pre-earnings, then they go crazy. Have I ever wore Skechers? I think one time in my life. My mom bought them at Payless back in the Payless days. So Skechers were big in but I haven't bought them recently. I don't think I put on Skechers in 15 years. Maybe longer. All right, data in 2 minutes, and then I'll go to the bathroom. Skechers are expensive now. I mean, they have done good. I've watched their company go from budget to kind of a growth name on Wall Street. Very well. And then again, bro, TLT is outpacing the 10-year like heavily. So get ready, 1.5 minutes. This data should move us around. I believe it's been like 15 months of contraction. So if it bounces, we'll see. But then again, I do think bad data will have a more positive reaction above all else. I think the news is bad data will be good data. As long, good data, I think good data, it'll be good either way. I just think we're going to get a knee-jerk reaction. I don't think it'll move us too much, but I think it'll just get the bonds moving from this comfort zone. All right, 1 more minute. So the number is 47.6. You're also going to get construction spending, and then watch out for ISM prices. So even if everybody ignores the index, the prices will probably get everybody focused on that more or less. Okay, 30 seconds. Bonds are climbing at a high, though, into the data. Non-stop. 15 seconds. This is E-Trade Pro, yes, on the screen right now. And it bounced, so 49.1. It was really good data. Employment, where did that go? So again, a little higher. Yeah, data was strong. Where's the prices, though? Man, my shit just loaded up and then went away. So literally manufacturing 49.1 versus 47.2. Prices were 52.9. Estimate was 46.9. My goodness. So again, that's that little red I was looking for if we want to go into it, but prices actually kind of rocketed up. I'm a little surprised on that one. And then construction spending doubled up. That went up. Yeah, prices 52.9 versus 49. That's the highest prices in almost a year, ironically enough, on manufacturing. And then employment. Where is employment? The employment went down. So employment was good. It kind of bottomed out, and then prices rocketed up. I think that's the negative. Rate cut odds might go a little bit all over the place. So give it a second. You either buy the first candle on the bonds or we wait a little bit. If we could get a little bit more of a flush, I'd be down a double dip. But that is good day, but I think the bonds will brush it off. We'll see what the market ends up doing. It could be because of the Red Sea stuff and all of that, but for the most part, it also could just be, maybe we've waited 3 months now, or maybe 2 months from Powell the last time, and where, this was that slow data people were kind of expecting. We will see. It's kind of already doing the double dip early. So I think bonds are right where I sold out right now. Yeah, so it dropped literally to the price I sold out of on TLT or on the 30-year. Microsoft. Or bonds see a recession risk. They could react to that as well. The bonds just overall, the next 3 days, they are going to be immune to this little repricing. Because like you're saying, whether it's recession, whether it's Powell, whether it's data, they have a reason to kind of hold up, especially since they were the ones that sold off a couple of weeks ago. So SPY going a little lower. Yeah, stock just had a little candle. If anything, again, bonds, they're the leader today, and they're moving around the most. So we'll see. But I'm going to go to the bathroom. Follow me on Instagram at The Trading Fraternity. Oh, BRB are getting Merck conference call. Homeboy talking about deals. And in the meantime, you get John Kennedy.
Here. Mr. Spiegel. I see you hiding down there. What does yada, yada, yada mean?
I'm not familiar with the term, Senator.
Very uncool. Can we agree that what you do, not what you say, what you do is what you believe and everything else is just cottage cheese?
Yes, Senator.
You agree with that? Speak up. Don't be shy. I've listened to you today. I've heard a lot of yada, yada, yadaing. And I've heard you talk about the reforms you've made, and I appreciate them. And I've heard you talk about the reforms you're going to make. But I don't think you're going to solve the problem. I think Congress is going to have to help you. I think the reforms you're talking about to some extent are going to be like putting paint on rotten wood. And I'm not sure you're going to support this legislation. I'm not. The fact is that you and some of your internet colleagues who are not here are no longer, you're not companies, you're countries. You're very, very powerful. And you and some of your colleagues who are not here have blocked everything we have tried to do in terms of reasonable regulation. Everything from privacy to child exploitation. And in fact, we have a new definition of recession. A recession is when, we know we're in a recession when Google has to lay off 25 members of Congress. That's what we're down to.
Is it cottage cheese?
We're also down to this fact, that your platforms are hurting children. I'm not saying they're not doing some good things, but they're hurting children. And I know how to count votes, and if this bill comes to the floor of the United States Senate, it will pass. What we're going to have to do, and I say this with all the respect I can muster, is convince my good friend Senator Schumer to go to Amazon, buy a spine online, and bring this bill to the Senate floor. And the House will then pass it.
Bro, if he's not the best member of Congress, man, I hope Schumer will go to Amazon and buy a spine and pass this bill. Come on, bro. That dude, I was cracking up. I was going pee, just laughing, and then pee started getting everywhere. No, I'm kidding. But it was bad, bro. This guy, he's crazy. Cottage cheese. Man, I love him. I love him. Exactly. Exactly. Good guy, man. Good guy. Funny as hell. He could do stand-up. He really could. It's like, dude, I wonder, like, if he writes these or if he just, like, freestyles them. You know what I'm saying? Like, does he write his punchlines or is he just, like, straight improv in this? All right, I kind of want to grab the 10-year, but I'm gonna just wait. It's a little 10 years underperforming TLT. But I'm looking at a ZN, but now if I have the options, I'm like I might as well just hold them. That's where I'm like, so if it runs on me, I'm not gonna really miss out too much. I'll miss out on a lot, but I won't miss out on if it actually goes crazy. So watch there again. That was the little reaction. That was the ISM thing. Like I said, it'll pull us back a little bit. But if they're all able to bounce, it might go from there. Yeah, the buyout rumor on Twilio, that was this morning. They said it's a long shot, but it's only up by 0.8. Maybe later in the day that could hit. And then again, Etsy, somebody took a stake in them. Elliot, I believe. Tesla, all right, SPY breaking out. Microsoft, Amazon, the Qs are on the high. Now TLT and the bonds, they're already going back up there. Oh, yeah, MSOS, there was weed news yesterday. Again, they said that the deal or legalization or like some reclassification is imminent. Something like that. Qs and SPYs ripping. They're just, again, I think all of the tech's coming up and then a little bit of the digestion from yesterday. And then everybody not freaking out. Like I said yesterday, you know, on the watch list, we're going to price out March odds. And they haven't moved too much yet, but everybody's a crackhead and they got a chance in May. So that's where it's like the market, the door is still open, but everybody's just pulling back on the pace. But so far, the pace isn't being so abrupt. Why is USD going down despite good data release? I think there was moves today in the ALZI. Aussie, and then the yen. But the what's it called? In general, I think it's just a little bit off of yesterday. But the main theme with the dollar, it's not really down. So unfortunately, these little moves don't mean anything. The dollar is ready to really die and support the market in a lot of assets, or it's really about to just rocket up still. So I wouldn't let these minor moves on the dollar. I would view the dollar as strong in the short run, no matter what. Yeah, so bonds are recovering there again. TLT hitting the high there of the day. And then 10 years underperforming like 3-1. So 10 years only up by 0.3 on the futures. ZB's up like 1.2. Mr. Spiegel, I see you hiding down there. Don't be shy. Yeah, and then SocGen sees Bank of Japan now raising policy to 0 and abolishing yield curve in March. Gold is up. Gold was down earlier. Did it come back up? It's still down by 0.09, but it's back up to a much higher level from at least last week. Peloton destroyed. No news on Pfizer, no. But now it's even below its, 27 level? Canada and the dollar. We'll see. Again, the dollar is going to be a tricky little bugger. But like I'm saying, I'd caution you to watch out for like the short, like to think it's getting weaker. You know what I'm saying? Because it's just not. No matter any way we look at it, you know, you pull up, it's holding. It reminds me of the Chinese yuan. When the Chinese yuan kind of gets up to levels and stays pinned, I would argue that like the way it's holding here, unless we remember this was the beginning of the year, so it had 2 levels. It's stair-stepping up. So until it makes a meaningful move down, all it's doing is making a meaningful move up. That's all that's been happening. Apple going crazy. Well, here's the problem. I said this yesterday. Any of these companies that have earnings, when they start moving like this ahead of earnings, that's a problem. Why? Because now if they move up another 2% ahead of earnings and they start getting these fat moves, it's going to make the earnings reaction less big. It's going to make it where even if they do good or bad, it's barely going to move. So that's why I like Skechers and the names that didn't move a lot, but for the most part, these are the problems. And then Cardinal Health, that plays up 100% from yesterday. It'll at least pay for its downside. But yeah, that's what you got to watch out for. If it's moved too much into earnings, I think it's a problem. Walmart again on the high. Again, Nasdaq's up by 0.8, SPY 0.6, Russell 0.4, and then Dow Jones 0.2. Let's see. What do we have right now? You have Dow Jones, 10 names red, 20 in the green. Nasdaq 100, 33 red, 68 in the green. And then S&P 500, 224 red, 277 green. So the S&P is more 50-50 than anything. Peloton didn't even guide down that much. 7 to 725. Estimate was 750. Sees full year 268 to 275. That much. I feel like it's a pretty decent amount. Isn't that like 10%? How the options. There's a lot of videos on it, but recently it's called How We Turn $600 into $7,000. If you go on the trading fraternity. Very good, very good. Number 1 on iTunes. Very good, good tutorial. People love it. People make money from it. Wow, very good, Habibi. You take a look. Very good. State Department approves possible 3.99 billion MQ-9B sales to India. CL, doesn't Clorox report today? McDonald's on the high again. Wheat stock's still up there. Bonds are still holding, man. They're not really giving back up. So might have missed our shot. ZN is the one lagging, but TLT is just running. They do have earnings. Nice. CLX. HPE breach. Hewlett Packard breach. R? Again, I like these plays sometimes, but it's going to be hit or miss. They're already clobbered. Again, they had some of the bad earnings, I believe, or was that off of their buyout? Visa, MasterCard on the high. Data allegedly belonging to Hewlett Packard has been put up for sale on a hacking forum. ZB. Yeah, TLT is printing. I'm mad I cut that one early. But I'm glad. I should have just cut the put and then held the other one. But those the options on the I have the 10-year options, not the 30-year options, so I'm not even making that much on those. You expect Apple, Amazon to have crazy pre-earnings? They might, but the bigger they move pre-earnings, I think the more cucky the actual earnings will be. And then MO is getting a candle here at the high. TLT starting to break out. Even the index is new high on TLT now and the futures. It's not even Friday, baby. Isn't it inflationary data? It is to a degree. I mean, manufacturing was 17 months in contraction, and I still think it is. The prices were bad, and then the unemployment was good. But for the most part, I don't think the market is caring too much about that, especially with the non-farms right around the corner. But if anything, it kind of the data story. I mean, what you could do is go to Trading Economics and pull out the data and go look at the 1 year charts on all of these. And then bonds keep ripping. I fumbled that one. But do you see how it's all in the same range here? So again, some could be inflationary or not. They all could be showing, oh, this is going to happen, this could happen. But until they really get out of a range, the story is relatively still the same. So again, there was a surpriser here. That's why you got the knee-jerk reaction. But even then, you are getting the what's it called? You're getting your boy. You're getting your boy the bonds catching the bid no matter what. Just because recessionary, non-recessionary, there's a reason now people are looking at the long end of the curve. If anything, though, the data is probably going to be moving around the short end. And that's why I'm saying the 2 year. You guys noticed. Look at what happened with the 2 year. That data comes out, it's not bouncing like TLT. It's not bouncing like the long end of the curve. So right now, the whole theme of yesterday till today is that the short end of the bond curve needs a repricing. Right? Everybody's saying we're going to get a rate cut in 3 months. Powell said no. They're going to go little by little taking the data, but you need to reprice the whole short end of the bond curve. And then the long end has already sold off. The long end is already going up now, so it may stop eventually. I think you have one more day of bond upside, but then after that, then we're going to see where it's at. But the number one story here is how is the market going to digest and reprice what Powell said yesterday? So that data is going to feed into it, but it's not going to affect the long duration as much as that data should be affecting short duration, right? After yesterday's meeting, people's long-term expectations did not change. So think about it. Do you still think Powell is going to cut rates? Yes, you do. That is what their changes even said. even by Powell saying he was confident, nothing about yesterday changes the long-term expectations on rates. However, by him putting March into question, it does change the immediate short term. So that's going to be the dynamic moving forward. That's why when the rate cut odds were dropping, the market didn't drop because, again, the long end's still stuck in there. So it's kind of confusing, but, the best way to understand it is with patience. It's going to take some time to work through and then factor that into your data as well. But remember, non-farms tomorrow is going to have a bigger effect. Yeah, MO's going, dude, NYCB's getting murked, man. So bull steepen could be a bear steepener. Where, again, it just depends on how much, though. We don't know. So, honestly, it could go either way. But in general, I'm expecting slightly higher yields on the short term and then now lower yields on the long run. However, look at the 10. The 10 year's already below 4% again. So now just a question of how high does the short end go? Japan thinking, I don't know. It came out of nowhere. Well, remember, they were thinking about it, and then people were like, oh, the earthquake. But then all of a sudden, their last minutes or financial statement or their policy discussion, one dude, this was yesterday, one dude on the Bank of Japan said there's a golden opportunity to raise rates before Powell and the rest of the world do something. And then all of a sudden now people are even getting bullish on that today. With Powell confirming the exact date, does it matter? It does. Because if Powell is said, even though he's confirming rates, Powell and the Fed want way less rate cuts than the market is pricing in. So the longer it takes him to start cutting rates, that means the less rate cuts you're going to get. It's a very simple formula. If Powell cuts early, you get more rate cuts by the end of the year. If Powell cuts later, you get less rate cuts by the end of the year because he runs out of room to do it. I even talked about it yesterday on the watch list. There's a good chance, not even a good chance, but it's a possibility now because some people, last month when Powell did his thing, everybody was like, oh, he's helping out Biden. Oh, he's going to cut. He's helping out the election. With what he did yesterday, and if he finds a way to keep kicking the can or the data goes crazy, he might not even do anything with Biden. There's a chance he doesn't even cut rates at all. I know it sounds crazy, but at the end of the day, bro, if he's using this confidence and then he burns March and then he finds a way to burn May, burn June, before you know it, man, the odds of him maybe even screwing over Biden may exist as much. Right now, I would say it's 60-40. He cuts before election, helps out Biden, but very quickly, if one thing goes wrong, homeboy will be able to just, maybe he doesn't do anything at all. Because like I'm telling you, the longer he waits or the longer he takes to get confidence, then, he doesn't have to do anything, unfortunately. Again, we do run the risk if he takes too long, he could damage something, but for the most part, I mean, I'd say if something breaks, he gets rate cuts. But if something doesn't break and inflation data comes back up or the jobs just stay sticky, then that's it. But then again, exactly, some of you are bringing that up right now. And honestly, I think it's an interesting one. What if the banks collapse by then? Literally, you're 1 month away now from the banking facility. And now in the last 48 hours, we've heard of 2 major issues in commercial lending in U.S. real estate. So if that happens right there, then maybe homeboy has to do it or he has to do something else. Another bank term facility. So what would bring TLT down? getting ahead of itself. Time. That's what I'm saying. Give it till Monday. I think TLT could run till Monday. And I'm mad I sold out because I thought we would have got a bigger pull. I thought there'd be more volatility, but dude, I'm telling you, since we've been, the play that I reversed was massive, and I walked away with $2,000 of profit on that, and it's still going up another 0.5%. I could have made another $2,000 off of that, but it's like TLT let it overshoot, and then once it overshoots, and then the data comes in, then it's going to start reacting to data. But I think you got till Monday. That's it. A very short-term window on it. He's cutting in March. He just doesn't want the market to pop. So the only way that happens is if the data craters by then. So at that point, though, you would need jobs pretty much to collapse, or you would need a banking calamity or some level of contagion to hit. That's the only way he cuts in March at this point. And again, the data doesn't really show that yet. You know, we all thought that a couple months ago, because Powell started signaling it, and then the data was collapsing. If you remember that, you know, end of last year when we started going down, the data was coming down really, really hard. Inflation was dropping, so was everything else. But if the data keeps moving this slow, you would need a black swan. You would need a black swan, or they know jobs are about to fall through the floor. That's the only way I could see a March cut. But again, I personally, a couple months ago, I thought the data would have deteriorated a lot faster than it has. But as long as this shit stays sticky, it's going to be difficult. What, previous rate cuts? Well, in the modern era, previous rate cuts. So literally, there's a reason why I keep showing you 2000 versus 2006, even 2019 and 2020, they were all due to issues, all due to calamities. And that's it. Other times you go back to the early 90s. Early 90s was the only time they pulled it off. But the only other time we've cut the rates, there was the damn problem. Again, at least in the last 24 years or 25 years, the last quarter century, it was all because of an issue. That's always something declined, whether it was jobs, financial conditions, or something. It was breaking. Man, TLT's hitting another one. Let's go, ZN. Give me something. If market is doing new all-time highs, then wouldn't it cause the wealth effect? No. I strongly disagree that the stock market causes inflation. It may cause inflation in real life, but it never hits the data. Why do I say that? Because in 2015, 2016, 2018, 2019, even early 2020, the stock market hit all-time highs every single one of those years. Nobody complained about inflation at all, let alone was it in anybody's vocabulary. And it was a big wealth divergence. So unfortunately, the stock market, it stays with Wall Street. They do our things. I think real estate has a bigger one, but I personally don't think it's there. It's not true. Just tell me. So how come you didn't have inflation in 2020, right before COVID? How come nobody said anything about inflation? Again, 2019, when you had a massive rally, were any of you worried about inflation? 2018, were any of you worried about inflation? From 2015, going from 182 to 290 on the SPY in a year and a half, were any of you, did the CPI go above 2%? Did anybody talk about the wealth effect? So that's my opinion. You know what I'm saying? But it's just like, that's why I'm like, if anything, real estate probably affects inflation and the wealth effect more than anything. You know, most people have real estate, they don't have stocks, right? And then the people who own a majority of the stocks, it's highly concentrated into executives, large families, old families, and people who own large stakes in it. You know what I'm saying? SPY ripping. All right, 487s. We're still at the low end of Powell, though. So you're at the statement low of yesterday. But remember, as it works through the Fed levels the day before, those are going to be your levels to watch out for. From 2010 to 2020, the market went up and the price of goods was great. Exactly. It was very stable. And there was quantitative easing. Real estate went up, but then it kind of slowed down a little bit, and then it started going up again. But just in general, I'm not as you guys got to realize, like, the stock market world, that's why they call it Wall Street and then Main Street. It's very different. So, like, what we see here today, that's why nobody cares outside of this. You know what I'm saying? Like, when you're looking at what Powell, you're like, oh, my God, Powell's doing this. And the market, you think when Powell unleashes a wave of something that it's making everybody go buy shit. That's not what's happening. You know, they're two different worlds. You know, again, the stock market is moving off of future expectations, whereas, you know, people are buying on what they need today. Some companies are planning and doing other stuff, but it's not as if and like I said, it's not as if Americans own stocks like everybody else. You know, there's more Americans, I think, who don't own stocks than not. They may have a 401k, but again, you can't touch it for 50 years anyways. The others are living in the matrix. But in a weird way, you're kind of living in the matrix. Wall Street is its own little matrix. See what I'm saying? Where we're like, bad news is good news. If you lose your job, I'll make a lot of money. How come you're not losing your job? Wait a minute. If they cut the rates, we could buy this. So, like, think about it. Wall Street is its own little matrix. Red pill, blue pill. Took them both and made a cult. Let's go. So it's all just, again, it's a different world, but it has its own little rules in effect of it. But then again, though, just like, the moral of the story, just because the stock market moves, that's not what's moving your inflation. That's why there's such a disconnect. And even then, sadly, inflation jobs data is so revised and moved around like it's not there. But I did tell you, I mean, there's only one thing that's going to happen, man. This is when you'll probably have your hard landing. Where is it? I don't know. Will it let me show you? I might have to go to the Bureau of Labor Statistics. But I talked about this a while ago. Yeah, you can't see it. But eventually, one day in the next 5 years, you're going to get a revised non-farms that's negative. So probably by the time you already feel it, they're going to revise the jobs negative, if that makes any sense. That's what they did in 2008. So again, 06 to 08, things were going good, and then eventually they cut rates, but all of the jobs were great, and then out of nowhere, you started getting the Bureau of Labor Statistics revising jobs lower. So that's what and again, that's just word to the data will only show you so much. And you'll see how it finally actually hits. Yeah, NYCB still on the low. Coca-Cola trying to go low. Bond still running down or running up. And then SPY hit high of the day. Again, this was the statement low from yesterday. Did they add contracts on a line? I didn't check. So, again, statement came out. You got your change. This is the low of it. And remember, Powell was here when he said unlikely for rate cuts. So you're in between the highs and lows of all of that. And there's Tesla, 186. I mean, it's still kind of been holding the earnings drop. It's near the low. Yeah, IWM not matching up with bonds. Well, think about it. What's going on with IWM? Those regional banks are clapping it. So that's honestly just bad luck there. You're up nice shorting the 10-year. Kept it small. Oh, did you you shorted the 10-year? Did you short it from the top of the day? It's lagging, though. So that's either going to be very good or just be careful if it catches up. But that play, I might like that in the next week. Oh. Defense Secretary on camera briefing. Thank you for TLT. You should become VP for fixed income at PIMCO. I didn't work for the Fed, unfortunately. They only hire Richard Clarita. That's it. Maybe one day. Maybe one day. I have the hair to work at in fixed income. You know that? That's what I realized. My hairline matches up with fixed income. Like any mother effer talking fixed income and bonds, we all got that little no hair on top and hair on the sides. So, like, except for Clarita, you know, he owns a baseball team and worked for the Fed. So he got a great hairline. But I definitely got that fixed income hair. So I could I don't know, maybe if I apply, we'll see. Oh shit, is it raining? Damn, it's about to flood again. Oh, Ummul Business. Did I give you a shout out, Ummul Business? Did I see that? Horn. I love you, Habibi. It's snowing where you're at, bro. I hate the cold. I tell you, bro, I literally got like a minor frostbite. It's stupid. They healed, though. They got better, though. I just have to wiggle my toes and get some circulation. I hear the rain now. I didn't hear it before. Oh, short and 10 years the same. Oh, so it's not inverse. So the yields go lower. That makes sense. Raul coming. Bonds are loving it. All right, my ZN options are coming back up. So that's why I wanted to play it, but I'm like, I don't want to get risk too. Bro, that bond play killed me last week. I'm surprised I got out of it like that, but then again, I got to be careful positioning too high with too much size. You got frostbite once, and now it takes forever for your fingers to get warm. We live in Wisconsin. I love ice fishing, so hands get frozen. That's crazy. Ice fishing? You're a real one, man. Yeah, it's crazy. I got to wear a lot of socks and wiggle my toes. It was messed up, though. It was messed up. Could we pump it up? I don't know if we'll hit 50. I think pump it up will probably be saved for tomorrow. If that jobs number comes in good enough, but now you're like 125 points away. So we'll see. 5,000 is the next level. 5,000 is the next level. Yeah, NYCB killed it all. And then the other was Azuzu, the Japanese bank. They had a problem with U.S. commercial real estate loans too. So in the last 48 hours, I think it's like 2 or 3 different banks have reported some sort of problem with United States commercial real estate loans. Which of the big three earnings has the most impact today? Well, Apple is going to be the biggest in size. I think Amazon has the most to move. And then I think Meta is either going to be crazy or it has the ability to drop a lot too if Zuckerberg goes nuts. But then again, I am worried about the effect we've seen lately where earnings come in pretty big, but the stocks have already moved a ton. So they move a little bit differently when it's all said and done. That is our only issue that we got to watch out for. Oh, Charlie and the tree, baby. My man. God bless you. Are you still in Kentucky town? Let's go. Western Alliance falls 10, most since May 4th. Are they all down? I know even Pac West was down. Was it Pac B? What was the other one? I know KRE's just murdered. KRE's down 5. So this is one of the biggest drops since the SVB. That's what they were saying. So you look at this daily drop. You haven't had a drop like this on regionals in a long time. Literally since March of last year. Oh, Stoney. My man. Or not. Look at horns for days. Thank you, guys. God bless you. 800? No way. 800 gifts? Are you kidding me? The 800 club? No more 700 club? Oh my goodness. That's crazy. God bless you, Charlie. Thank you, my friend. Y'all know why. You know you guys wouldn't have a Twitch without Charlie. I'm just... Y'all realize that, right? I hope y'all know in the beginning there was God, there was the Word. And then later came Charlie and the Twitch. Y'all wouldn't have had a Twitch without Charlie. Y'all realize that, right? The one, like, he kept y'all. He was like, nah, let him live. He said, nah, keep it alive. I can't even on the YouTube. It's weird. Man, that's crazy. That's why they call him Father Charlie, man. He's son some of y'all. 800, man. That's crazy. We don't even have 800 people in there. That's insane. I'm visiting my family in India. Can you say hello to my sister? Hello, sister. Get a long term. And y'all should celebrate. Y'all know India, the other day, India's stock market became bigger than the Hong Kong stock market. First time in history. That's huge, man. So party it up. Party it up. Get a long term. What the SPY will stop at? No idea till the data. I think we have a wider range and we're going to move around. It's going to be a little bit of a dance, but I mean, I'd be watching, again, the repricing, how the market takes it, and then the other factors related to the data. But, you know, like we were just saying earlier, the messed up part of all of this, the data is moving slow. So as long as the market or the data moves slow, I mean, the market is just going to kind of lurch up and down depending on when the data comes out and how jarring it is, and then it'll react, and then it'll come back and then do its thing. Why is your user in green text? Because you are a member. I think you were gifted, my friend. When will Pfizer be saved? That we don't know. Man, TLT again, another high. ZN starting to go up, though, now, too. So, again, it's lagging behind. But TLT's up 1.5. TLT's up 1.7, 1.5 on the damn futures. Oh, my goodness. SPY is coming up and TLT down. I said this yesterday. We might see this effect. Again, bonds have a lot in their favor, from how Powell explained data effects to quantitative tightening. And then now the bonds were the ones who gave up on the repricing last week. So, again, remember, there was a huge divergence. It kind of makes sense that they're converging now. So there's still a long way to go here, but, this is something we've talked about over the last 48 hours. There's a lot from recession hedging all the way down to just policy and what Powell said, and then even, again, potential shifts in policy related to quantitative tightening. But it's the long end. Long end is not going through the same potential impact as the short end. The red pill. That one's Matrix by Uncle Answers. This the down. Man, I should have double dipped on that. Oh, there you go. My ZNs are running now on the options. They were lagging behind, but now we're getting a little bit. It's 115. I think I just got to be patient with the options. Those options move slower. And then SPY again. SPY's going lower a little off the high while bonds just nonstop all day today. So there it is. Then 48.71. We're a little bit now below the statement release. So again, I mean, maybe we keep up the 2 days. So you see, this was Powell yesterday, and this is what we're going through now. People are running to bonds for safety. Part of it, there's like 5 different reasons why you could be buying the bonds right now. And like we even talked about earlier, how Powell described it, the situation, bonds are going to, the long end of the curve is going to be less sensitive to data and will more likely benefit off of it than not. So think about it tomorrow with the jobs report. What did Powell say? Did Powell say a strong jobs is a problem? No. He said he said a strong jobs isn't an issue. So think about it. If that's the case, if Powell isn't getting too deterred and he's not using it as a criteria to raise rates, if you have a strong jobs number tomorrow, bonds aren't necessarily going to get clapped. But then if you get a weak jobs number, it's probably going to catch a bid. And then you factor that into everything else, whether it's a recession, whether it's the 3-day Fed window, quantitative tightening, all of these factors are hitting on it. And that's why it's making a monster move. It's even moving a little bigger than I would have thought. I sold out too early. I got kind of greedy. I thought I was going to be able to double dip, but the double dip just came back to where I sold. But then I have the options, hopefully. But in general, I mean, this makes a lot of sense to me. I mean, and it's just something we've explained for the last couple of days. So it's not like, with how yesterday played out, I don't think it's anything too shocking. But then again, you have to look at the bonds a little differently than how we were looking at them just a couple of days and weeks ago. And then if you were, I was in the bonds getting murdered. So that right there, I saw the bonds pull back off of a repricing while the equities didn't. So with all of these factors now in place, maybe it's time for the bonds to catch a bid while the market does the opposite. When unemployment starts dropping, get out of TLT. Well, unemployment dropping will help it out depending on the situation, but like I'm saying, everything I'm talking about, you have until Monday. That's all. So don't fall in love with what I'm saying too much, but you have a short-term window, and then let's see where the bond yields end up. Let's see where everything ends up there, and then we could start, factoring in the next move. But in the short run, you got a little bit of a window. AAL getting murdered, so is UPS. UPS still holding on pretty good, though, from the earnings. Why is shop so sensitive to interest rates? I don't know. I've seen them move a lot. It could be because of their loans. I'd have to double check. Yeah, Walmart safe haven and potential split coming up. Yeah, the NYCB news. That's why I have KRE up in the top right. Well, we've been talking about it since yesterday. And then there was more news this morning. There was a Japanese bank that also had a surprise loan loss on a commercial loan in America. Commercial real estate loan. I don't think big banks are down too much. They were green in the morning. Now they're down 0.7, but regionals are getting clapped. 5.5. Biggest drop on regional index since SVB. Walmart giving employees. Dude, did you know that a manager of Walmart, you could make $450,000 a year? Kind of mind-blowing. So, like, if you get to the manager, it takes a couple of years, but if you get to store manager with their stocks and salary, yes, they are paying. That's why they're like, we talk shit on how Walmart pays people, but yeah, you can make $450,000 as a Walmart employee. You have to go to their little university thing, but you don't need a college degree either. Damn, bro. Bonds, another 1.5. Oh, my goodness. But there you go. ZN still hitting now. 10-year, we should have went for that double dip. It's starting to catch up there. So now they're both running up there, still trailing behind. And again, the SHI came back to pre-market, but it's still lagging behind the long end. So even though the short end's still kind of catching a bid, the rest of the curve is running way beyond it now. Good call on TLT. I'm happy about it. I told you I was very confident in TLT no matter what. But like I said, we just got a window. So we'll take our window, and that's it, and then we'll go from there. But now I'm only profiting off of the 10-year now. They got me. I sold too early. SPY coming down. So again, though, little by little, the more literally bonds are outpacing the SPY now by a decent amount. They're closing that gap. Still a long-ass way to go, though. Tesla on the low, NVIDIA going low. Regionals are just dumping now. 4-week auction going to extinguish the flame. It won't. Again, that's the short end of the curve. So I encourage you for the next couple of days, 48 hours, ignore the short-term versus the long-term rates. The long-term rates are in their own little world right now. But the short end, I don't think is going to have any effect. Because, again, you even saw it today after the ISM. The short end, the 2-year, it's not moving the same way. It's trying to get back up there a little bit, but even when you look at the rate of the 10-year and 30-year now, it's outpacing heavily. So, but the short end, anything, Powell already murdered the short end, and it's still holding up a little bit. But that's the thing that needs the repricing. All right, we're coming back down, and then bonds are ripping. So 48.63, getting back to the low end of the opening candle. 10-year ETF is IEF. So IEF, again, that one's up by 0.6. Like I'm saying, the short end is still below ISM. That's the 2-year. Now it's starting to run up there a little bit, but both TLT, IEF, they're going insane. Dude, I sold out so early on that. The ZN. I am going to have it in the money, though, on IEF. So we'll take that for now. Yeah, well, all the regionals are murked. I think TLT you have till Monday. Again, I've been saying it since yesterday. Been saying it on the watch list. You have till Monday, and then we're gonna see where the bonds end up going. The 10-year's still lagging behind, but now ZN's going crazy. So that was we had one double dip right here if you wanted it. So again, maybe at some point in the day the bonds will drop, and then if you still want to go for it, you can. But I'm just gonna hold options on the bonds, on the futures. At that point, you could go for small plays if you'd like, but again, the real positioning was yesterday and the day before. Like I was saying yesterday, even when we were dropping, we were talking about why this thing will hold up, and it really took off. Isn't it convenient the banks are all of a sudden having issues the day after Powell? You think it's retaliation from the banks? Not at all. I don't think the banks are like, let's retaliate and lose $500 million. You know what I'm saying? Like, I just think poor timing, or maybe, again, some of these banks can't hold on. A lot of people did think by March the chickens would come home to roost, but I don't think it was anything retaliatory in that nature. I think it's just timing. It's been another year. Do we miss it for this cycle? No, you missed it for 2 days. Y'all go watch the watch list. We talked about it, but literally every watch list for the last 3 days, I think I put TLT on there. But I've said it's not the big play. This was just a literal short-term move with Powell and what's been going on here. So, it's opened up a window, but it's not like this is going to be the 20,000 percenter. But it has been it's a short-term window. That's all, just a little repricing, and then it's going to take some time to reprice, let the market do some things, and then we see where everything's at, and then go to the next step. Just made your first long-term deposit in 2 years. Let's go, baby. Love to hear it. Get some good value. Some value. All right, it's good. I'm up 44 on the options now, which is good. Now the ZN's coming back. He was messing with me in the morning. And TLT go to 110? Not by Monday, no. Calm down. But it's already back up to those yearly levels. You'll get lucky if you could get to 100 by Monday. Very lucky, but who knows? But I'd say 100 is your probably your next level. But then again, you need to work through 98 as well. Oh, I'm looking at IEF. Maybe 107 if you're lucky on TLT. Got to get to 100 first. And then 102.50 will be a level on TLT. But you got to realize, though, there's a problem, because once the bond rates go, like they get bullish like this, before you know it, the 10-year is going to be at 3.75 again. And that's really low. So, like, you're already at 3.8 on the 10-year. So we'll see if we get below 3.75. What happens there. But once you start getting too low, then that's where I'm saying we have till Monday. And then once the bonds overshoot to the downside, then you're going to watch things balance out as the short end is also repricing. So don't get too crazy. That's all. But you have the time. The time will guide you, not necessarily the price. Yeah, banks are getting murked, bro. Again, just a lot of regional, literally hour by hour, regional bank problems are creeping into the market. And I think that's what's helping out the bonds as well, too. You're scared? Why are you scared? SPY coming down, bonds coming up. Algo selling. Well, remember, yesterday was negative. All that's happened today was the bonds caught a bid, and then a couple of the pre-earnings held up. But now we're just getting back into yesterday's lows, and then bonds are now 2% higher from Powell. So if anything, the money has moved to bonds, and then equities there's still a shit ton of money in equities, though. You're in tech, the layoff's starting to hit hard. You'll be good, man. Don't worry. Did you get laid off? 5-year Treasury hits lowest since June. New York Community down 14, lowest since 2000. NYCB literally at the lowest level since They might go bust now. Because remember, it's one thing about the news, but what's the next step? Once you start selling off and you lose equity, everybody starts freaking out. Yeah, and then TLT's getting a bid right there again. Bro, TLT's going insane. Yeah, bonds are. I think I think banks are hitting bonds now. So it was one thing about the data and the Fed. I think the Fed moving everything we talked about, but that's it. Like I think if you get another 10% down on NYCB, people are gonna start talking bank runs and shit. Squeezing on the long end till Monday. So I'll wait for a pullback to try to get in. Otherwise, I'm just riding out the futures or the options. Those are doing good. But so far, I mean, the bonds are starting to go a little ape shit right now. NYC, yeah, bro. Every bank name is starting to get clobbered. Again, KRE's down 6. You haven't seen that in a while. Could have top tick. I should have went for the other one or even the ZN. But now, again, we have options on there. Those are starting to get a little crazy. They move like $200 at a time. So I'm kind of down with those. But because, again, I am worried about the exposure. I'm just telling you. Last time I was positioned here, if you go down, bro, if you buy the bonds at the wrong time and they flip, it's going to be expensive on those futures. So, again, I kind of like the opportunity there with the options. MTB down 6. But if you're already positioned in the bonds, you could either, depending on your risk management, you could pull away a little bit, but just ride that shit out. Ride it till tomorrow morning pretty much. But then again, even after the data, you should be good. There will be another pullback on bonds today if you really want to double dip at a high price. So I wouldn't be too... Again, it's early, dog. It's only 8 o'clock. We haven't even had Euro close. And then SPY there at the bottom. Abbott trying to go up. Again, banks all getting murked now. Even the big banks are starting to pay for it a little bit. Yeah, you have Andrew Bailey, Bank of England, talking right now. You don't trust the non-farms. I still, like I said, I think the non-farms, even if it's strong data, the bonds will catch a bid. The long end, at least. And then bad data will hook up the bonds, and then I think it's done. And then you'll get whatever. But then again, if more bank failures or more bank bad news comes out, that'll also add some fire to the flame, some fuel. 2-year went positive now. Yeah, the whole curve is catching a bid. I think that could be some of the banking fear. Yeah, now the 2-year's starting to run, but well behind everything else. Why is it called non-farms? Because it's non-farming related, non-agriculture related jobs. At one point, that agriculture jobs used to make up a big portion of our economy. Not as much anymore, but that's where it comes from. Are all ZQs pricing in another cut? They went up a little bit. Yeah, they are. So ironically enough, you're not even pricing out the Fed cuts in March. I think this could be because the banks. But no, March is still staying stable, but December cuts are coming back up. Bank of England, Bailey, the view of the markets are taking is not one I object to. MCB, the biggest lose. Is it down more than well, I think MCB holds more commercial loans. But yeah, they're down even more than New York. When the Fed starts to cut rates, do you think MO and Pfizer will go up? Yes, unless the economy starts to go down heavily. But I do think they will hold more stability. Even MO's coming down. They were ripping earlier. Coca-Cola on the high. I'm trying to see if there's any other bond plays. But I think you got to wait without doing it. You could try to short them, but I don't know if that's going to, I guess, put you in the other world of hurt. But the options are holding up good. Let's see. Oh, no shit. Come on, switch it. All right, 900. All right, now we're at Z. Dude, ZNZB still going, bro. Every little pullback is getting eaten up. Again, even the 10-year. So I'm seeing I might be able to make those options free from yesterday. You got 100% and 50 on the option futures. They're just a lot bigger. Well, that's good, though. So it makes up for some of the money I left off the table. Yeah, I got a good philo for you today, man. And we got earnings previews. I already made one earnings play, but they've already moved around. But again, market kind of coming lower. You got a little bit of juggling the bank news now, but bonds are starting to still just take off right now. The small banks are collapsing off of fear right now. 2 or 3 of them have bad news related to commercial real estate. And then the other ones now, just everybody is kind of feeling the contagion. I don't know. You remember when COVID was going around and every time somebody would cough, you thought they were sick. That's kind of what's happening in Bankland right now. Bad news yesterday, more bad news today, and now all of them, everybody they're coughing, and everyone's like, oh shit, it's Delta Omicron. So you might have Delta Omicron in the regional banking world. Yeah, TLT on the high still. IEF. Bro, those are taking off. Dude, I'm mad. I had a big position. I cut out the TBTs or the ZBs too early. Oh, man. But now the other futures, they're doing their work. I'm about to make those options did nothing this morning, and now I'm about to make as much as I had on the TLTs, which is crazy. Yeah, bro, if you got that, if you were in those would have been small plays that could have went a long way. If you even went in big, those should have been hitting like really, really good. So, again, we got a little bit of room, but, again, I still think you could ride those out up until maybe either end of the day. There will be a pullback eventually, and then, again, you'll have till tomorrow morning. But even then, I think either cut out tomorrow morning or after the non-farms, get the little back and forth, and then that's it. Not a recommendation. I need a little more back on those. Where is that? IEF. IEF's about to hit. It's hitting the other high last time. That's crazy. So you're back to the beginning of the year highs. And then TLT has a little bit more room to go. Yeah, it's literally doing the opposite of the SPY. And again, with the banking stuff, it makes sense. But this is exactly what we talked about yesterday. On the bright side, it's bringing the dollars down. Is it? Honestly, yeah, dollars down by 0.31. Maybe that is the good news. But it's still in that stupid little range, though. Like I said, don't be deceived by the fake weakness. Gold moving with bonds. I think that could be more of the bid. Yeah, gold's at 2076. So gold could be that could be the lagger. But gold could just be moving here with the, what's it called? Gold could be moving on the regional bank fear. Yen, if the yen is down, that might be the last lagger. Nope, yen came up. Yen already ate it up. But yen is lagging a lot more behind there. But the yen didn't really do too good on SVB. Only thing yen has in its favor is the policy shift, and then it's lagging behind the long-term bonds, like the 10-year and the 30-year. Gold moving bank fear. Yeah, I could agree with that. And then the dollar, we'll see. But the dollar is still not a friend. I don't think the dollar, like the bonds are moving, right? But the dollar is making a move, but it's still within the range. The bonds are getting back to the high end. So that's the thing they got going for them. But then again, people bought gold out of fear on the bank stuff last time. So that would still make a little bit of sense to me. Nope, 10-year catching another candle. So even as the market's getting a bid, it's going lower. Bonds are bidding up. Green candle on SPY. You're even getting a green candle on bond futures. The crazy part is, look how high we are. So again, if anything, this is the bonds catching up with that market rally. But bro, market is still holding on excellently. You are not even below last week's lows, I believe. So literally, you are still 10 points, almost 15 points above where you were at 2 Mondays ago. And then you're like right below where you were at the last Monday. I guess I'll give a little bit more, a little bit below the last Wednesday. Just kind of nutty. When you say to get the bonds, you need the dollar. So as to purchase them and you use your dollars. Yeah, there is an effect. That's why eventually I was saying that just a couple of days ago. If the bonds rally, it will bring down the dollar, but with everything else around the world, that's why the dollar makes me suspicious, because even though people would be rushing into them, it's not bringing it down as much. So eventually the dollar should die if the bonds are going to keep running, but in the meantime, there's dollar's Frankenstein. There's still something going on there that's like, nah, hold up. Yeah, TLT still going up again, 30-year running now. It's kind of getting out of hand, bro. Like, this is already starting to move. I think I'm almost in the money on a damn. I made an out of the money bond play on the ZN options, and that shit's almost in the money. That one wasn't supposed to hit. And now the other ones are again, I went like double out of the money with size. Those are now starting to like get near 1 standard deviation. I did a 2 standard deviation one, but you're pretty much, if this keeps going up, we are doing 2 standard deviations. No, we're not inverting off of this. I don't think we will, because you have all the other stuff going on. So yeah, right now the yield curve is actually more inverted. The short end is staying the same or barely moving up, and then the long end is running. So right now, people are piling in the 10-year and 30-year, and then people are still buying the short end, but it's still kind of a head scratcher of a move given what Powell said. But if anything, this is curve inversion. So again, compare this to the last couple of days. The yield curve is actually more inverted than almost any time this year now. We're getting back to the beginning. We uninverted with the dollar. Yeah, 4-week bond auction ain't going to do shit, though. I doubt it. I mean, maybe I'm wrong, but I don't think... Well, that might even kill the short end, and then the long end will keep ripping. So we'll find out here. Bond auction in 12 minutes for the 4-week bonds. Gold is up probably because of the dollar, and then banking fear. Again, I'd say half of this bond move, maybe not half, maybe 25% of this bond move is extra fuel from banking fears. Meta custom in-house chip news. NVIDIA kind of reacting. Are they going to buy? Is that why they bought from NVIDIA? Meta to deploy new version of in-house custom AI chip in data centers this year. My mic keeps cutting and beeping. I think that's you. I don't know nobody else has said that. Beep. That was me that time. All right. So a little near the lows. Bonds finally coming down. We'll see how the market takes it. Walmart's still going, but now I need to go to the bathroom. Let's continue with more Senator Kennedy questioning Mark Zuckerberg yesterday.
That's one person's opinion. I may be wrong, but I doubt it. Mr. Zuckerberg, let me ask you a couple of questions. Might wax a little philosophical here. I have to hand it to you. You have convinced over 2 billion people to give up all of their personal information, every bit of it, in exchange for getting to see what their high school friends had for dinner Saturday night. That's pretty much your business model, isn't it?
It's not how I would characterize it. And we give people the ability to connect with the people they care about and to engage with the topics that they care about.
And you take this information, this abundance of personal information, and then you develop algorithms to punch people's hot buttons, and send and steer to them information that punches their hot buttons again and again and again to keep them coming back and to keep them staying longer. And as a result, your users see only one side of an issue. And so, to some extent, your platform has become a killing field for the truth, hasn't it?
I mean, Senator, I disagree with that characterization. We build ranking and recommendations because people have a lot of friends and a lot of interests, and they want to make sure that they see the content that's relevant to them. We're trying to make a product that's useful to people and make our services as helpful as possible for people to connect with the people they care about and the interests they care about.
But you don't
That's what we
show
do.
them both sides. You don't give them balanced information. You just keep punching their hot buttons, punching their hot buttons. You don't show them balanced information so people can discern the truth for themselves. And you rev them up so much that so often your platform and others becomes just cesspools of snark where nobody learns anything, don't they?
Well, Senator, I disagree with that. I think people can engage in the things that they're interested in and learn quite a bit about those. We have done a handful of different experiments and things in the past around news and trying to show content on a diverse set of perspectives. I think that there's more that needs to be explored there, but I don't think that we can solve that by ourselves. One of the things that I saw...
I'm sorry to cut you off, Mr. President, but I'm going to run out of time. Do you think your users really understand what they're giving to you, all their personal information, and how you process it and how you monetize it? Do you think people really understand?
Senator, I think people understand the basic terms. I mean, I think that there's... I actually think that a lot of people overestimate how much information
It's been a couple of years since we talked about this. Does your user agreement still suck?
I'm not sure how to answer that, Senator.
Can you still hide a dead body and all that legalese where nobody can find it?
Senator, I'm not quite sure what you're referring to, but I think people get the basic deal of using these services. It's a free service. You're using it to connect with the people you care about. If you share something with people, other people will be able to see your information. It's inherently, if you're putting something out there to be shared publicly or with a private set of people, it's, you're inherently putting it out there. So I think people get that basic part of how the service works.
But Mr. Zuckerberg, you're in the foothills of creepy. You track people who aren't even Facebook users. You track your own people, your own users who are your product, even when they're not on Facebook. I'm going to land this plane pretty quickly, Mr. Chairman. I mean, it's creepy. And I understand you make a lot of money doing it, but I just wonder if our technology is greater than our humanity. I mean, let me ask you this final question. Instagram is harmful to young people, isn't it?
I love this.
Senator, I disagree with that. That's not what the research shows on balance.
You live in the
that doesn't mean that
foothills of
individual
creepy.
people don't have issues and that there aren't things that we need to do
Your user
to help
agreement
provide the
still
right
sucks.
tools for people. But across all of the research that we've done internally,
Everybody laughs, too.
I
They
mean,
can't help
the survey that
Nobody
the
ever
Senator
laughs in
previously
these.
cited.
Everybody just cracks up.
There are 12 or 15 different categories of harm that we asked teens if they felt that Instagram made it worse or better. And across all of them, except for the one that Senator Hawley cited, more people said that using Instagram
I've
made
got
the
to
different
land
issues
this
that they
plane,
face
Mr. Zuckerberg.
either positive or.
We just have to agree to disagree. If you believe that Instagram, I'm not saying it's intentional, but if you agree that if you think that Instagram is not hurting millions of our young people, particularly young teens, particularly young women, you shouldn't be driving. It is. Thanks.
I yield back. I want to listen to it again, bro. I might just that was amazing. I'm gonna keep it up here. That was amazing, bro. That was amazing. Bro, he said you live in now you, Mr. Zuckerberg, you live in the foothills of creepy. Is our technology greater than our humanity? Why are you stalking children, Mark Zuckerberg, and you look like a lizard? None of it makes any sense. Bro, the foothills of creepy. That's crazy. I couldn't even have came up with that. You know that? That's such a diss. Imagine someone, dude, if anybody, that dude, imagine you went up to a girl and then she says, get away from me. You live in the foothills of creepy. Oh. I go, oh. That's crazy. Does your terms of service still suck? Can you hide 1 million dead bodies in there and nobody would have a clue? Is it ironic people think you're not a human and you act like you're not a human? Exactly. Man. I wish we could make him president, but I think he's a little too extreme. And then again, I'd only imagine like what he would say. Like imagine like Iran and all that. Nah, man. I don't know. He's a little out of pocket, bro. But I love him. He's my favorite. That's the only person in government that I like. I haven't even like looked at how much he makes and anything else, but like, nah, man. I love him. He's great. Trump is crazy, so it isn't an issue. So crazy and I don't know. I feel like Senator Kennedy has maybe said crazier things than Trump. I don't know. You know, the media lets Mr. Kennedy slide. That's the thing about it, bro. This guy said, what did he say? He said, you don't like the police? Next time your house gets robbed, call a crackhead. I think he's funnier than Trump. Trump ain't got shit on Kennedy. Kennedy is like, is genuinely hilarious. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, Trump says stuff, people are like, oh. Like, you know what I'm saying? But, like, Kennedy says shit, everybody laughs. No matter what side of the aisle you are on, bro. When do you ever hear these congressional things and hear a laugh chorus like it's a 1990s sitcom? I'm telling you, everything he says is comedy. I love him. I would love to meet him. You know, I want to see if I could get an interview with him. Can y'all do that? Can y'all try to do that? Senator John, can y'all do? I would love an interview with Senator John Kennedy. Where's media? I said, please, if any of you know him, can you contact the representatives and just say we would like to speak with him? I hope he's listening in. I love him. No shame, too. He's great. Now, Joshua, can I have a word with you? Everything else you say is cottage cheese. I do have Facebook in the long term. He might not talk to me. Maybe. But I hope, man. I hope he knows I love him. He's your senator. Let's go, Louisiana. Tell him what's up. Do you know what yada 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 means? I don't have Walmart, but I'm considering it. That would probably be the only name at all-time highs I want. And the only advantage is that the what's it called? The only advantage would be that if they do split, the stock split may slow them down. So it could protect to the downside. And bonds calm down a little bit. I don't know. Did KRE, banks stop dying? Market came up a little bit. Bonds chilled out. KRE, TGT on the high. So they're getting some. And then ABVI's running. Remember, ABVI earnings tomorrow morning. So ABVI is either going to damn rip tomorrow or it's going to have its once-a-year drop after earnings. Maybe twice a year. Last time it dropped and then went up. So they're going to be a little different. Usually it likes the beginning of the year and then drops at the next quarter. But they're already up a lot, so that one should be fun. U.S. official leave Gaza's ceasefire deal at deliberation stage. XOM, I mean, it may move around, but I don't know if it'll be a 2 standard deviation mover. We don't have any plays on Apple yet. Only earnings play I made today was Skechers, and then we're going to go over the rest of the earnings around 11. How much time? It's only 8:30. 0 close right now. So let's see what happens. Bro, TLT's up 2. All right, man. This is ghetto double dip. This is greedy long on bonds if you want it. I'm considering it, but I hate getting trapped at a high price on bond futures. But yeah, you got Euro close coming in now. This would be the greedy long on the bonds. So again, market goes, whatever happens with Euro. And then you got 8-week bond auction, 4-week coming in too. I don't think it's going to do much. Do it. I have the options, though. That's the crazy part. So, like, I'm not going to make money on the small moves. But if this shit breaks out, bro, these options just start moving 100%, which is crazy. Again, but like options on a future are pretty wild, honestly. So if they go out of the money to in the money, like I'm going to make a couple 100% on pretty big size. So like I was already up like 1,000 or like 1.2 on the earlier ones. They came back down now. I still got some good gains, but that's why I'm like, I don't know. I don't have to be greedy because if it does break out, I'm like realistically, I got a good bag, $2,000 of profit today. I could have made like 4,500, and then now I have the options. But like if it runs, I'm not gonna miss out on anything. But then if I want to get these little scalp moves in between, it'd be good. But then, like I said, if you get trapped on the high side, like I did last week, you will get clapped. Again, I was down like $5,000-$6,000 on my bond play. That's the one I closed out of the gain today. So it's a wild swing. And then they raised the margin requirement on ZB. You know that? It's cheaper to trade the ZN than the ZB. So ZN, $2,800. But if you want to do the ZB, it's $5,000 a contract. Actually kind of nutty. SPY moving up. But we'll see. I'll go greedy long if it drops more. Otherwise, I'm cool with the options. But this would be the greedy long. You got your little double dip. You got your fade off. Now the market's moving. It might move with the market. Even if the market starts coming down, bonds might catch a bid. But it's greedy. You're going after it for you're going after a high price there if you want to chase it. So 4-week bill, 5.28. Forecast, previous 5.28. I don't think it's going to move us too much. You riding with the Fed or are you trapped on the sucker side? Yeah, how is ARK in all of those? Good question. I think they kind of came down with... It's actually below our strike price. Remember we traded the 46s? Well, they're going to need a little bit more. Maybe that'll be round 2 if we come back to it. Euro close rally. Well, maybe. If it does rally, we'll see what the bonds do. But let's do some push-ups, baby. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, I hope you push up like the bonds. We're live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on the video. You're on mobile. Press hot chat. X out the chat. Hit the thumbs up button. Second link for the Nightly Watchlist and main channel. First link for the Scream Alerts boot camp and real estate costs. But ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, we've been here for 2.5 hours. We got 4.5 hours left to go. More earnings previews on the way. Some PHILO, more bond activity and data tomorrow. But sitting is the new smoking. I need you to get beside your desk and do 10 push-ups. Can't do 10, you do 5. Can't do 5, you do 4. Can't do 4, you do 2. Can't do 2, you do 1. Can't do 1, get on your knees, do a push-up, plank the worm, anything. But get the body moving. Then optometrist recommendations. Stare at an object 10, 20, 30 feet away. Go blink, 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 blink. Blink, 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 blink. Relax those pretty little eyeballs. Then do me a favor, man. You know, there's a lot going on. You have Jerome Powell. You got the bond. So many things are happening. Can you drop your shoulders for me? Like, for real. Why are you scrunching up your shoulders right now? Nobody is attacking you. It's early in the morning, bro. Come on. Please, drop your shoulders. That's where you're holding your trauma. Your trauma traps. Relax the trauma traps, bro. Come on, man. You'll be okay. Relax, baby. Relax, then chest to the sun. Flex the core, tuck the hips in, and boom, baby. You look good right now. Legs in front of you. You're not riding a dolphin. You're not doing that, man. Come on, legs in front of you. There you go. Pick that chin up a little bit. Pick that chin up a little bit. There you go. Chest to the sun. You look good. I'm not going to lie. You look taller right now. I don't know what's going on. You look taller. I love to see it, man. I love to see it. Then relax the jaw. Go. And then breathe in really deep. Go. Breathe out with your tongue out. Do the dragon breath. Go. Oh, man. You have a herniated disc? Well, are you sitting down right now? I'm not a doctor, so maybe you should approach real medical advice, but are you sitting down right now with your herniated disc? That's my first question in my diagnosis, but I got to do my resistances while I wait for your answer. Oh, man. There we go. Oh, UA options, gold and silver still moving. That might be a decent double dip. Still want them cheaper. You are? It hurts to stand. You should stand up, though. So usually, like most people I know with herniated discs, it hurts more when they sit down because you're compressing the disc. Try to stand up. Honestly, that's what I would do. That's what I'm saying. Just get the body moving a little bit. I think better movement or standing up. I don't know. I'm not a doctor, so none of that is medical advice. There's also no financial advice, but I'm pretty sure most people I know who have it, and I know a couple people, and Virgin Table will help, but you could also get hurt on it slightly, but just stand up. Bump, 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 stand up. Bump, 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 stand up. When I move, you move. Just like Spot. When I move, you move. Just like Spot. Hey, yo, pal. Yo, cut that shit. No? Okay. Oh. Damn, I'm sore, bro. I did chest tries yesterday. I'm dying. But it's good. I could do the back workouts today. I got to do the wall stretch. And then we'll be here. Please hold. Oh, man. Oh, wow. It hurts, Chad. It hurts. Soreness. Feels good, though. Oh. I don't know why I just thought, do you guys want me to tell you my dream from last night? Remember I keep telling you I keep having these crazy dreams? You don't want to know yesterday's dream. It was bad. It was weird. I remember one part of it vividly. You got to like the video, man, if I tell you this. This dream is too hard. I just need like 10 more likes. We'll be at 1,600, you know? Let me do the foot balancing. Oh. Yeah, you don't want to know this dream, bro. It was the weirdest dream. So, like, I had a dream. I was with my girlfriend. This isn't the weird part. This one was kind of weird. And then I had an Escalade. And, like, we were leaving the store. And, like, I let this girl drive my Escalade. And my girlfriend was like, no, let her drive. I was like, what the fuck is wrong with you? And then I got out of the car. And then right when I went back to the car, it turned from an Escalade to a BMW M5 competition. I don't know why. This is weird. Right? And then I went to the barber shop. And then I haven't got a haircut in years, bro. And then I go to the barber shop. And then I'm sitting at the barber shop waiting for, like, to get my haircut, right? And then guess what happens? The bench that I'm sitting on to wait is a toilet. And so I'm just sitting in the middle of a barber shop taking a shit, waiting to get called while I'm just shitting in the barber shop in front of everybody. And I wasn't embarrassed. It felt very normal. And then, dude, this is a real, I'm telling you, this dream's crazy. And then the barber's like, yo, it's your turn. And I'm like, I tell the next guy, I'm like, nah, like, you go. Like, I'm like, I haven't shit yet. And that's it, man. So I was at the barber shop just taking a shit in the waiting room. And then that's it, bro. That's it. That was my dream. This was wild, bro. I'm telling you, these dreams are just getting weirder and weirder, bro. Weirder and weirder. What does it mean? I don't know. I felt really, like, good about it. That's it. I was more offended that my girlfriend wanted some random girl to drive my car that I didn't even own. But then, like, I was chilling at the barber shop. It was a good time. I was having a lot of fun. I ain't been to the barber shop since $25 cut. What do they cost now? Subconscious. I think it means, like, I could shit in front of everybody and not feel weird. That's what happened. That was my dream. That's it, man. The cheapest haircut's $40. I haven't cut my hair in years. I haven't cut my hair since 2018. You pay $55 every 2 weeks? Pfft. Wow. Yeah, I remember Supercuts was like $8 or $9. And then they started messing up my lineup, and eventually Supercuts, man, you can't trust them. How much is Supercuts? The Supercuts still exist? What's the going rate on a Supercut cut? $25, $10, $12? That's not bad. Yeah, great clip, super. No, that's not bad. It's $12. It was like $9 back in the day, and the dollar was a lot stronger. So SPY's still ripping. Again, if you want that greedy long on bonds, it could be calling your name. Again, the 10-year, I think, has more room than the 30-year for now. But then the 30-year is the one getting crazy. Dudes spend more than women on hair. Some. I don't know, though, bro. My girl, she spent a lot on her hair. But then again, she learned from me. So she figured out the Ulta hack. But before she went to the Ulta lady, she dropped like $500 or $700 on her hair. And I was like, that's insanity. I said, even my mom sometimes, I don't know where my mom has a hairstylist. She don't do it as often. But like girls' hair is like $400, depending on what they get done. It's actually insane. But then Ulta, you'll get it for $200, but which is still insane. The Ulta hack is that Ulta does like work like that. They do like hair, They do eyebrows. They do all of that shit, and it's just a lot cheaper. So like you could go and do it, and then you'll be good to go. Mm-mm. $3 to $4 for the hair, more to actually get it done. It really is, man. It's nuts. I'm good at dreams if they have meaning, if you want me to email it. I mean, I view my dreams as entertainment, but if there is a meaning to me taking a shit in the barber shop and being happy about it, maybe. I mean, it's up to you. That's it, but I'm telling you, bro, I love them. I love my dreams. They're just fun. I love going to bed. Like, you have no idea. I'm like, what is this movie going to be tonight? Because I like movies and TV shows, but, you know, it's always great to have a good one. It means you don't care how your relational issues affect others. Wow, that's deep. I thought it meant I had to go poop. Because I did have to go poop in the morning. I was like, well, I was already thinking about it. You started watching Young Sheldon. Do you like it? I like it. Even though he doesn't believe in God, I like it. It's good. You didn't get filled at 140. You got filled at 116. That's fine. That's shit. You top ticked it. I take it, Habibi. And the TMO, I don't know where they're at now. I think they came down. KCMO. Still at 75 to $1. Do we still keep the price of the exotic cars? We look every now and then. Everyone's like, what's the Lambo index at? But there is a lot more Lambos, and they have came down in value. Check right now. Yeah, 450. I feel like Car Gurus doesn't show that many, but if you go look at the prices, I mean, the Lambos are plummeting. Like, it's crazy. Like, you could get these cars. They're still expensive, but compared to where they just were at, I mean, the price of some of these dropped, like, heavy. It's a crazy wild. Yeah, bonds. Again, we were talking that greedy long if you wanted it. I'm just going to do my best to not be greedy. And then I have my blow-off valve with the options. I would like a gold play, but that's too. The dollar sketches me out, but gold is lagging comparative to all of them. But now it's at 2080, so gold is pretty on fire. The dudes that make the fake Lambos, yeah. Some of them look pretty legit. It's crazy. Manual 911 is damn expensive. Yeah, not every car has came down. That's what's still weird. So some cars, there's like, again, like if you're trying to lease like consumer vehicles and buy them, you could get some really good deals, but then there's other cars that are still like expensive. It's a trip. TYX all the way down. All right, TMO. Bonds went up a little now. Bonds are slowing down from just that straight ramp up. And then again, SPY is just literally right below or right above open. And then we're still below the statement release of yesterday. Gold is pumping. Hit 2083. Then came down a little bit. Base models dropping, but the higher trims. Yeah, so like expensive cars hold, but even in like Toyotas, even in Kias, if you have like a decked out version, those will still have premium, but then other cars will sell. Again, like even like Audis. I saw some of the lease deals. Like if you like, it's crazy. Like you could get like a huge discount on MSRP on a couple of Audis right now, but then the SQ8, the fake Urus, that thing still has a market adjustment going above value. Even the R8s, they're above value. You could get them cheaper used, but it's just still a very awkward setup. And then any of the like Q5s that are decked out are a little bit up there, but those are mass produced like crazy. TMO against SPY holding up. Ross on the high. The new E-Ray. Is it an Audi? You got to be careful. Because, dude, the Audi EVs are rocks. Have y'all seen how those depreciate? They look great. I love the Audi EV. The e-tron, like the four-door, that thing looked dope. The car. But it's like, you could, like, pretty much that car is like 120 to 150 brand new, right? And straight up, you could buy a used one with like less than 1,000 miles for 80 grand or less. Yeah, bro, they do. They're rocks. Yeah, the older ones go 50 grand and lower. But the car is beautiful. It's beautiful, and it's like a super expensive car. But yeah, dude, that thing is a rock. It's a rock. Yeah, that one you'd want to lease it if you really like the car. But that one is going to depreciate so fast. Oh, the E-Ray's the Corvette? No, I haven't seen that one. I saw the Zeo. Dude, they have the, what's it called? The Z06 ones are out. You could get a good Z06. I like gold, but gold still sketches me out with the dollar. So I think gold is just gold I don't think should have been up today. I just think the banking fears help bring it up alongside bonds as well. What's the most value efficient EV right now? Sadly, none of them. I don't know which. I don't think there's any EV that holds its value good. Maybe the Corvette. But then the Teslas, it just depends on what price you got your Tesla at. I think if you buy them used, you have a much better chance. No, the Lexus RHs, those are rocks too. All of them. Priuses hold their value, the hybrids. Qualcomm says IoT at lowest, expects to see growth. Oh, the Jeep Wrangler. Yeah, the Jeep, because it just looks like a Wrangler. Those actually hold up pretty good. Any sort of Jeep Wrangler. Jeep Wranglers are one of the best cars, like for holding value. Toyota 4Runner, the best. It's up there. Most Toyotas, they lead the league. They lead the league in value. VST, Dell, SPY still going up. So again, if anything, market's coming back up. Bonds have stayed stable. Bro, Procter Gamble, of course. The AXPs get clapped and then PG runs another $2. Jeep's the worst. No, Jeeps hold up their value. Jeep Wranglers. Any other Jeep, I can't say the same, and then they still require a lot of repairs. But the Jeep Wranglers are a very good car in terms of value. A Tundra was $70K? Wow. It's very nice, though. Very nice. Your Wrangler's 100K, starting to break down more. You can still probably sell it for a good amount. That's the thing. People love them, man. And that body style's been the same. When am I going to get a truck? Chicks love trucks. I already have a girlfriend. And then even then, like, I stopped buying cars for girls a long time ago. Even then, I started off with a Honda, so it didn't really help me. But I told my girlfriend F350, she was down. And then when push came to shove, I backed out. FDA issues warning letter to 14 online e-cigarette retailers. MO should get a boost from that. They were talking about how lack of e-cigarette bans has hurt their business a little bit. I thought you're buying one of those hideous cyber trucks. Oh, yeah, I am. I have my order, but I'm not buying the expensive one. So I have to wait until they start selling the cheap ones. And KTX and Kata. What was the other one? Cortiva? Damn, Cortiva did 17, so that one would have hit yesterday. Oof. 1,200? Oh, man. Yeah, the Cortiva's hit. Oh. FDA warns retailers like Elf Bar of selling vapes to youth. I'm still in the meta plays. They came back down to break even, or I think they went negative. That $1 off of the ghetto spread cost me. We should have ghetto spreaded it. Yeah, they're down now. Those are down 50%. Youth V's bonds are still coming down here. They're just holding. Not as much juice. Did I get your email? No. Did you send it to tradingfraternity@gmail.com? Are you Daniel? I got one that showed up in spam. But other than that, I don't see another one. Yeah, okay, I got it. Yeah, it put you in spam for some reason. We'll get that fixed. Danielle. They said, nah, that's me. No, I'm holding the ZN bond, or the options. I sold out the ZB this morning, took 2K. And then I even closed out the put side, and then I have the other ones. I have the options on the futures. Praise the sun, man. I got you, baby. Thank you, my friend. Thank you. Oh, Google flushing a little. They're still in the green. I mean, everything kind of calmed down here a little bit. My goodness. Help to recover 2K. I mean, you either going to go for earnings or you wait till non-farms for some movement tomorrow. Airbnb is in 2 weeks, I think. Airbnb, like, that's why it's crazy it had that little run-up. Yeah, Airbnb is February 13th. How much long up? So, 2 Tuesdays from now. Not next Tuesday, the Tuesday after. For Valentine. Bro, my girlfriend wants me to ask her to be my Valentine. She's like, you didn't ask me something. I'm like, what? You don't know what you didn't ask me? And then I was like, I was like, will you be my Valentine? She wanted me to ask her. Same? Yeah, I think they all saw a TikTok. Fuck that. No. No, wait, too many of y'all were like, same. Yeah, no, they watched the damn TikTok. Fuck that. Fuck that. Did she say yes? Nah, she was like, I got to think about it. And I said, oh, yeah? Fine. And then I asked the dog to be my Valentine. And then she was like, okay, I've decided, I have my answer. And I was like, well, too late. We're closed. Well, now I got to process it too. I'm sorry. Mm-hmm. Thanks for reminding me. Mm-hmm. She was probably secretly recording you. Oh, no, she knows better. I don't like cameras, bro. She knows. She knows I'm not a fan. She don't make no damn TikTok. The only time she recorded me, though, because she knew I would want to hear it, I was sleep talking and snoring when I took a nap, and she recorded it for me. And I was glad she recorded it because I wouldn't have believed her. And I was like, yeah, thank you. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. All right. New York community. I'm going to go to the bathroom. I just need to get protein. I don't even need to pee. I need protein. I'm getting sore. I'll be here. Is it bad if I ate protein chips this early? It's 9 o'clock. Not bad. Yeah, all right. I'll be right back. Follow me on Instagram at the Trading Fraternity. Spy's about to hit the high of the day. We're back, baby. We're back.
Raising its midterm revenue target, up about 5% in U.S. trading by its ADRs, while BNP Paribas lowered its performance targets, putting those shares further under pressure, nearly an 8% drop on the day. And outside of those stories, investors are still focused on the Fed. Bloomberg's Abigail Doolittle has more.
And Sonali, the Fed, that is really definitely a big deal. The meeting yesterday when Fed Chair Jay Powell initially basically indicated that, yes, the Fed is planning on cutting this year, but no, it's not going to be happening in March. So as you can see by looking at this 4-day chart of the S&P 500, investors not liking that. We were looking at a gain into yesterday for the S&P 500, which would have made a fourth up week in a row. But on that message, we actually had the S&P 500 fall more than 1.5%. Its worst day since September of last year. Disappointment again that liquidity is not going to be, that we would in fact not get that cut in March as quickly as some had been betting. As for the S&P 500 itself, it may suggest more consolidation is ahead. Because, of course, a piece of the rally last year had everything to do with the expectation that the market would be cutting not what the Fed is saying 3 times, but 6 times, and it would start in March. So if we take a look at the S&P 500 in the Bloomberg terminal, or actually let's take a look at yields on the week, we're going to see coming in, even though it's consistent with the idea that, yes, rates will be cut this year, but not as quickly. We're still seeing this. But for the if we take a look at what's happening here for Fed cuts, earlier, you can see at one point earlier this year, there was an 80% likelihood that we were going to see a cut in March. Now that has really just shrunk slightly, Sonali. So investors really kind of reworking their bets on what's ahead for the Fed and what that means for stocks for 2024.
A lot of recalibration, and you certainly see it in the volatility. Now, when it comes to the Fed, Chair Powell delivers a clear message to traders, and it's that the bank is data dependent and not in a rush to cut rates.
What do we want to see? We want to see more good data. It's looking for greater confidence that inflation is moving sustainably down to 2%. We believe that our policy rate is likely at its peak for this tightening cycle. If the economy evolves broadly as expected, it will likely be appropriate to begin dialing back policy restraint at some point this year. I would tell you that I don't think it's likely that the committee will reach a level of confidence by the time of the March meeting. We're planning to begin in-depth discussions of balance sheet issues at our next meeting in March. We're not declaring victory at all at this point. We think we have a ways to go.
Let's now bring in Sanders Morris Chairman George Ball, the former CEO of Prudential Securities, who was close with Paul Volcker during the last major Fed inflation crisis. And there's a lot of talk, George, about not really repeating the 70s once again. What have we learned from the Volcker era that pushes Chair Powell through to the next couple of months? How can traders start to read those very cautious tea leaves?
So not only Paul Volcker was on the board of Prudential when I worked there. I remember very clearly his saying, to tame inflation, to cure it, it's like a snake. You have to cut the head off the snake, carry the head of the snake through the village once or twice or 3 times before the villagers would be convinced that the snake, i.e. inflation, was dead. Chair Powell is a student, an advocate of the Volcker school of inflation curing. And I think, therefore, it's no surprise that he would intend to stay higher for longer than most people would expect. Paul Volcker cured inflation by stomping it. And I think that Chair Powell may not stomp it, but at least he's going to keep his foot on the neck of inflation for higher for longer than people have anticipated, and he should.
Well, what do you think about potential inflation shocks? There was so much conversation around the backward-looking data that we had, George, that showed a lot of progress on the way to 2%. But at the same time, there is the conflict that could create some volatility in oil prices. Tomorrow we have jobs, and there are a lot of questions about wages and the impact that might continue to have. And if shelter is softening fast enough, do you think that there are still some places that there could be hiccups on the road to 0, or to 2%, rather?
That was very violent.
0 would be awfully low. It's not like 2% would be hard to do. And I hate to sit here and simply regurgitate
cut off the head, carry it through the village.
Paul,
that was going ham. I just downed one of those Fairlife proteins from Costco. But yeah, man, I thought bathroom breaks make the market go down. Not today, baby. You're right back up. You're right back up. That's it. So now you're getting back to confidence level. Remember, this is exactly, you actually started moving exactly the same. When we got above here yesterday, Powell was talking confidence, and then we just went nuts. Bah-ha-ha-ha-ha-ha-ha, bathroom break. That's okay. Do you do that at work, too? When someone goes, you went to the bathroom. I did end up going pee, but I downed some protein chips and then a protein. We're good to go. We're good to go. I get my hair cut? No, I didn't go poop. Just a quick pee. What are you doing the rest of the day? We're going to be doing some PHILO in a little bit, then earnings previews, and then no data, and then we'll see where rate cut odds are at, where the bond plays are at, and then from there we will react. I don't understand how we dropped 2 because of real information. Start going back up. Well, yesterday I'd say 1% of it was because of earnings, and then we do have earnings kind of up here, so in the same respect, we could be down tomorrow. Again, if Apple, Meta, Amazon are all bad, we'll have a problem, just like we kind of opened up today, and then vice versa. If the non-farms, though, those have the ability to kind of swing us either or. But, you know, a couple of things are moving, a couple of moving pieces. I wouldn't get too caught up into it, but the market is going to be trying to find its footing after Powell and then having to do some pricing in. But I wouldn't read too much into it. It's not like Powell didn't give us a death sentence yesterday, but he also didn't say, you know, run up to the highs. Remember, when we made these moves to the highs, this was juice from all of the earnings. So we'll see. Tempted to do a SPY put, but I'm already in bonds, so I'm chilling. I feel you, man. That's kind of my dilemma. Not really going for the SPY, just going for more plays. I'm like, you know, We could ride out the bonds and let this one come to us, but I do like some of the plays out there. Zoom cut 150 jobs this week. Isn't that like 10% of their workforce now? Yeah, gold, it came down a little bit from the high, but that one's still wild. Google's job cuts were a little bit ago. Zoom is popping on that. Meta's getting a big candle again. All the pre-earnings are up here today, too, for whoever's asking about the market. You know, keep that in mind. A lot of the pre-earnings here did gap up. When MPW's reporting, I believe February 22nd, unless the company announces something different. Let's see. I don't see an announcement, but I see the 22nd. 3M was just on the high. So SPY's ripping now. We are getting into confidence levels of Powell. So this is actually right where Powell said no rate cuts in March, and then we declined. Did the bond auction drive this? I don't think so. Again, bonds barely even move. We stopped kind of going up before that. We dropped 15 minutes ahead of the auction, and then it calmed down. But I don't know why we're ripping. I think it's just probably the tech names that are getting a bid there. The bonds continue. I don't know. The bonds have moved up a lot already. So if they didn't want to move, they don't have to. But there's also the ability. I was saying there will be a pullback eventually. But it's hard to say. But you already got your damn move on it. So now you could either, maybe you'll get a little extra at the end of the day. Maybe it gives back some of it, and then tomorrow, and then that's it. This is broken, or maybe it's just volatility. Like we're saying, you know, after these earnings today, whatever happens, I mean, we could go both ways. High ticker, he's gassing, though. And I don't know, you haven't heard a regional bank die yet. So, again, KRE recovered 2%. NYCB a little bit too. Volume down. It's not bad though. 39 million by hour number 3. We're just shy of hour number 3. IWM did wake up there finally. He wanted to die early. It all just looks computer driven. If we have plans to fight back in Iran, it'll affect oil above all else, and then anything from there, it just depends on what we do and how Iran reacts. But I mean, at that point though, I don't know. I in a weird way, I feel like we're closer to another armed conflict than closer to de-escalating one. Sadly, so it's not good. I mean, it just essentially we might be in another war. If depending on what we do, even though Biden said he's trying to avoid it, it's just that, you know, it's like if they keep doing that stuff and we keep doing nothing, and then it's a weird tit for tat dynamic. But unfortunately, I just think wars at this point are, you know, you're closer to them than further away from them. Have I ever been to Iran? No, I have not. I've never even been to Egypt. Yeah, they're trying to avoid it, but it is just an awkward scenario, though, because they're going to try to they might do more sanctions, but I don't know how that's the only way you could do something without escalating. But then at the end of the day, you know, even Russia, you know, imagine we clapped the shit out of Russia with financial sanctions, and they are still alive and well, which is crazy to think about. You never been to Egypt? I know. My mom's sad by it. My mom wants to go, though. We were talking about it. Even my friend wants to go to Egypt. I was like, what? That's crazy. Russia doesn't have national debt. And, I mean, they go crazy. When we do sanctions, they do a lot of domestic production. But even then, looking at oil, I mean, we sanctioned the shit out of energy. We banned assets. We took assets. And, you know, Russia, now what, 2-3 years later, is still engaged in an armed conflict and has not changed their stance. It's not like we hurt them, but it's not like a sanction is going to, you know, it's not going to stop a nefarious actor, unfortunately. They used to have a way bigger effect, or if everybody worked together, they work a lot better. But, you know, you have half the world willing to sanction, the other half not willing to. Have I been in Israel? I've been nowhere, dude. I'm in nowhere in the Middle East. I've barely left America. I'm a very sheltered individual. I don't really like traveling too much, nor do I have the time. I've been to Mexico. I fuck with Mexico heavy. I have been to Hawaii. Initial reports of an attack by Iranian-backed forces having targeted U.S. patrol base within the Al-Amar oil field in eastern Syria. I've never been to Ohio. I have been to Thailand. I've been to Vegas, too. Sounds like some Fed questioning. So have you been to Iran? Israel? Netflix users' concerns as huge movies disappear from 2024 release slate. Which ones? Bears gonna fumble. I don't know. Everybody is just... Yesterday was a big deal, but, like, not much is... Maybe we got to get through earnings, but, like, there's an elephant in the room right now. I don't know if you know him. Can you spot the elephant in the room? There is an elephant in the room. The elephant is World War III. I'm not the elephant. Nah. You don't know? There's an elephant. It's not NYCB. Maybe that's what's affecting it. But especially when you're looking at it and everyone's like, what the fuck's going on? Not non-farms. Not the bank failure. It could be part of it, but there's just something awkward about today after yesterday. Hint, it has to do with what Powell said and then the reaction this morning. The elephant is the rate cut odds. So it doesn't matter if the stock market went green or not, right? Like, that's what I'm saying. You could ignore it all. But legitimately, Powell said no rate cut in March, and now the odds of a rate cut in March are higher than yesterday. So you're bare, like right now, it's technically below 60% again. CNBC's Josh Brown buys NYCB. Oh, man. Regional bank pump. Yeah, that's going to pump it for a little bit. Remember, though, that's what everybody does when these names drop 40. And then it hits for like a day or two. And then they're like, I sold out. Or then more bad news hits. We've already done this last year, bro. You should be trained bank failure 101. we already got to go through the 101 course on that. So it's up to you, man. It's up to you, man. It's up to you. If you want to get in on that, if you're bored, you like the volatility, the movement, then yeah. Why is not cutting rates surprising? Inflation was bad. We've got to hold higher for longer. Well, I agree with you, but like with what Powell said yesterday, you should have had, like he said, no rate cuts in March. But ironically enough, after today, and maybe it's because of these bank failures or the worry, but you literally have rate cut odds are not listening. So the Fed futures are practically ignoring what Powell said yesterday after having a knee-jerk reaction to it yesterday. If war breaks out, how would it change rate cut plan? I don't know. I mean, the last time you had a war break out, Powell started raising rates. So in a weird way, unless it led to the economy slowing down or a necessity maybe to sell government bonds and we need lower rates, I don't know. But I would assume it'd kind of be a non-event, as weird as that may sound. Are we overreacting with NYCB? Yes and no. So the problem is just, we said this earlier, any other time like these banks start to get clapped, what starts to happen? If the equity value of their stock goes too low and people pull out money, then even if there wasn't a problem, it will create a problem. So I think if anything, the market was kind of underreacting. But then now, as another bank in Japan had an issue, and then someone else, it's putting us in a much weirder spot. And then bonds calm down a little bit. Powell, I don't think he'll extend it. No. And then when he ends it, that means he's going to cut rates. No one believes Powell for now, but the problem is that literally that banking crisis thing this morning kind of got in the way. That's the only thing I don't like about it. I'm really tempted to grab another bond too, but you got to fight the greed today. Fight the greed. We already did good. Society of the Snow. I already watched it. It's great. And I was looking up the true story. I can't believe that was a true story. Blew my mind. SKX play 2 standard deviations. February. Keep the 2K so you could play the 2K. I didn't get to play 2K yesterday. We had live watch list. And I worked out, and then I went to bed all late. I thought my voice was going to be gone today, though, so I'm good. I'm glad I'm here. Watch a live, that's the original? Oh, I didn't know they had. Really? That's crazy. We will be live on earnings here today, yeah. You like the live watches? There you go, man. Do you have fun facts about Powell? Yeah, I have a video on it. At one point, Powell worked for the government for $1 a year in salary. Another fun fact, Powell is the most popular Fed chair ever. There has been more public supports and comments towards Jerome Powell than any other Fed chair in history. He was part of the deals with, he helped Warren Buffett buy out Salomon Brothers after the bank bailouts. So, yeah. He got a lot. A lot of fun facts. Who works for $1? He just wanted to have a government, I don't know. I don't think I kind of like Powell, but sometimes I'm like, man, fuck you. But I don't know. I feel like he just reminds me of a grandpa who just wanted to help out kind of sometimes. But then again, he was a lawyer, so you can't trust him. But he has a law degree, but he never worked as a lawyer. He always worked in private equity. How much does he make now? I think he makes $250,000 a year, or 135. I'd have to double check. And he still owns stocks, but he just not. I don't think he actively trades them. But he's allowed to own assets, believe it or not. Nancy Pelosi made $500K on NVIDIA in 2 months. Yeah, it's crazy. He's very corrupted if he's allowed to own stocks. But I think there's stocks, he doesn't buy new stocks, but I think it's stocks that him and his family owned before he even came into office. So, I don't think that's too unfair. I think it's more unfair politicians can all trade stocks, literally whenever they want. But, I think he has some limitations on what he can own. Yeah, and he has to report any selling months in advance. We don't give a shit, though. It doesn't matter. Look at, the world right now. It's slimy. We let anybody buy and sell stocks. Literally. Every government official, Republican and Democrat, those dudes are cashing out. And then they have, like a direct hand in what is happening. Maybe in like 10, 20 years, you let a couple of the old rich people die, and then the young people finally make the laws that say, no, you can't do that. But for now, that's it. They all benefiting off of it. GLD puts. Ooh. Honestly, I kind of like that idea. The only problem with shorting gold is you got to go against the banking stuff. That's the only X factor. Google on the low. Stop fossils from financing. Yeah. Iran says discuss ceasefire with militia leaders. Oh. Someone bought VIX 50 calls at 50,000 on April. Is that 50 cent? Remember, there was another, literally right before we dropped at the beginning of the year, there was a very big purchase like that. I think very similar. Yeah, bonds have been kind of getting washed a little bit here. They're not running up as much. I want to play it, but I gotta fight the power. I think we'll be better off at the end of the day. But if it does run up, that'll be good. But it's still kind of like awkward now. It's 9:30. So on that note, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, we're live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on the video. Make sure you're subscribed. You're on mobile, press hot chat, X out the chat, hit the thumbs up button. Second link for the nightly Watchlist and main channel. First link for the Scream Alerts boot camp and real estate costs. But we've been here for 3.5 hours. We got 3.5 hours left to go. Sitting is the new smoking. I need you to get beside your desk and do 10 push-ups. Can't do 10, you do 5. Can't do 5, you do 4. Can't do 4, you do 2. Can't do 2, you do 1. Can't do 1, get on your knees, do a push-up, plank the worm. Anything but get the body moving. Then, optometrist recommendations. Stare at object 10, 20, 30 feet away. Go blink, 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 blink. Blink, 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 blink. Relax those pretty little eyeballs. Okay, and then legs in front. Chest to the sun, flex the core. Don't wrap your legs behind your computer chair. And drop those trauma traps. Release the trauma from your shoulders. Stop scrunching them up. Relax a little bit, man. It's been an hour. Calm down. The market moving. You need to be calm. Let's go, man. Then relax the jog. What's TFC? Running. TFC, Big Pop, Truist. Yo, are they buying a bank? Yo, TFC, huge pop. Huge. 801. Nope, not seeing anything. Tech TFC. Didn't we do this? We did do it. We do it every hour, baby. Every hour. They got price target raise. I don't see anything. Yeah, TFC. That's huge. That's from red to green. All right, well, relax the jog. Breathe in really deep. Go. Breathe out with your tongue out. Do the dragon breath. Go. Truist near sale of insurance unit for $15 billion. Wow. That's huge. They're going to get, what are they worth right now? Oh, they're worth, that's like 10% though. So again, they're probably getting clapped with all the financials, but maybe instead of cutting anything, they're like, we're just going to sell our insurance. Yeah, selling insurance. It's a rumor or is it confirmed? So near the sale. All right, man. Get your resistance. There you go, baby. Get the workout in. Just a little bit. I actually might do some curls. Bloomberg hasn't issued headline on it yet. It was a fly headline. Those are usually legit, but it still could be a rumor if it's been talked about in the past. Thanks for the TFC call. Nice, you got it. Some people were saying they almost snaked it. It was good if you got it. You put your whole account on it. Wow, that's good. I don't know. I don't. Okay, that escalated very quickly. They talked about it last quarter, but it didn't go anywhere. No, I didn't. I said I wish. Oh, okay. I thought you said you did. I was like, wow, that escalated rapidly. I didn't see that one coming, but I don't. Congratulations. Now I got to do the wall stretch. Oh man, this one hurts today. Oh. I'm sore, Chad. I'm gonna do a curl and then foot balance. I'm like kind of getting in a whole circuit here today. Oh, 10% for the shout out, Pop Dolan, baby. God bless you, my friend. Sold out of Meta. Like that earnings play or what? Are you talking like long term? Trying to figure out the Walmart split. It is public, yeah. That was yesterday. Al Jazeera agrees to ceasefire. LT to buy some more MO. Well, that's not advisable, my friend. Not advisable. Why? Remember, man. Just hold it for the long term. What's the longest you've held a stock? But hey, it's your life. It's your choice. But I never sell the long term. Let it grow. Let it hold. You know, like for 4 years, then there you go, man. Why you want to, or you had Netflix or Meta for 1 year then? But hey, man, good luck. Good luck. But you probably should have known what I'd say if you told me that. But yeah, I don't advise selling in the long term. Like I said, that doesn't meet the rule of 10 years. But it's okay. I understand. I understand. But yeah, it happens. Now I got a foot balance. Zimlil Chicle, yeah, it's on the low right there. Even Boyle coming down. Spy trying to move up. If conventional rates go down with VA, they should. It depends what's the spread around them right now. But usually the 10-year and then the 20-year. Kind of determined from there. Is Zim off ceasefire? I don't know. I see U.S. imposes sanctions on 4 Israeli nationals under West Bank executive order. And then gold kind of flushing a little bit. CL getting more reds. Real question. I've never utilized it. Worth using your personal bank for an auto loan? instead of other lenders, mostly because they know my monthly and don't want to ding the credit report. It depends the bank. Sometimes they'll give you usually like your bank or like a credit union will give you a better rate on autos. However, like depending on what car you're going to buy, certain like car places, their in-house autos, like they'll give you a stupid discount. So like Ford, Chevrolet, or GM, and then like Audi or Volkswagen, if you go through them, they'll give you rates anywhere from 0 to 2% right now. But other than that, credit unions in your personal bank, they're more likely to give you the better rate. I don't know if TFC's fake news, but again, El Coyote was saying they discussed it like a quarter ago, and then they never really had anything come to fruition. So it still might be a rumor. OPEC crude output fell by 490,000 barrels a day in January to 26.75 million barrels. Target can rally 25%, Goldman says. GLD put, right? Dude, you hit that at a good time. Gold's flushing right now. All right, man. Foot balance, everything good. We good. P-Trade got back about MPW. They said stocks under 5 are not eligible for DRIP. Really? I hope Fidelity's not like that, but that sucks. I know, like Robinhood and Schwab, they've been dripping everything no matter what. You got an earnings run up for Target, March 150. Call for 120. That's expensive, but good luck. Good luck. When's their earnings? CL red on the day. Are we back to good day to bad and bad good? Mostly, it depends what it is. But I think bad data will have a bad effect. What you're probably going to start seeing is bad data could affect the market, and then it will have a positive effect on the bonds for a little bit. Does that make sense? So like a bad jobs report, I wouldn't be surprised to watch the bonds catch a bid and then the market go down for a little bit. Yeah, Zim, they are getting murdered, down 7. What is the news? Is it because of oil or is it ceasefire? I thought they said early stages of Qatar says Israel agrees to ceasefire proposal. Hamas gives positive confirmation. Al Jazeera. Yeah, so I think it is off of that headline. Yeah, Israel ceasefire. Oil tanking, like an oil tank. Yeah, okay. Says Hamas gave positive confirmation. Caught that. TFC may have. The thing about TFC, though, I mean, it's what Stoney said. Like, it kind of make, like, why are they selling off a $15 billion unit? Again, it's just like, do all these mother effers need cash again? Like, are we really about to repeat it? So, but either way, you do need the confirmation of that news. 2% one candle. Oil's getting murked, huh? Yeah, bro. Oil went from 76.75 to 74.90. So again, oil had a bad last couple of days. It was up today, but oil pretty much gave up a week of gains. 7 days of gains. LMT taking a hit too. Zim. Yeah, RTX still holding up. Interesting. NYCB. Yeah, second leg since the CNBC pump. Bro, it's almost green, I guess. Again, this thing can move 4% quick, but it's only down 4. Remember, they were down 12 at one point. Bank of Canada Senior Deputy Governor Rogers says central bank balance sheet to show total loss of $6 billion. We had other regionals that weren't too bad. I still got my eye on CARE as efficiency. Oh, that's the one. Aren't they dog shit? I remember that one that you sent. Honestly, May, this might be the time to look at them. Some of the other regionals, some weren't bad, but there was a couple of surprisers that weren't too hot. The big banks all did good, but regionals, yeah, I don't know, man. CARE might be this might be the time then. Pfizer break. Did it come back up? Man, Pfizer hates everybody because it keeps going below the 27 and like, no, I'll come back. Yeah, gold. Maybe gold is even dropping a little bit off of the ceasefire stuff too. Maybe you're losing the Israel print. Bro, that was a good call out on those gold puts, bro. That hit. Dude, that was 2080 to 2069 in like 7 minutes, 10 minutes. That would have been a very good game. You think we trend the rest of the day? I don't know. I think today is just a weird day, man. I think today doesn't really matter. I was waiting for, what I was really looking for was digestion of how the market takes pricing out March rate cuts, but that didn't happen. So I think we might have to wait till tomorrow's data in the morning. And then fact of the matter is you got 3 of the biggest companies in the world after the bell today. And I do think whatever happens at the bell, that's going to set your gap up or gap down tomorrow. If those companies do good, we gap up tomorrow until the non-farms. If those companies do bad, we gap down until the non-farms. We shrugged it off, but it still feels weird. I don't know. Maybe it's because there was a lot of bond activity off of what's it called? Maybe it's because of the, the banking, the New York community. Closed out ZN from September. God bless, baby. Hey, man, that would have been nice. Good shit, bro. That's a 5 run up there. Man, we've been flipping all the way through. A lot of back and forth. It's been great. You held one from September, though. That's money. I'm moving around. I'm standing up, like kind of dancing around, so my mic may be going higher and lower. I'm just keeping the body moving still. You know what I'm saying? Get some circulation to my baby toes. Now I'm jogging in place. You're holding it through the whipsaw? Yeah, but, like, if you got it, like, because, dude, there were some TLTs and bonds that we had. If we just held them, we would have had a bulletproof position. I flipped out. I made some good money on the way up, but I left, a little bit of gaps in between. So I'm sure if you just got one and held, you would have been fire. It would have messed with you a little bit. But last 2 weeks of bonds were hideous. That shit was ugly. But then I positioned high. So it's good, though. It's good. It feels good to be home. Zim still selling. And then Truist coming back up. Market's trying to come back up, too. VLO going again. LQR. I don't know. I might wait till the end of the I think end of the day, the bonds keep tempting to go for a double dip. But anytime you have these pops, I'm like kind of looking for something like this. We're probably going to sell off. I don't know if we'll fill the gap. That'd be insane. But at the end of the day, like what time is that? Like power hour usually? 13? Maybe in another hour we could double dip. Or closer to the close. Chevron turns negative after Al Jazeera report. Exxon also turns negative. So it does seem like that ceasefire news is kind of rippling through. Oil futures reverse gain. Again, gold even dropping too. I think that one's not getting as much attention. But that also seems to be a victim of all of it. Yeah, oil's down by 1.6. Down to 74. That's actually crazy. Because remember, above 75 it started to go nuts. But then again, that's a good sign, though, if you were worried about the whole oil inflation bullshit and soft landing or not. Because remember, that was starting to become an issue. Gold's retraced the move every day for the past few weeks, midday. That does sound very familiar. Let's take a look. Take a look at my gold stocks. They keep going up even when the dollar still is strong. Take it. No? Okay. Yeah, the ranges are wicked, though. What I feel. Call Raul. Damn, we're ripping those. So again, I don't know. Maybe other names that, like, maybe check staples, other materials that could benefit off the ceasefire. Maybe they're running up here a little bit because you got some names selling off. Even Abivai's running, but all of your tech names are doing very good off of that bottom right there. So again, Meta, Apple, Amazon, all of these names are up over 1% right now. And now I think some of the middle of the ground market names. Remember, half the S&P was red. So I think that's starting to shift a little bit than the Russell, but you're hitting a new high. New high of the day. You're still getting into pretty much, here's the reality of this right now. Where you are at right now, you are like 20 points, 0.2 points on the SPY away from when the release came out. So the low that we spent at most of the day today, or this level, it was the low of the release. You are now getting back up to where the release came out from yesterday. So this is the same price the SPY was at before they dropped the statement. You did not miss the PHILO, no. No. You double dipped? No, I haven't. I sold out of gold at 2065 2 days ago on my micros. I haven't double dipped with a big contract in like 3 weeks, 2 weeks. Because again, last time we hit gold, we hit it right on the head. I think I made like $5,000 on it. So I was just like, all right, I'm good. And then I held the minis, and then it started getting crazy. We should have grabbed those 2000s. That would have been nice, but I'm waiting on gold, though. I don't like the dollar. The dollar, unfortunately, I can't read gold as easy. You know, we did very good on gold towards the end of the year and the beginning of the year, but it was just, it was easy to read with the dollar, the cyclicals, the rate cut odds. So I think we're going to get some repricing. I don't want to go too crazy on that. You think shorts are getting squeezed? Yes, and I also think this is just cushion for today. But something weird is happening. This is weird. I mean, what I mean by it is I don't know if it's the banking stuff or not, but you're getting an odd, like what happened on the long end of the bond curve, that made sense. Half of this morning made a lot of sense. But then the other half, bonds going extra crazy, the New York Community Bank, and then rate cut odds going the other way. That's where it's starting to get weird. But then at the same time, I do think the other stuff is overhanging with the earnings, but you are getting, global news on top of that. I could agree with that, Bob. 100%. Like that ceasefire shit just fucked up oil. So that changes inflation expectations if you think about it. And then, like I'm saying, that banking stuff, that also got a little awkward there too. Feels like market calling Powell's bluff and then pricing no rate cut. Not quite yet because I don't think that's there per se, but it may be. This could quickly turn into the market trying to call the bluff, but I don't think it's there yet. I just think because of the earnings and then, other global forces right now, that's what's kind of making it awkward. So the first half of what I'm looking at makes a lot of sense. The other half doesn't. That's why it's just like, but then again, you could chalk that up to earnings pretty easily. I just caught the banks who called the cuts too early offsides. Yeah, and remember, the bonds, the long end already paid for it. But it's weird that the March Fed futures aren't moving. That right there would, if I was going to say anything today, we did notice a underperformance on the short end, which is what I expected, but I'm very surprised that the 3-month bonds are not moving, that they're actually not pulling back. But then again, you literally have all of these regional bank problems in the last 48 hours. That could be something that's kind of muddying the waters. That right there that's the only thing of today that is weird in my book. Otherwise, the movement, I mean, I'm not really like, you may not like how it looks if you were holding puts and you wanted it up, but like we're barely above the Fed level now. So let's see though, if we break above the high of yesterday, that'll change some things. But then again, if we do break the highs, like I'm telling you, whatever happens at the end of the day, it will be reversed or added to depending on what happens with the earnings. Take a look at my SPY chart. It's the only stock for me. Okay, I'm sorry. I like that melody. Do you think eyes will be on banks until March? It'll be with the news. So you got to realize, if you don't get any like commercial real estate news in the next week, everyone's gonna forget, assuming there's no other negative development. But then again, I say that and you're like, why would everyone forget? Because they're gonna focus on bigger things like the data that could move the rates, which has a higher chance of affecting all of those bank situations. So we'll have to see. But remember, things are going to move slow on the macro. On the micro, the market could do whatever the hell it wants. But then again, I do think the answer is going to be in the bonds for the short term. And hopefully that gives us a digestion answer. Otherwise, we might have to just, follow the long end of the curve and then don't get too caught up with anything else. But then again, don't forget your boy earnings after the bell. All right. I need to go to the bathroom. I wish we could listen to John Kennedy again. I'm down to replay it, but at that point, I think I'm becoming too much of a fanboy.
IPO. Should have called it
Amerisports IPO.
AI.
All right, follow me on Instagram at the Trading with Kennedy. I'll be right back.
So we're going to take a break. All right, we're going to stay with this. We'll keep watching that. Again, so you get another IPO. It's been really slow, Steve. In terms of the IPOs that are coming to market, a slow drip. Do we think that this is going to improve? It's one of the reasons why some have been buying stocks like Goldman Sachs, for example, thinking that capital markets are going to improve. What do you think?
It's a timing issue, and I think it's still a second half event for the markets to open up. You need more stability, and Amerisource, you got to see how it trades, but it's not going to do. We had two others, ARM, which has done okay, but basically it's second half event, pure and simple. I wouldn't get excited about it, but it's still a good reason to buy Goldman in advance of it. You can't wait.
Okay. What about you, Surat?
Look, I think indications like this, if you get more IPOs, you get more capital markets activity, rates are coming down. I think that's a good reason also to buy the Goldmans and Morgan Stanleys of the world, because now you can actually say, what's my capital cost going to be, as opposed to, our rates just going to keep on going up. And spreads are tight. So if you're going to go out and raise debt, this is the time to do it.
I mean, look, it's priced lower than it was expected, right, from what the earlier range was, and it's a 3% mover. Does this give you any degree of confidence? I mean, is this the kind of pop you want to see to give you a real sign that, hey, the markets are purely open for business now again?
I think this is okay if you kind of have to go out in public, but you want to see a higher pop. You want to see activity. You want to see investors coming in and saying, I want to own some of these new stocks coming in.
Let's do some final trades. What do you got for us?
I was just going to say, we're not done with tech earnings. Far from it, even though the big guys are this week. I have PayPal next week. I have Snap, and I have Uber. And they're not all that important to me. Uber certainly is. But these are some names that I'm watching for. And let's not forget, like, there's way more to come.
Yeah.
So,
Bryn, what's your final?
Diamondback. Energy had a tough year last year, but Diamondback was a bright spot, up around 13%. Best E&P. I think they're going to continue to have increased dividends, CapEx, and buybacks.
Yeah, we've been watching, obviously, the move in crude oil. We just showed you dropping pretty hard on those reports.
Where did she come from? They're like, what about you, Ann? She just popped up out of nowhere, like the Mr. Deeds butler. Shouldn't bonds be following the SPY right now? Calm down, greedy. I know you want the bonds. Remember, they led the way this morning. Bonds are still up a shit ton, even from yesterday. So, like, essentially, the market, if they were lined up with the bonds, the market would be like would be at like 491, technically, if it was like dollar for dollar type beat. So yeah, calm down. Don't worry. Bonds are leading. That's why I'm saying I'm hesitant on the double dip. They are the leader on the day. Oh, yes. You smell it? You see the clock? You see the time? You see the time, baby? Yes. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, we got a PHILO. We have a great PHILO, I think. I love this PHILO, man. And, you know, I have a couple of warnings. But before I get into that, let me applaud you again. You know what I'm saying? Like I told you guys the other day, man. I really hope you get some self-acceptance. You know, I hope your journey of self-development, bettering yourself, bettering your financial future, I hope you never use it as ammunition against yourself. You know what I'm saying? Love the process you're at. Enjoy every win. Enjoy every loss. Enjoy the little things in life, you know? But like I'm saying, man, I have a really big congratulation for those of you just getting locked in, man, and actually trying to make a change regardless of what you're stacked up against. You know what I'm saying? And all of us have different issues. We all have different strengths as well. So for everybody to kind of maneuver within it, man, I love to see it. All walks of life, you know, trying to make a commitment to do better. And I'm telling you, man, regardless, if no matter what, man, even if everybody around you ain't doing it, I hope you always know it's profitable for you to do it. You know what I'm saying? Like, come on, I hope you feel. And honestly, you know what I was thinking about yesterday? I was in the shower thinking about you guys again. I know it's weird, but I was really happy. I smiled to myself, and I really enjoyed yesterday. You know, even if we didn't have a PHILO, because I did notice you guys were a lot more mature yesterday. I don't know if you picked up on it. But, bro, during it yesterday, everybody was locked in. There wasn't any weirdos. They're like, you know, y'all didn't even get bothered by any of the movement or talking over Powell. Everybody was locked in, and I feel like a lot of people were really just like soaking in what was happening, and I was really glad about that. You know what I'm saying? It was beautiful to see, man, and I was very impressed with the Chad and just the fact that I knew a lot of people were like you guys were locked into the moment. And again, you know, watching how bonds and other things played out, I really hope it was fruitful. So I was excited about that. So the market is coming down. Maybe it's because PHILO. Maybe everyone's selling out so they could listen to PHILO. Okay, but here's the deal. Today's PHILO is deep. Very, very deep. And I'm going to give you your warning. Okay, number one. Today's PHILO, I hope it changes your life. For some of you, I really think by the end of this PHILO, if it really sticks with you, and if you really hear what I have to say, I really think this is going to take a weight off of some of y'all's shoulders, and I really think it is going to open up your eyes. because this topic is an eye-opener. And if I haven't given it enough talk or thought or prayer, but it's like, dude, this is big, what we're about to go over. On the other hand, some of you, this is going to irritate your spirit. And if it does, it's because what I'm talking about is at work. And you're going to see it. So some of you are really not going to like this. But I really hope you know, it's one thing for me to tell you I love you, but you are loved, okay? Don't ever forget that. And use that as the motivation. And I hope you know, man, no matter what, do not condemn yourself, my brother, for real. Even if you don't like it, if it bothers you, whatever it may be, I just really hope you know you are loved. And don't you ever doubt that, because it's something big on it. And I'm telling you, and I hope you free yourself from what I'm about to discuss. So are you ready, chat? Are you ready for your PHILO today? Can I just tell you one simple line? Are you ready? Guilt will stop your faith. I don't know how many of you have had a difficulty with faith, or I don't know, you're on your journey and then you fall back a little bit and then you try to get back into it, but you're not on it the same way. There's a good chance guilt is getting in your way. And I don't think people really realize how big this topic really is. Guilt will stop your faith. You know why? Because when you're guilty and you feel guilty, you start to anticipate calamity instead of a deliverance. Oh, man, I don't know if y'all feel me. I don't know if y'all feel me. Did y'all hear? Do you understand what I just said? When you are feeling guilty, regardless of what you did or didn't do, whether you are actually guilty or not, we're going to talk about it. But I hope you know the number. You just start anticipating calamity instead of anticipating something good happening to you. Why is it hard to think positive? It's hard naturally, bro. We are not wired to think positively. MLTX running kind of crazy. You are not wired to think positively. But it's another thing if you start feeling guilty. It's hard to expect good things are going to happen to you if you have a weird overhang of guilt in your life. And the crazy part, we're going to talk about this, man. This ain't just spiritual. I hope you know that. If y'all haven't realized, do you know guilt is the most talked about topic for both the preachers and the psychologists? Oh, y'all don't feel me. Y'all really don't feel me. For real. Go to your therapist. Talk to him. Guilt is going to come up. How you feel about certain things in your life. They all study it. This concept of guilt, how it relates to depression, how it relates to how you act, certain good behaviors. It's there. The preachers talk about it. That's why some of y'all don't like going to church. I feel you. This it makes a lot of sense. This is the problem, whether it's church or other people, because a lot of time we be going to people and we talk to people, but instead they judge you for other things. That's why it's hard for people sometimes. That's why sometimes you'll go to the place you think you'll get helped, and instead of getting help, you get judged. And then guess what? You feel guilty again. But the topic is guilt. So let's be real. Guilt is always going to be in every single one of our lives. Whether you have done something, didn't do something, social, it don't matter. Guilt is always going to be there. And it's not bad all the time. You realize that, right? Like, guilt does show you when you are wrong. You know what I'm saying? This is not a PHILO to tell you be a delusional prick and think that there's no such thing as guilt. No, there is. And guilt is real. And guilt is good for you sometimes. That's that thing inside of you when you feel wrong. Like, literally, bro, sometimes I be clapping at people, I feel guilty. You know why? Because deep down it's telling me, yeah, maybe, okay, you could have responded to that a little bit better. Maybe you didn't have to take it that far. Oh, maybe I shouldn't be doing that action. That's good. That's a good sign. That's a sign of a good consciousness at times. But I hope you got to really understand the thing I'm talking about today. is you need to learn how to handle guilt constructively. That's the real thing we're talking about. Oh, I don't know if you feel me. So yeah, we're all going to feel guilt at all times of our life. Great. But if you do not handle your guilt constructively and you do not make it an effort to handle it and respond to it the right way, that's when it starts to take over. I hope y'all, do you not realize it, man? Guilt itself is a punishment. Oh, y'all don't feel me. It's very deep, bro. It really is. Guilt in and of itself is a punishment. If you feel guilt and then if you don't handle it constructively, that right there alone will punish you and make you go crazy. Even 2,000 years ago, it said it in the book. It said guilt will make you go mad. When you bear another person's guilt, you will go mad. That's how big of a punishment it is. If you take on somebody else's guilt, that will make you go crazy. This is what I'm saying. I think it's a very important PHILO. Because I don't think everybody has really thought about how overwhelmingly crippling guilt can actually be. I don't know if y'all feel me on this. You may think guilt is this. Oh, yeah, I feel guilty. This is. Do you really realize what it is doing? And when you do not handle it, how that is literally working through every aspect of your life. Bro, guilt will make you look for a punishment even beyond what God intended you to give. Oh, I don't know if you feel me. That's why sometimes you do things bad, you're like, oh, I deserve it. You know, and sometimes we do deserve things. But sometimes, bro, you will punish yourself more than God even intended. Oh, I don't know if y'all feel me on that one. Yeah, you're right. You deserve a punishment. Okay, you should feel guilty. But even you're taking it too far. That's where it's not handled constructively. But this is the number one thing I'm talking about here. The next part is that guilt can shut down your faith. And you're like, yeah, maybe I'm talking spiritual. I am. Great, even beyond that. Go ahead. You don't care about my spirituality. You don't care about the Bible, whatever it is. Great. How about your faith towards life? What's going to happen? The faith in your own future. All the God and spirits aside, right? Cool. Tell me, how you feel guilty? How are you going to feel about your future? They don't go hand in hand. You have to realize that faith and guilt do not go together. You ever wonder why you just stop praying, why you stop caring, why you stop being motivated sometimes? I'm pretty sure guilt was creeping around the corner because they do not work together. Like I told you, man, they do not go hand in hand. And if you don't really think about this, if you cannot master the guilt of life and going through day by day, whatever you've done, the things in the past, the things in the future, whatever it may be, and you can't master it, it is going to create an attitude, a mindset where you are going to anticipate calamity rather than looking for a new blessing, rather than looking for something good. That's why some people straight up be living in what you did 5 years ago still got you not seeing what you are able to accomplish in the future. Because the guilt is not mastered. You're still letting it work its way through. Come on, let's be real. Think about it. Regardless of what it is. I don't know what you've done. I don't know what you think. You know what I'm saying? But like, I'm sure you probably saw somebody doing good. And then you feel guilty. Not because they did good, but you're like, oh, I didn't do this right. I deserve this. And then you start punishing yourself more than God would have even intended. And you looking at people like they did good. Come on. Do you think everybody in this world who has a blessing got it because they're only living the right way and doing only good things? Yeah, you think so? That's delusional. That's not true at all. You just feel guilty. Do you not get it? All of us, bro. I'm not innocent. I've been blessed. I could look around. I see people, the most worst people. Do you think they're living life because they were good? No. If we all got what we were supposed to, like what we really deserved, none of us would have anything. Very, very simple. Like in the irony of all of it, bro, like think about it. This is how I grew up. You know, I grew up in a very strict household. I grew up with the church. My goodness. You know, I grew up with the impression that God wanted to come back and catch me doing something wrong. It was always, you do something wrong, you're going to get clapped. You do something wrong, this is it. Did you feel me? That's what I was saying, too. It's funny how we go to places, and we'll even try to talk to people sometimes, and instead of, you know, getting advice or getting something that could help us, you end up getting judged, and then the guilt then you feel a certain way about it even then. And then sometimes we be judging people instead of actually helping them, like we didn't go through what they've already gone through. Like I told you, bro, guilt is where religion and psychology meet. Because a lot of times you're in the church, religion, it's easy to get guilty. That's where people get hung up on it. Why? You read it, you're like, oh, I'm not doing this. I'm not doing that. Oh, man, okay, I'm guilty. I'll never be right in the eyes of this book. God, literally, that's exactly why I did not believe what my parents believed for most of my life. Because I said, I'll never live up to that. You're right. I'm out. But again, what's the other one, bro? Literally, like I told you, take God out of the equation. Most problems in life can come back to guilt. You could talk marriage problems, personal problems. People treat you a certain way. You start feeling guilty. You're like, oh, maybe it's my fault. Oh, somebody did this to me. Oh, wow. I should have done this. I should have done that. Oh, man, I'm not good enough. I'm telling you, you could go down the list. So great. You don't need to believe anything spiritual. Awesome. But if you don't realize how guilt is low-key the core of most problems in our life, especially the ones that leave you sad and that leave you a certain way, the ones that leave you locked in your room, the ones that leave you not doing anything. Y'all feel me? I know. Why are you hiding from the world if you ain't guilty? Come on, be real. That one problem, whatever you're dealing, why? If it wasn't because of guilt, then I don't get it. Because you wouldn't be punishing yourself like that. You wouldn't be taking the whole entire blame and going well above and beyond if there wasn't a guilt of that nature. Like, you guys got to realize this. And I realize it. That's why I'm saying, bro, this PHILO is just as important to me as I think it is to you. Because I've learned that my guilt really does fight my faith. The times I feel guilty about stuff, bro, I do pray less. I do hesitate to open up the book. Even if I don't go to the gym and I start feeling guilty, it makes me even hesitant to even eat healthy or to look at certain. Dude, you guys get what I'm saying. I hope you do. Because guilt and faith do not go hand in hand. Like, bro, can I just tell you this? You know, one thing I always thought, you know, even at times, and I realized it was a trick. Because at other times, I would be like, oh, I don't even feel guilty, no condemnation. And I used to think, like, I would feel bad about it. Because sometimes I wouldn't feel guilty over stuff, and I was like, man, maybe I should feel guilty. And little did I know that was a trap. Because even though I told myself that, I was still guilty. I was just deflecting from it entirely. Oh, my goodness. And how that affected my relationship with thinking in the future and what I was going to. It's crazy to think about. That's what I'm saying. I hope this is more important for you, or just as important as it is for you as it was for me. So I'll just tell you, man, for real, I hope you get this. All of the problems you have in life, bro, are already enough. You know that? Dude, we all have to deal with so much. Like I said, I don't know what you go through. Everything you have to deal with is already enough. If you add guilt to that, you are making everything more pronounced. That's why I'm saying it's a punishment, bro. It will drive you crazy. You are already dealing with so many things, and then now you start throwing in guilt on top of it. Literally, bro, it's people, you are, imagine you feel guilty about something you did, about something that happened a long time ago. And then you go in, some of y'all, like I'm saying, bro, some of y'all just hearing this PHILO is you will feel guilty. Don't. You know why? Because you're like, man, I already have to deal with this problem. And then you see all these people clapping and getting excited about PHILO, right? And then you're like, why am I not that excited? And instead of using it constructively, now you feel even worse. Again, guilt strikes again. Oh, come on. So there's a lot of forms of guilt, Chad. You know that, like, there's legal guilt. You could break the law. There's social guilt. You know what I'm saying? You do certain things in a social setting, you'll feel bad. You talk about somebody you didn't mean to. You say something a little out of line. You know, and then there's personal guilt. Like, literally, sometimes, straight up, man, you just said, I'm not going to eat that. And then you eat it, and then you feel guilty. So, how do you not feel guilty? That's sure what we're going to, there's one thing I'm going to end this with, but I think we should talk about it. There's no way to stop it. Like I'm saying, you need to handle it constructively. Let guilt guide you on good decisions, bad decisions. It's always going to be there. You know, honestly, bro, this is why, if I am going to bring it back to something spiritual, this is the whole number one thing. Like, why do you believe in Jesus? Why do you believe in God? Seriously. Because that's the whole concept of eliminating guilt. Sometimes we don't even believe it. But it's something personal, knowing that you actually are forgiven. That's why I was saying you loved regardless, whether you believe it or not. But you got to actually remind yourself, and you need to take control of the times that you feel guilty. It's about having a constructive relationship and getting over things. That's what it is. Great, you did something wrong, feel bad about it. Great. You can't feel bad about it for 10 years, 10 months. Do you get what I'm saying? Move on. That's really how it is, but it's a constant thing, because I'm telling you, this is easier said than done. You have to remind yourself about literally, why do you feel that way? Does that punishment you're giving yourself actually meet what you did? It doesn't. 90% of the time. So, Chad, I wish I could give you more on it, but this is exactly why I believe. Finger to the sky, bro. And some people can be saying finger to the sky, but you living with guilt. You are missing the biggest part about that whole thing. If you really got to think about it. So I got one simple question for you. One simple question. And this will be a part of it. And this is what you got to ask yourself. Are you walking around with apprehension instead of anticipation? Oh, I don't know if you feel me. I'm going to say that again. Are you walking around with apprehension instead of anticipation? That's how you know. And again, quite simply, how do I stop feeling guilty? Start anticipating something better. Do you feel me? Because guess what? A guilty person doesn't expect something better. Do you understand that? If I said you're guilty, murder, you're not going to anticipate you're getting out of jail tomorrow. But if you start saying, wow, you know, things are going to be different. You know, I'm expecting some blessing. Yeah, you know what? I did mess up. Doesn't mean I'm not going to have something on the way. That right there will that's a great way to fight it. Otherwise, bro, guilt is leaving us walking around in life with apprehension. We're apprehensive to everything. You feel guilty, you're like, no, I don't know if I can move forward. No, I don't know if I could. You're living through life, you're doing something. You know why you think you're going to fail? Because you're guilty. You're letting the guilt take control of your mind. You're like, I don't know why. I have this weird lurking feeling that something bad is going to happen. Anybody? Oh, yeah, I know this is a common thing. Literally. How many of you ever just had a feeling that something was going to go wrong? Yeah, bro, that's the guilt talking. That's apprehension. You're feeling apprehensive. What's the opposite? It's literally you're saying, nah, you know, I'm anticipating something good. Even if things are awful right now or good right now, I know there's a blessing. Regardless of what I did or what I didn't do. So, Chad, man, are you walking around with apprehension instead of anticipation? You got to remind yourself, man. Not all guilt is bad. Use it. Let it guide you. But understand, your faith has to be bigger than it. You have to know the reality. You ain't as guilty as you think you are. Like, for real. None of us are innocent, dude. Nobody. So stop with that game thinking that somebody's more innocent than not. Well, that things are going good for them because they did this. No. That's not how it works, sadly. We would love if it worked like that because then it'd make more sense, but it don't. So you got to start anticipating something good. And the more you do that, the more you will combat the guilt. When you start to say, you know, I'm expecting something good. I deserve something good. Because again, when you feel guilty, those thoughts are hard. But I encourage you to fight them back with a future anticipation of glory and more. So, Chadadonia, I hope that PHILO hit you the same way it hit me. And I hope you take that one to the bank. That is your philosophy, ladies and gentlemen. Make sure you guys are subscribed. We're live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on that video. You're on mobile. Press hot chat. X out the chat. Hit the thumbs up button. Second link for the Nightly Watch is the main channel. First link for the Scream Alerts Boot Camp and Real Estate Course. Follow me on Instagram at The Trading Fraternity. God bless you all. And what else we got? That's it. It's Paul freestyle time now. That's it, man. Oh, they got audio only? I'll give you some Paul freestyle. Yeah, man. I like that PHILO, bro. That's it, man. So finger to the sky. But know what that means in guilt. And start expecting, man. Anticipate something better, bro. That's it. Don't let the guilt cheat you out of it, bro. Amen. Amen.
To the people, I'm penning it like I'm Paul. It don't matter about the evil, it matter about the God. It don't matter about the weapons, it matter about how you armed. All that matters is the weather, when weather to bet the farm. I ain't gotta see it to believe it. If it's signing, then it's needed. And my eyes don't need a reason. I won't even try to explain it unless it say I got a feeling. I'm gonna sing my praise like David, but the king is still a killer. Listen up and go and get the troops. Hope you know you ain't scared of them, they scared of you. And I know you might be scared to take that point of view. You see them arrows in my back? Yep, son, that's gonna happen too. But the harvest on the way, you gon' barter every day. That means you have to make a trade, either life or it's the grave. The result will not remain, every day will bring a change. Kinda funny and it's strange how the hope will pave the way. You hearing what I say? The only difference between you and them comes down to faith. There's a difference in the man who believes in a better day. Cause once you believe it's past, you're willing to wilt away. We was never willing to be the same. We want it all in the long run, they want it all today. My father is really awesome, don't bother with giving snakes. Regardless, I can't control it, so either way, giving thanks. Yep, you could take that one to the bank. A leader without a rank, a speaker without a face, a people without a race. They eating without a taste, they scheming without a safe. The meanings have been replaced. Another time, another place, we could talk about it. Keep some oil in them lamps, don't get caught without it. Want them once, want them twice, they never talk about it. If you never get a second chance, then that ain't meant to happen. What I understand is you ain't trying to understand. Take 100 grand, then 100 undergrads. Pay them all to make a plan, but they couldn't comprehend what it means to never die, but somehow still be born again. It's a letter to the people, I'm penning it like I'm Paul. It don't matter about the evil, it matter about the God. It don't matter about the weapons, it matter about how you armed. All that matters is the weather, when weather to bet the farm. It's a call.
There it is, man. Let's go, baby. Anticipate something better. Anticipate something better. So let's see. We can talk a lot about it, bro. I love it. I love it, man. And that's why, too, watch out, man. Don't make sure you don't judge people, too. That's a big one. That goes hand in hand with it. Don't spread the guilt. Is this live yet? No. All right, well, maybe we wait a little bit. I'm waiting until this John Kirby Corinne so I could get the previews, but what time? We got 10:30, so we could wait a little bit. Let's wait. Once that goes live, I'll start queuing them up, but shortly we're going to be going over Apple, Amazon, Meta, Atlassian, X, CLX, Skechers, Deck, Orchard. These are all big ones. And Microchip. It's a letter to the people that penning it like I'm Paul. Should I get into TLT? Well, there was the greedy longs. That one turned out to be greedy, but like I said, now it's right back. It's right back down, honestly, on the 10-year. So I'm glad we didn't. I was saying, what time is it? It's 13:30. So I don't know if it's either going to fill the gap here. It might come down to 96.47 on IEF, and then you could go try to reposition. But like we said, you only got a little bit more time now after today. So we're going to see. I've been considering it all day after I sold out. But like I said, I was fighting the greed. Because like I said, I already had the options. I didn't need to go crazy. I wasn't going to miss out on anything.
I know. All right, good afternoon, everybody.
Perfect time. All right, I'm going to go get these
one
previews.
Quick thing at the top.
I'll still be here, and I'll be right back.
After decades of opposition and without the support of a single Republican in Congress, President Biden enacted a law that finally takes on Big Pharma and gives Medicare the power to negotiate drug prices. President Biden's Inflation Reduction Act will save millions of seniors.
Yeah, I'll send out a scream alert. I'm going to get them up right now. I'm not going over them yet.
On the market. And today, Medicare will send initial offers to manufacturers of the first 10 drugs selected
that was crazy.
for drug price negotiation to help bring down the price of these prescription drugs. This is the first time ever that Medicare is not accepting the drug prices the pharmaceutical companies set. The drug price negotiation program is a prime example of the ways President Biden is working to lower costs for American families. And he won't stop fighting for results, even as Republicans in Congress continue to try to repeal the Inflation Reduction Act, cut Medicare and Social Security benefits and insurance for millions, and keep healthcare costs high. The administration remains focused on continuing to protect these programs and deliver lower costs for seniors and hardworking families. And one more thing, I know folks are asking about this as it relates to dignified transfer tomorrow. So we're working with the families and we'll respect their wishes, as you all can understand. We'll have more information, obviously, on what tomorrow will look like, as we normally do in the daily guidance, which will be released later this evening. And so with that, I have my colleague here, Admiral John Kirby, to discuss the executive order the President signed today. Admiral?
Thank you, Corinne. Just before I get to that, right before leaving Washington, the President placed a call to the European Commission President Ursula von der Leyen to thank her and the European Union for a significant financial aid package that they just approved for Ukraine, some $50 billion, which will go a long way to helping Ukraine as they continue to battle back against Russia's aggression. And then just briefly today on the executive order, I think you all saw that today the President signed a new executive order that will implement new measures to address actions that undermine peace, security, and stability in the West Bank. This EO will allow the United States to issue financial sanctions against those directing or participating in certain actions, including acts or threats of violence against civilians, intimidating civilians to cause them to leave their homes, destroying or seizing property, or engaging in terrorist activity in the West Bank. And the State Department also today issued 4 designations under this new executive authority, and that's all public, and you guys, I'm sure, have seen that. I do want to remind that this executive order came in the heels of a cabinet memo issued by Jake Sullivan back in November, directing departments and agencies to take appropriate action and to develop further policy options for dealing with the violence, the setter violence in the West Bank. And that was followed in December by Secretary Blinken announcing visa restrictions for certain individuals who are involved in this violence. So, again, the President has spoken very, very clearly on this since the very beginning. That the settler violence in the West Bank is unacceptable, and we'll continue to examine tools at our disposal to deal with it. That's it.
John, how do you determine the 4 people when there are hundreds of incidents against West Bank Palestinians? Do you expect to be more including on Israeli government officials? And is this a signal to them who openly support and facilitate these violence?
There's no plans to target with sanctions Israeli government officials at this time. I'd refer you to State to speak about how they chose these 4 individuals. This was an initial set of designations. I'm not going to preview whether there'll be more or not going forward, but it is a new tool that we're going to take a look at using appropriately. And I think I lost you had one more question.
Yeah, I mean, is this a signal to those officials in the Israeli government who openly support and facilitate such violence, including Itamar Ben-Gvir, who supply the weapons to these people who perpetrate?
It's a signal to the whole world how seriously President Biden takes this violence against the settler violence against Palestinians in the West Bank. He's been very, very clear on that for a long, long time. It's got to stop. It's unacceptable. It's a detriment to peace and security, certainly there in the West Bank, but to the Palestinian people in general.
Is there any significance to the timing around the EO, particularly as sentiment grows in the U.S. Regarding the U.S. position in Gaza?
As I said, I mean, this process of looking at tools at our disposal really started in November with Jake's memo. That led to visa restrictions, and then that led to work with the Treasury Department and the State Department on another tool. And the tool that we're choosing today is this EO that will authorize sanctions. So, again, it all really stems from Jake's memo back in November to direct agencies to take a look at what tools we have at our disposal.
Is the EU deal, does that give any breathing room for the U.S. to continue negotiations
Israel didn't
for
agree to ceasefire.
the border in Ukraine? You know, the funding that is
sure?
The EU funding
Al
for
Jazeera
Ukraine, does that provide any cover? You know,
saying
as the US
Israel agreed
continues
to pause fighting.
A couple of things. I mean,
watch oil.
It's a financial aid package. It's not designed for security assistance, and it's certainly going to be welcome to the Ukrainian people, no question about it, because it'll help alleviate some of the financial strains that they're already under.
Yeah, they deleted the tweet.
And so again, we welcome it. But it's not a substitute for American leadership when it comes to security assistance, and that is why it's so critical for us to continue to urge Congress to pass that national security supplemental. There's $60 billion plus in there for security assistance for Ukraine. As I've said many times, it was carefully arrived at. The Ukrainians need it, and we need Congress to act on it.
Just quickly, did President Biden tell Prime Minister Netanyahu the executive order was coming?
We informed the Israeli government before it was announced.
Was it conveyed at that level, though?
We informed the Israeli government before it was announced.
Oh, just follow up on the timing. I understand you're saying that Jay
bonds,
issued a memo in November.
This would be, if
But
they
the
are
issue
going to
with
take off,
settlers
it'd be from
goes
here.
way
Otherwise,
back,
in
even
like
before
another
the
30
October
minutes, an
7th
hour.
attacks.
That would be the bottom. Again, I'm using the clock, not really the price.
Why did the administration, never take any actions and is only doing so now? I mean, is this a sign of political pressure to appear a certain way? Is that why the EO is finally coming through?
Not at all. There's a couple of thoughts here. First of all, to work on sanctions through an EO and sanctions designation. Sorry, I just hit your mic. That takes time to develop the tool itself, and then to choose who and how you're going to designate entities or individuals. I mean, there's a lot of just administrative staff work that goes in to the building of sanctions as a tool, and the designations that go with it. So I mean, this was a long time in train, and again, what you're really seeing now from us, the visa restrictions, these sanctions, it's an outgrowth of the dramatic increase in settler violence. Or violence on settler violence on Palestinians in the West Bank, which has been a result of the attacks on the 7th of October.
Is the increase significant? And is that what the U.S. government is watching?
This is a direct answer to the dramatic increase in violence that we've seen by settlers on Palestinians in the West Bank since the 7th of October.
Should we expect any forthcoming remarks or speech or comments from the president? There's been a lot of activity in the Middle East. There's this new executive order today, the death of U.S. service members. Obviously, we know he's going to the dignified transfer tomorrow. Massive protests today in Washington, around the White House and downtown, closing bridges. I'm just wondering if the president is considering addressing the nation about the events that have unfolded in the region, but also here in the States over the past few days.
Kept up a pretty steady drumbeat, I think, of talking to the American people and to our allies and partners around the world, publicly and privately. And I don't have anything on the schedule to speak to in terms of a set piece event, I have every expectation that you'll continue to hear from him about what's going on in the Middle East.
John, can you give us an update? There's some reporting that the U.S. has selected sites for its response to the fatal attack, including Iranian sites in Iraq and Syria. Is there anything you can share? Can you say whether the president has made a decision, or is it still a deliberative point?
I'm not going to telegraph.
Qatar
punches,
official, there's no ceasefire deal yet for Gaza.
Speaking about potential future military
and
operations,
oil's already coming back to
that would be the worst thing I could possibly do. The president has made his decision about responding.
I think you already could, if you bought that at the bottom, that would have been easy money.
He made his choices and
it's already recovered a lot.
And we're gonna move out. As I said the other day or yesterday, this will be a multi-tiered approach over a period of time. The first thing you see will not be the last thing you see.
Any update on negotiations to bring the hostages back?
No updates for you today. I mean, the work continues. We're very actively involved in these discussions, but I don't have a specific update for you.
Well, on the timing of this, we saw the 3 troops unfortunately killed this week. Why are we waiting now to do something? Why was there no action before? There was these increased attacks on U.S. troops in the Middle East. Why are we doing action now as opposed to before?
My goodness, there's been a lot of action. I mean, as the attacks have continued against our troops in Iraq and Syria, you have seen us respond swiftly and appropriately. And as a matter of fact, in previous retaliatory strikes that we have taken, you've seen us go ever more after the IRG specifically and IRGC targets. So we have
ramped up now. Talks are ramping up now.
Talks are ramping up
about the president saying he's picked up. He's made decisions about this.
I can't speak for why certain officials think it's in anybody's best interest to get out there and be speculating in public with anonymity about military operations in the future. I think that's highly irresponsible. What I can tell you is that we have taken this threat seriously from the beginning, and the attacks have been appropriate, and they have been more aggressive in recent weeks and months by us, is what I'm talking about. And now, as I said the other day, there are 3 American soldiers that were killed, and we have 3 grieving families. If there's escalation here, it's the escalation on the part of these militia groups.
John, Chinese warships are reportedly escorting commercial cargo vessels transiting through the Red Sea. How does the administration view these naval escorts, and has there been any coordination between the Chinese and us?
I know of no coordination between the PRC, the PLA Navy, and the U.S. Navy or the coalition in the Red Sea. I'm not aware of, I can't validate reports that they're escorting. I have not heard that reporting.
But if that were true, would this be something that the U.S. approves of?
Look, we've said many times that if the Chinese want to be helpful to this effort about protecting shipping in the Red Sea, then we would certainly welcome that. But I can't verify those reports.
Kirby, there's a report from my colleague that precision equipment for Russian arm makers came from Taiwan. Have you seen the report? Is the White House aware?
No, sir. I'm not seeing that. I can, but I'll take the question.
Yeah, right.
A couple of Republicans in Congress have called on the Speaker to put forward an aid bill for Israel without any offsets or IRS cuts of any kind. Is that something the White House would support, a standalone Israel aid bill?
We submitted the National Security Supplemental as a package, Ukraine, Israel, Indo-Pacific, and border security, because all those things are important to the president. He believes they're all important to our national security. And that's the approach that we're taking with Congress right now, to work on that package of funding for all 4 of those areas. That's where our head is right now.
I'm not sure which you would care to answer, but can you say whether the president will speak to the Arab American community or the Muslim American community well in Michigan? And if not, what is his message more broadly to them?
So a couple of things I do want to make sure that you all have, which is that the trip today in Michigan obviously is a political trip. I said this yesterday at the podium. It's organized by Admiral. You
ran away.
He's like, okay, I'm out of here. Which is obviously organized by the campaign. And so I'm going to let them speak to the trip itinerary. I believe they did a background call yesterday. So I'm sure you all have that information. But I do want to say more broadly that the president has met with Americans with varying opinions about the conflict between Israel and Hamas, obviously, something that I've mentioned many times at the podium. Officials at the White House are also in regular contact with Muslim and Arab American leaders in Michigan and across the country. And as part of those ongoing conversation that the Biden-Harris administration is having, and the outreach, obviously, that we're doing to the Muslim and Arab American communities, senior Biden administration officials will travel to Michigan in February. We're in February now, to hear directly from community leaders on a range of issues that are important to them and their families, including the conflict in Israel and Gaza. So I don't have any additional details at this time, but obviously when we're able to share more information, we will. But as I just stated, we do have White House officials that are planning to go out to Michigan in the next couple of days, if not several weeks, if not a couple of days to Michigan.
Could you be specific of who they are?
We'll have more to share. I don't have specifics on who those folks will be.
We've got two senators and 1 Congress member on this flight. Were invitations extended to the entire Michigan delegation for this trip?
A lot of earnings, baby.
Extend invitation to both sides of the aisle, Republicans and Democrats, when we travel into the state. Obviously, when it comes to the congressional member, it's the person that usually comes, the person's district that we're going into. So we usually have the 2 senators, and then congressional member is usually the person that represents that state, that district. Pardon me.
How is his relationship with Congressman Rashida Tlaib, who is clearly upset and representing a lot of her constituents who are also upset?
Yeah, which we've said many times that we understand how difficult this is for many. Obviously, many different communities around this time, as we're seeing what's happening in the Middle East, more specifically with Israel and Hamas, and we understand, we get that. And look, I'm not going to get into. We don't speak to every private conversation that the president has with members of Congress. Obviously, he has a long-standing relationships with many members of Congress because of his own career, 36 years as senator, 8 years as vice president, as you all know, and being president for the past 3 years. So I'm just not going to get into private discussions.
Sorry, so was she invited and didn't come, or was it just that Congresswoman Dingell was invited because it's her district?
Well, I'm just saying that we normally extend invites, and so the folks that normally come for congressional districts are usually the person who represents that district. But the Office of Leg Affairs usually extends invites to both sides of both folks, Republicans and Democrats. But we're not going into Congresswoman Tlaib's district, obviously.
Just to follow up on that, Corinne, is the president meeting with any Arab American community leaders today?
I don't have any meetings to speak to at this time. Obviously, this is a political meeting. All of the arrangement for a political trip, to be more precise, this entire trip was done and organized by the campaign. So any specifics on that, I think they actually spoke to that when they did a backgrounder yesterday. And so I would let the campaign.
They did not do a backgrounder yesterday.
They put out a background.
We just saw the note, but didn't have any details.
Okay. When they put out a note on this particular trip, a background note on this particular trip, so they will have that information as to why they, what's going to happen today and how they how they kind of put that together. I just can't speak to a campaign.
Can you speak to the event after the UAW event? Is that a fundraiser? Is that meetings with the community?
It's all political trip. You would have to ask the campaign who organized it.
General guidance policy. When the president travels, the White House often puts out detailed guidance of where he's going. Even if it's a fundraiser that's closed door, it will say the city. The guidance for this travel has all been greater Detroit area. Is there a specific reason why the White House is not being fully transparent about where the president is going specifically today?
To share. I mean, what we have in the guidance is what we have in the guidance to share with all of you. I don't have any specifics.
Specific decision today. Was there concerns about why the White House would not put out? Obviously, there's been a lot of protests.
I mean, honestly, not that I'm tracking. Not that I'm tracking.
Former President Trump, I'm sorry.
Can I just follow up on Nandita's question on the timing? This EO...
The timing of the EO.
Yeah. Right? I mean, we heard about the EO. We heard about the background call on the EO maybe like 15 minutes before it came out. And, I was just wondering whether it had anything to do with the Michigan trip so that the president can say something to American Muslims and Arabs.
I heard from the Admiral. He said that these types of things, these types of sanctions take a long time. They're not easy to do. They don't turn around very quickly. These take time. So I don't have a timeline for you. This is something that obviously the State Department can speak directly to. But these types of sanctions, when we do sanctions, they do take, in this particular instance, it's the Department, the Treasury, or Department of Justice, it takes time.
The president's personal reaction to families in Michigan who've lost relatives in Gaza, who are now refusing this not be abandoned by.
Good timing.
What is his personal reaction to stop and talk to? How is he thinking about today, and what's his message?
I mean, the president has always been very clear.
What's his message? All right, Chattadonia. It's game time. Time for the earnings previews. A little bit before 11. We're almost right on schedule. We're actually a little early. I hope you got a good PHILO. I hope you enjoyed the PHILO. But now we talk about gambling. I know. Funny how that works. But really, though. So, again, we're going to go over these earnings previews, and I'm going to share with you. We're actually going to do some work for you. We're going to go over what's priced in on every option trade, and then I'm going to go with the expected moves as well as double the priced-in move, which we have been using to make cheap plays. So we did a live watch list yesterday, and I made this clear a couple of times here. Just don't forget, the big part of the strategy and what I'm pulling off here is that my exposure is very minimal. All in all, the general idea here, whether you're playing a lot of plays or not, I am looking for cheap plays. If I really believe in a play, I'd be down to put more money in it, or I'd probably trade futures or the shares. And why? Because I'd want to get a big move. But on a lot of these plays here, earnings is a gamble. You don't know what is going to happen. So the idea that we're looking for is spending a very small amount of money. This is why I'm not using a stop loss or anything of that nature. We explained this live on the watch list yesterday because someone's like, what's your stop loss on these plays? And I said, my stop loss is nothing, because usually, imagine I do 5 plays for $200. That's 5 plays for $200, right? Average play is $50. I'm not trying to let it move around, the spreads widen, and then sell off at like a 50% loss, a $20 loss. It really wouldn't make sense. But that being said, how am I getting away with spending so little money? It is simply because I am buying plays that are not likely to hit. That's why they are so cheap. But if they do hit, they go crazy. Honestly, in the last couple of days, we've had 2 plays, TMO and Cardinal Health. They went up like about 100% to 50%. But then even Corteva yesterday, this was one on there. The 2 standard deviations, those did go up 1,300%. But again, if the unexpected happens, a small amount will turn into a lot. But if everything goes as planned or as expected, you are going to lose money. So with that knowledge in mind, we are not trying to spend a lot of money, all right? Sound good? Sound good. So be very careful. Don't put your long-term money towards any of this. I would not trade any of these in your long-term, and be mindful of what you are actually doing, all right? So on that note now, what do we have? What do we have? Are you ready for the big dog? We actually have a lot of earnings, man. I have some for tonight as well as tomorrow. But again, after hours, we are going to get the big tech. Oh, man, where is this? Got to load? There it is. So Apple, that's going to be our first one. Let's see what we're working with. Let's see what we're working with. Alrighty. And I'll tell you this. Apple, I kind of like how it looks right now. Why? It hasn't really moved that much, even though they had the pop and came down. We were talking about this yesterday. If you really want to look at some earnings, pull them up on a 30-day chart. If they look more pinned rather than moving, I'm kind of down with those plays, because I'll tell you right now, any of the earnings plays that have gone crazy, it's awful. I'm telling you, if it has already moved up a ton leading into the earnings, I would be very careful, because those are the names, whether they beat or whether they miss, the earnings reaction isn't really that hot. So we'll see how it plays out. But that being said, let me get you a multi-year chart. Taking a look at Apple, the biggest company in the world, they're expecting 117.99 billion versus guidance of similar to last year of 117.15. Products 94.5 billion, iPhone 67.9, MacBook 7.8, iPad 7.3, wearables and home accessories 11.9, and services 23.1 billion or 23.3. Gross margin is expected to be 45.5% versus guidance of 45 to 46. Operating expenses 14.57 billion versus guidance of 14.4 to 14.6. So analysts think they would have spent a little bit more. EPS expected to be $2.10. Revenue for next quarter is expected to be 95.65 billion. Gross margin of 45.4. Operating expense of 14.3 billion. Since last quarter, November 2nd, Apple is up 6.1%, S&P is up 14.1%, and XLK is up 18.1 or 18.8. Near-term options imply a 3.8% move. Last 4 quarters have been a loss of 1, loss of 5, gain of 5, gain of 2. Revenue has beaten 16 of the last 20 quarters with 1 in line, and EPS has beaten 17 of the last 20 quarters with 1 in line. What's EXPD? Yo, EXPD getting murked. Down by 3.6. So that's for Apple. They're not pricing in too much, but remember, 3.6% of $3 trillion is a shit ton of money. Just thought I'd throw that out there. So as far as Apple, it looks like they're pricing in... We're at 185, $1 above. That's 705. Yeah, 605. It says 680. I'll go with $6. So $12 either direction. So that'd be like what? 197.90 to the high side. Oof. So you could get these. So 197.50 is 2 standard deviation. And don't forget, the first number I'm giving, the $6, right? That is what is priced in. So right now, depending on how earnings goes, based on the option chain, Apple should move either $6 up or $6 down. That is expected. So if there's a $6 move on Apple after earnings, that's not going to surprise anybody. You guys understand that? That is priced in. So when everyone's like, oh, it's priced in. So the only way, the next plays that I'm calling out, I'm not making all of these plays. I'm just telling you the strike prices here. The thing about it is that these are what would happen if there was double expected moves. So if you really had a shocker, if you disagree that Apple, you think they're going to surprise good or bad, then these plays would make more sense. But it would be a $12 move instead of $6. So $6, the option chain is designed to move there right now. Anything above that, then we're going to be looking at these. So upside would be 12 or 197.90. So in this case, the 197.50s for 59 cents. On the downside, that would be what? We're looking at $12. That'd be like 173. You get the 172s. These will be close enough. So the 2 50-cent options, not bad. 197 or 172. So I don't know. I kind of don't. It's not pricing in a lot, but I don't know. Unless the only way Apple moves is if they come out with like a big shocker. Let's see how the premiums move, just because the chart has been hella weird. A lot of 200s. Yeah, damn. These came down a lot, so you're kind of lucky there. And then the puts, though, these were dog shit, and then they doubled up. But calls came down more. All right, maybe we'll come back to it, but no Apple play for me. Oh, pass. Next in line, Amazon. I could bring it to your door like I work for Amazon. All right, Mr. Jefe Bezos. What's much money? I have so much. Buy me a house, boat. Buy the country. All right, Jeff Bezos. So near 2-year highs. One of the only big tech names that has not busted out. So let's see what we're working with. North America expecting $103.9 billion, operating income of $4.5. International $38.75 billion, operating income loss of $941 million. AWS revenue expected to be $24.2, operating $6.93 billion. Revenue expected to be $165.96 billion versus $160 to $167. So a little bit on the high side. Online stores 69, physical 5.23 billion, third party 41.9, subscription 10.2, advertising 14.1, and other 1.3. Gross margin expected to be 44.8, operating income expected to be 10.42 versus guidance of 7 to 11 billion. So analysts are still on the high side. Operating income 6.3 versus guidance of 4.4 to 6.6. Next quarter expected to do $142 billion, gross margin 47.7, operating income 8.9, operating margin 6.3, and EPS of 69 cents. Since last quarter, October 27th, Amazon is up 21.9, S&P is up 19.6, and Staples, they're considered a staple stock, is up 10.3. Last 4 quarters, gain of 7, gain of 8, loss of 4, gain of 8. Or loss of 8. Revenue has beaten 15 of the last 20 quarters with 1 in line. EPS has beaten 13 of the last 20. And forward quarter has beaten 8 of the last 20. Well, not bad. What's that priced in, though? So they move a lot. So literally, like, 3 out of the last 4 earnings have been 7 or 8%. So let's see what they're pricing in. An expected move for Amazon. They're going to be like, what, 960? Double check, 155. We'll use the 157s. 925. Yeah, we'll use 925. So $9.25. What is that? Let's see the percentage. $5.8. So honestly, I mean, 1.5 standard deviations would be 7 or 8%. That could be interesting. So it's not pricing in that much, as weird as that may sound. So again, $9.25, $9.50, whichever, if you want to be more conservative. That's what's expected to happen both ways. That is the expected move, 5.8, 5.9%. So that'd be like what? We're doing 925. That'd be 1850. So 175.72 to the upside. Ah! Is that 175.72? 72 cents. And 157.25 minus 1850. 138.75. So the 139s. Let's see the chart. So 139 or 175. I guess beginning of the year is kind of near 139. And then 175, that'd just be a new high on there. Yeah, these came down by a little bit, but they still got juice from earlier. And then 139s, these just died. This is Amazonian. So we'll see. I like the Amazon play, but let's go over Meta first because I want to see how much those are going to be because I think Meta might be the one that has more explosiveness either direction. So we'll come back to that. But again, the 2 standard deviation strikes 139 or 175. All right, Meta, I have 2 of these. It's really long. So revenue for Meta, let's go to that one. My goodness, all-time highs. So Meta is expecting 39.12 billion versus guidance of 36.5 to 40. So analysts are on the high side. Operating gap is expected to be 15.3 billion. Operating margin gap 39.4. EPS expected to be 482 per share. Cash from operations 16.6 billion. CapEx 8.29 billion. Free cash flow 9.8. Daily active users on Facebook, 2.08 billion. Monthly active users, 3.0 billion. Engagement, 68. Average revenue per user, 1281. And advertising, 1250. Price history since last close, they are up 36%. S&P is up 19. XLK is up 24. Last 4 quarters, loss of 4, gain of 4, gain of 14, gain of 23. Revenue has beaten consensus 17 of the last 20. EPS has beaten 13 of the last 20. And near-term options imply a 6.8% move. Let's see. Honestly, Meta's pricing in way more. Yeah, so maybe Amazon might be the better deal. But then again, if Meta fails on anything or Zuckerberg, got a hold of his lizard father's credit card, you know what I'm saying? He could go crazy. So there looks to be pricing in, damn, $24.50? No way. 39, yeah, 24. Getting like $25. $25 either way. That's a lot. So 419, 420. Yeah. So 420 to the upside. $5? No, that doesn't make sense. That's 1 standard deviation. I'm an idiot. I didn't double it. Nice. So it'd be $50. 444.90. That makes more sense. Still fucking expensive as shit. $1.40. 394. I guess 394.99 minus 50. 344, 345. Still $1, dude. That's crazy. That's 2 standard deviation. I don't know. Maybe we sell premium. It's tempting, but yeah, I think that's too expensive. Let's do this one. Well, we already have it in the long term. So I don't know. I'd rather go with the Amazon. I'm much more comfortable with the Amazon after that. So I'm gonna go back and buy the Amazons now. If I grab one of the Amazon puts, and then I already have an Amazon call, but I think, which one do I have? I might not even have to buy it. I have the 190s, and those went down 8. I'll buy another call just in case. I get the 177. I'll just get the 180. Save me a little bit of money. All right, so I bought Amazon 180 call and then 139 put. Not a recommendation. You will lose money. This play is not expected to hit. So I like Amazon because it's pricing in 5%, and I'm pretty sure Apple and the other ones are a little higher, but it's still kind of costly there. What's the other one? 139. So I feel like Amazon could make an 8% move easier, and then the options are pricing in less. That's the only thing I like about it. Remember, it still has cloud and shit like that. So we'll see. But yeah, so first play out of Apple, Meta, and Amazon, I'm going with Amazon. All right, the next one, Team. This one I like, but the problem with Team, they've kind of moved up. You pull up the 30-day, they are already higher by $30, by 10%. So that's the only thing, but I think Team is actually a decent one. So Atlassian, they're expecting $1.02 billion versus guidance of 101 to 103. Non-GAAP gross margin 83.5 versus guidance of 83.5. Non-GAAP operating 21 versus 21. EPS 62 cents. Deferred revenue 1.6 billion. Billings 1.12. Cash from operations 230. CapEx 13 million and free cash flow 219. Revenue for next quarter expected to be 1.06. Non-GAAP gross margin 83.4. Non-GAAP operating 18.9. EPS of 59. Deferred revenue 1.74 billion. Billings 1.2. Cash from operations 347. CapEx 13.3. And free cash flow of 344. Since full year guidance expected to be cloud revenue growth of 25 to 30%, data center revenue year over year 31, gross margin 83.5 on a non-GAAP basis, and then non-GAAP operating margin of 20. Since last quarter, they're up 40%. S&P up 14.1, XLK 19.8. Near-term options imply a 10% move. So, yeah, this one's pricing in a shit ton. So even if it has to move 20% for you to hit 2 standard deviations. Last quarter, loss of 2, gain of 17, loss of 10, loss of 7. Revenue has beaten 20 of the last 20 quarters. EPS 17 of the last 20 with 1 in line. Forward quarter has beaten on revenue 13 of the last 20, and forward quarter EPS has beaten 5 of the last 15. Already look like a high price. Strangle. I mean, if anything, I want to sell premium on Meta. But let's see, this one's gonna be expensive as shit. Again, pricing in 10%. Even if it moves, this will probably be like a line. So they might get a big move, but if they hold up the move, the contracts could go crazy. That's the thing. I like Atlassian, though. This one's a mover. 25 points. We'll go with the 25s. Spreads are wide. 28, 28.60. Says 27. Could be because of the spreads. 28. We'll go with 28 flat. Call it a day, right in between the TD and the options. So 28 would be like what? 56? So 56 plus. So 310 to the upside. 175. A little bit of juice on that. And then 198. $0.60. $190. So just like a line, the puts are cheaper. Damn, they had a fat pop today. What the? Oh no, that's a line. I'm like, what the hell? The spreads are wide, but the puts are at least a little bit better. I don't know if that'll fill, but then these are all jacked up. These are 20 cents. So even the puts got a little bit. That's a lot of juice. You could do a credit spread and make it cheaper. Or a debit spread. Like you could do the 205. It's still $50. And then you limit your downside. I might come back to that. If you see any cheap puts, like, I like the $30 ones, but at the end of the day, that's a 20% move. So anything that doesn't kill it, again, $50 would be, it wasn't even like, where was it last there? You'd have to give up all of this. Oil next leg down. All right. So that's team Atlassian. Next up, we got... Oh, I don't have United Steel. But again, that one's going through like the buyout shit. I don't know how much it's really going to move. So we're going to skip United Steel. And then next one is Clorox. No Apple play yet. I might come back to it, but I really don't think I will. I just don't like it as much. Amazon's the only one we took so far. Clorox. The good old value play. So Clorox expecting organic growth of 6.1 versus guidance of plus MSDs. Revenue $1.8 billion, gross margin 38.2, EPS of $1.09. Full year guidance expected to be 4.3 to 4.8 excluding items. Revenue growth down mid to high single digits. Gross margin expected to be flat since last quarter. November 1st, CLX is up 25%, S&P up 16.3, and then Staples are up 7.8. Near-term options imply a 5.6% move. Last 4 quarters, 7% gain, 9% gain, 5% gain, 10% gain. Revenue has beaten 13 of the last 20 quarters with one in line, and EPS has beaten 16 of the last 20. My goodness. So they're pricing in 5, but they've moved minimum 5 in the last year. That one could get interesting. Let's see. So 140 right in the middle. 780, 820. This is 7. We'll go $8. $8 priced in. $16 both ways. $163. So $40 for the 162.5s. And then 131. So what do we say? 162s. And then 131s. That would be a 10% move. Let me see their last earnings dates. So November 1st and August 2nd. They've run up and then die, though. That's the dilemma. Let's see how they look. Are these up? There's a liquid as shit. That spread is wide. That's a 50% spread on this. They're all 15 cents. The fuck? I'm down. I'll go a little further out. But I don't like the spreads on any of these. That's the thing. You're getting scammed off the spread. So I went one extra to get it cheaper. I don't want to spend 40 on the call. I hate these puts. And then I went one closer for the same ask price here. And oh, there you go. I just fucked those up. That's a lot better. So I grabbed the 132, not a recommendation. And then I grabbed the 155, I believe, or the 165 on CLX. Yeah, 165 and 132. What'd I pay for the call? 24 cents. You ever do in the money options? I do at the money every now and then, but what this strategy here, you know, we've been talking about it a lot. Earnings are a gamble. I'm just trying to find cheap ass plays. So that's why we're going out the money. We're using what's priced in and going beyond. But the main goal with all of these plays is to just spend the least amount of money as possible while still just being on the cusp of having a better chance than not. So all of these are going to be super duper far out the money, and they're all expected to lose. So that's CLX. We ended up going with that one. Next in line, Skechers, I already made this play today. So I did this one in the morning. Let's see how it ended up from now. So Skechers, they only have the weekly, so it's pricing in like 5.5. Well, let me actually give you the preview. So Skechers, they're expecting $2.02 billion, a little higher than analysts. First guidance of 191 to 2.01, gross margin 51%, operating 6.7%, EPS of 54 cents versus guidance of 40 to 50. Revenue for next quarter expected to be 21.9, gross margin 49.6, and operating margin of 12.3. EPS expected to be 1.21. Since the last quarter, they're up 36.5, S&P up 19.1, and XLY up 17.7. Near-term options imply a 8% move, so this one's high. And then last 4 quarters, loss of 1, gain of 10, gain of 7, loss of 9. Revenue has beaten 17 of the last 20 quarters. EPS has beaten 14 of the last 20 quarters. What's this? Hamas tells Reuters, we cannot say current stage of negotiations is 0. And at the same time, we cannot say that we have reached an agreement. And then, where was it? Forward quarter revenue beaten 8 of the last 15. Forward quarter EPS 5 of the last 15. So literally 62.5, 550, 538. So it's about like $10, $11. So that'd be what? 74. So yeah, I bought the 75s. I bought these at 25 cents in the morning. And then I think the other puts, which ones did I grab? So I already bought these in them. I went early and they both dropped. So I bought the 52.5 put and then the 75 call for 25 cents a pop. And they both went down. So you could play those both for $10 cheaper. Save yourself $15. Scammers. That's me. So, yeah, not going early is the best. But that one's pricing in a lot. But, again, you get a little bit more time. And then I just like Skechers. It hasn't moved. That's the only thing that makes me like it. Their 30-day chart, everything. Like, these guys are pinned slightly up. 90 days they've moved up, but 30 days they have not moved at all. So I'm hoping that there's a lot more juice on that one. All right. Next in line. Deckers. I like this one too, but mad expensive. This one has moved a lot, bro, but I think this one just has dollars. If we could get a really cheap one, that'd be awesome. But Decker brand revenue 1.41, gross margin 54.4, SG&A 28.5. 28.6, operating margin 25.8, EPS expected to be 11.45. Next quarter revenue of 883, gross margin 51.2, SG&A 39.4, operating margin 12.1, EPS 3.46. Full year guidance revenue of $4.0 billion since last quarter. They're up 58.7, S&P up 19, XLY 17.1. Near-term options imply a 8% move, but here's the paradox. Last quarter, they went up 19. Then the other quarter, loss of 1, gain of 3, loss of 2. They've beaten 19 of the last 20 quarters on revenue, 19 to 20 on EPS, but they don't move except for last quarter. So this is going to be a tricky one. Probably going to be mad money. I did play SKX. I did that one in the morning. So I went with the 2 standard deviation plays. Calculate it, you'll find the play. They were cheap. I spent $50 both ways, but I bought them early. 7-time F1 champion Lewis Hamilton to leave Mercedes for Ferrari at end of 24 season. And then Yemen Houthis targeted British merchant vessel in the Red Sea. Yeah, DEC only has the monthly one. So they're pricing in $53. This is $65. I think we could go with 53 for earnings. This one just has the time. What would that be? 100? 106? There's no way. 870? There's still $1,000. Yeah. Like, this makes no sense. Too rich for my blood. Yeah, that one's going to be maybe shares. Maybe we short the strike. Short the share. Maybe that one we'll watch after hours. I'd be down to do some shares. Apple puts. No, that thing's crazy. Yeah, DEC. Sorry, DEC. I like that one. Next one, we have Orchard Island. I have no idea which one this is. Actually, I don't have a preview on it. Sorry. Microchip. MCHP. Everybody in MCHP, put your mother hands up and follow me. Yo, nobody stand tough. Notice that this chip stock price is not up. This AI got you gassed up. Now, who's afraid of the big bad NVIDIA? 1, 2, 3 into the 4. 4 GPUs, 3 GPUs, 2 GPUs, 1. Okay, I'm sorry. Every time. I'm sorry. I can't help it. Can't help. I need help. Microchip. Microchop. That's a lot better to say. Oh, wait, did I go over the preview? I didn't. I just started rapping it. So they're expecting 1.77 billion, implies 18.3% loss versus guidance at 22% loss. Microcontrollers 962, gross margin expected to be 64.3, operating margin 40.3, EPS 104 versus guidance of 109 to 117, revenue 1.66 billion for next quarter, gross margin 63.2, operating margin 38.1, EPS of 92 cents. Since last quarter, November 2nd, they're up 18.5, S&P up 14.1, and XLK up 19.8. Near-term options imply a 7% move. Last 4 quarters, gain of 4, loss of 7, loss of 1, gain of 1. Revenue has beaten 15 of the last 20 quarters with 1 in line. EPS has beaten 17 of the last 20 quarters with 3 in line. Forward quarter guidance has beaten consensus 12 of the last 19. Forward quarter EPS has beaten consensus 11 of the last 19. So they only got monthlies. They're pricing in $570, a little bit more. We'll take that. That'd be like $11.40. So that'd be $86.50. Or no, $96.50. 30 cents. And then $11 down would be what? 74? They don't really look like they move, though. That was not bad. Just cheap because it's still almost $100 stock. So, I mean, Skechers was a little bit more. But they are pricing in 7. That's the only problem. Those puts got a little bit of steam. You know, I'll go with the duper cheap one. I'm going further than 2 standard deviations. I'm going to just grab the $10 one. And then the $15 put. All right, I went further than 2 standard value menu on that. $25 both ways on an almost $100 stock. I'm down with that. It's pricing in 7, so a big move is already there, but we'll just go with the cheap ones just in case. I'm actually really happy with that one just because it's, again, I spent $24 both ways. That I am not opposed to. And it got a little bit of that chip action. What was it? 100 call? At 10. And then 70 put. That's such a wide range. One, 2, 3 into the 4. Raul. All right, so that's microchipnin. What else we got? That's it for today. So, Chad, there's a lot for tomorrow. So, what did we walk away with today? So, for after hours, we have Amazon, we have Skechers, Amazon, CLX, and Microchip. So, 4 plays. Not too bad. And we spent 24. Add that. So, 24, 48, 80, 90, $90, 128, 169, and then 180, 192, like $200, 210. So 210 on after hours. So now for the morning. Good morning. Do 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 do. XOM, I believe, is the first one we got. The oil boys. I don't think I'm gonna touch oil. Earnings. Upstream $5.6 billion, energy 2.0, chemicals 480, specialty 786. Last close October 26th, they're down 2.6. S&P up 19, XLE down 2.0. Near-term options implied 2.4% move. Last 4 quarters, loss of 2, loss of 1, gain of 1, gain of 2. Revenue has beaten 14 of the last 20 quarters, 1 in line, and then EPS has beaten 13 of the last 20 quarters with 1 in line. Yeah, we could probably play it after. I don't really like any of the energy plays, but I'll do it for you. They're pricing in about 230. Looks like it. Yeah, 230, 236. So it'll be like what, 470? Either direction. 106, like 107 to the high side, 29 cents. And 430 to the downside is like 98 and some change. So 98 or 107. Not the biggest fan of it, but maybe if they do really bad or really good, you have to get surprised on that one. So that's XOM. Next on CVX. So another oil. They all look exactly the same. Chevron, total adjusted earnings expected to be 6.1, EPS 3.1, cash from operations 11.9, CapEx 4.0, free cash flow 7.1. Next quarter production expected to be 3.3 million barrels per day. Total adjusted earnings 5.65, cash from operations 9.2, CapEx 4.09 billion. Full year guidance expected to be total adjusted earnings of $24.7 billion, cash from operations $41.2 billion, capex $17.9 since last quarter, October 26th. They are down 3.6, oil is down 3.0, and the S&P is up 19.9. Last 4 quarters, loss of 7, gain of 2, gain of 1, loss of 4. I forgot they did have a big earnings move, and they've beaten 11 of the last 20, and EPS has beaten 13 of the last 20. BP shutting down multiple refineries at Whitting, Indiana after power outage. UPS and FedEx did bad. Does that mean Amazon will too? It could, about the consumer segment, but don't forget, Amazon is also a cloud play as well. So really what people care about is their guidance on the consumer side, but then cloud, AWS, if that does enough damage, no one's going to even really care unless the other side's like absolutely abysmal. So Chevron. I put Chevrolet. I put Chevron in my Chevrolet. Chevrolet in my Chevron. Okay. 147.41. They're pricing in 290, 330. I got 3. We'll go with 330. So 660. Not Chris Christie, but 660. That'd be what? 153.40. So 154. So the 155s might work. And then what was it? 660 again. So 141. Slightly below. 140. 37. It's up to you. I don't like oil. I'm not going to touch them. But that would be 2 standard deviations. Again, priced in about $3.30 to move. SPY running up here a little bit. Bonds, I want another drop on there. But again, the bonds did bottom out at 1130 though. Like we were talking about. They haven't gone lower, so watch if they keep coming up. All right, next play we got is Bristol Myers, BMY. This one could be interesting. Great value play. Oh, wow, they're in the gutter too? Yeah, big value. All right, Bristol Myers expecting $11.19 billion. Let's see. These are all just a lot of the segments. And expenses, non-GAAP, marketing and administration, $2.05 billion. R&D, $2.3. Price history since last quarter, down 12. S&P up 17.6. XLV up 11.1. Near-term options imply a 4.8% move. Last 4 quarters, loss of 6, loss of 4, loss of 1, gain of 2. Revenue has beaten 15 of the last 20 quarters, and EPS has beaten 18 of the last 20 quarters. Let's see what we're working with. BMY. 40, they're right there. So $2. $2.05. I'm down. 405 both ways. That would be what? 52.63. Oh, still kind of pricey. And then another $4 down would be 44. Puts are cheaper. Surprise. That's weird. Why are the puts cheaper if they've died? Interesting. All right, I'm going to remix this one. I'm going to get extra time on it. I'm going to do a February 16th instead, and I'm going to just grab the same strikes. But it's cheap, and then again, I like how they've been obliterated. So $51 both ways. Young BMY. So 45 put, and then 42. Oh, 45 is a little bit better, actually. Yeah, right? And then 52.5 call. I would consider BMY for the long term. They're not my favorite. I like other names, but they're kind of a kingpin in terms of products that people use. But I do I'd rather get a Procter & Gamble or even a Pfizer. But then they're not bad though. It is at that price, for the name you're buying. I'm not opposed to it at all. What call did I get? 5250. All right. Wish us luck. They hit 52-week lows. Was it today? That's why I was like, yeah, I think so. I was like, dude, why aren't those puts juiced up? Honestly, even then, look at this 50-day. They're down on the 30, but you even pull out the 50-day chart. That shit's pinned kind of, so I'm kind of down with it. And then it was just at 52 not too long ago. So that one could be, it's just a slow mover though. So you're kind of paying a little bit more. But if you want to go the week, that's why I got more time. But if you want to go the week ahead, you could save a lot of money on that. You could cut that, save you another $30 out of that, $20 probably. But not too bad. All right, it's 11:45. We still got a lot of time. Next up, baby, the man, the myth, the legend. Some people call it Abivai. Other people call it Abivai. It is the one and only Abivai, baby. Oh, man. This thing's been taken care of long-term since 2019. Paying you 7%, growing 70%. You know what I'm saying, bro? That's it. The Botox, baby. To Rinvoq, to Sky Rizzy. Half of the commercials on TV are all paid for by Abivai. It is them, baby. It is them. There it is. Get ready, man. So Abivai, this one's going to be an exciting one. It's literally our biggest position in the long term. Amen to that. But let's see what we're working with. They're expecting oh yeah, and remember, here's the thing. I was thinking about something. Do you guys remember the last time we heard from Abivai? Homeboy was talking about really good numbers, and he said you'll have to wait till earnings. So analysts are slightly above the guide, but I do think there's kind of a bullish tilt already priced in. And then SPY's running right now. 48.99. You're about to get to the high of Powell as we enter into Power Hour. Power Hour. No news. If anything, you had that geopolitical stuff earlier, but no news right now. So Abivai, they're expecting 14.02 billion versus guidance of 14 billion. Humira 3.3, Sky Rizzy 2.38, Rinvoq 1.1, Botox 660. SG&A expenses 3.31 billion, R&D 1.82, adjusted operating margin 45 to 6, EPS expected to be at 280 versus guidance of 272 to 276. So again, analysts are all priced in higher than what the company last guided at. Price history since last close up 11.7, S&P up 15.5, and XLV up 9.9. Sadly, near-term options imply 3.1, but they haven't had a good earnings move in a while. Last 4 quarters, loss of 4, loss of 0, gain of 5, and then loss of 8. They have lost 3 out of the last 4. Revenue has beaten 14 of the last 20 quarters. EPS has beaten 17 of the last 20 quarters, and forward quarter EPS has beaten 5 of the last 15 with 1 in line. SPY's ripping. My goodness. We were back at 4,900, yeah. You're right below again, and then if we get to 49.03 to 05, that's kind of where we topped out, and then 49.06 will be the high of yesterday, which was still a gap down. So like we were saying, we might see a little bit craziness. Investment grade funds, 2.68 billion in inflows. Lipper loan funds see 410.30 million inflow, and then high yield funds see 2.39. All right, let's see the options for ABV. So they're 167. They're pricing in what, 480? That's like what, 530? We have 590. We'll go 550. So $11 would be 2 standard deviations. That'd be what, 178? 40 cents on an almost 200 stock. They don't move that much. And then it'd be like 156. So the 55s or the 57s. I hate ABVI options, but wait, what's the upside price? $11 would be what, 178? Yeah, they go crazy. I think we could just play it after hours, though. We could play it after the release, but they're going to do good. And then analysts are already high on there, so maybe they disappoint. It's not bad. I kind of like the puts at 20 cents. But I think that one will be better in the morning. But be careful, though. That one might hit. And I only say that because they were hyping it up on the JP Morgan thing. They were hyping it up on that, and then literally, how many times have I told you, if they break above like 170, 168, the floodgates get open. So that's the thing. If they have good earnings, I don't think it's going to stop. But I think we might be able to scoop it up, and then the options move really, really slow. So that's ABVI. The next one, I got to clear out some of these. Cigna, another healthcare. A lot of healthcare tomorrow morning. Oh, so they're kind of near the high. SPY's still working around that 4,900 now, right below it. Cigna, they're expecting $48.9 billion in revenue, pre-tax income $2.32 billion, Medi-Cal ratio 84%, EPS of $6.54. Price history since last quarter down 3.4, S&P up 16.2, and XLV up 13.4. Near-term options imply a 4.3% move. Last 4 quarters, gain of 3, loss of 4, gain of 7, loss of 3. Revenue has beaten 18 of the last 20 quarters, and EPS has beaten 19 of the last 20 quarters. Is 1160. 1160, I could get behind that. 1160 would be the expected move. So that'd be like 1320 if you double it. So that'd be 320. Almost 321. Oh my gosh, 245? Habibi. Wait, what was the move again? $13? And then that'd be like what? 296. Habibi, this is too much. This is too much, Habibi. Very expensive. You can't play it cheap. You can play Snap instead of Meta, yeah, for sure. This one, we should take a look at that, honestly, because we don't have any Meta plays. Oh, actually, I have that call still on Meta. That sucks, man. I should have ghetto spreaded that shit. It's down. I don't think that play is gonna hit unless it really goes nutty. Yeah, Cigna, too much. Next one, Regen. This one's going to be expensive, but this one, I don't know. If you really want some juice, this one might be worth it. Regen has been insane over the last couple of years. So Regen expecting $3.29 billion, net products $1.7. Expenses, R&D, $1.02 billion, SG&A, $645, EPS, $10.74. Since last quarter, they're up 21.3, S&P up 16.2, XLV up 12.6. Near-term options imply 3.3% move. Last 4 quarters, gain of 3, gain of 5, loss of 6, gain of 4. Revenue has beaten 19 of the last 20 quarters, and EPS has beaten 19 of the last 20. Yeah, I doubled up Cigna, and it was still really expensive. So they were pricing in 6, and then if you doubled it, it was like 13, $6.50. Oh, Regen. What you got, buddy? Yeah, Regen always pricey. So $33.50. Wait, 28, 29, 30, 32, 33, 34. So 34. So $68. That's like what? I got too many numbers. Too many numbers for me. $1,026. 285. That's just a wide spread, though. I don't know if you could get filled on something cheaper. And then 962. $894. They will not sell those puts. Even though there's nothing on that. Let me double check. Oh, these ones. You can't get shit. Someone got these at 70 cents. That was this morning. I don't think they've had a drop, though, in a year. Wide spreads. If you want to throw $70, if you could scam some of these and try to get a lower bid, I might be down with that, but it's going to be a $70. That's a $70 lotto ticket. If that hits, though, that'll pay. You need big move, big move. Power, it's not power hour yet? Wow. We did good. That's a $70 scratch off for sure. And SPY near high. The next one's Chata. Charter Communications. Brought to you by Tesla. Communicate with your brain while charging. Not officially sponsored by Tesla. Option traders, only financial, educational purpose. Only thank you for a full day. So Chata. EBITDA expected to be $5.61 billion, EPS of $8.72, CapEx $290, free cash flow $958, revenue of $13.7, estimated passings 572.0, 30 million internet, 14 million video, 8 million voice. Price history since last quarter, break even. S&P up 19.6, XLC up 20.3. Last 4 quarters, loss of 10, loss of 1, gain of 8, loss of 4. Revenue has beaten 11 of the last 20, and EPS has beaten 11 of the last 20. Let's see. So they're pricing in 24, 25, 20. Yeah, that's about right. What's that percentage? %6. Decent, a little harder or higher. 25, 20, that's like what? 50, 40? So 430, 84 to the upside. Oh, it's expense in the land. The villagers, they charge a lot in this village. My goodness. 50.4. 330. Oh, the villagers are expensive. Yeah, you have to go outside of 2 standard deviations. JP Morgan and BofA in talks to finance $13 billion docu. So we still got those old plays. Remember those leaps? Yeah, I'm getting that across the wire too. See if docu, I don't know, is that one running early? The leaps aren't moving yet, but docu getting a move on that one. And Airbnb and a couple of other names moving right now. And then let's go back to the charts. Oh, those are too expensive. Yeah, that one could move, though. Too much. All right, next one is AON. ION. This one looked choppy. No, AON, not AOL. Revenue $3.3 billion. Organic growth 5.6%. Adjusted operating income $1.1 billion. Adjusted operating margin 33.8%. EPS $4.07. Since last quarter, they are down by 6.5%. S&P is up 19 and XLF is down 20 or is up 22.5. Near-term options imply 4.5% move last 4 quarters. Loss of 4, loss of 5, loss of 2, loss of 3. Revenue has beaten 9 of the last 20 quarters. EPS has beaten 17 of the last 20 with 1 in line. This one don't even have the weeklies. $14. Yeah. 13, 14, 10. Docu on the low. Oh, Docu's getting murked. Maybe 13. Well, are they trading above 13 billion? Yeah, so they're at the 13 billion valuation. So maybe it'll trade. If that's what they get bought out on, people will hold it at a lower price until the buyout, just slightly lower. Yeah, AON. So what are we looking at? $30. $45. And then 55. You can pay it 100 both ways. Huge stock. So I don't know. How's Docu that valuable? They got a couple million customers, paying monthly. They invented the e-signature, pretty much. Argen related to regen? No, I don't believe so. You want Abiva bad. I do too. I hope I'm not. I mean, I have a weird feeling that I could get Abiva like right after they report, because sometimes it is small, but if they have a blowout, that idea will go out the window. Why would they sell out at a lower price? Well, remember people were talking about it and went up, and like why it's going down, just like think about it. Most names, you've seen it, they'll trade slightly below their buyout price. So if this is around where they'd get bought out, why would it, it's not going to hold at the price. It's going to trade at a slight discount for that like holding premium. I would add more Pfizer. We're going to see where it's at when we get our next deposit. Unfortunately, I have to wait till March though. And then SPY's ripping up. So Granger, this is our final one, ladies and gentlemen. Revenue of $4.04 billion, gross margin 38.8, operating income $577.3, operating margin 14.3, EPS of $8. Since last quarter, they're up 35%, S&P up 17.6, and XLI up 16.9. Near-term options imply a 5% move. Last 4 quarters, gain of 3, loss of 5, gain of 6, gain of 13. Revenue has beaten 12 of the last 20 with 1 in line. EPS has beaten 14 of the last 20 with 1 in line. What is it? GWW? $54. I'm getting 50. So $100. 1,021. $5, assholes. 820. 295. Yeah, that's expensive. Yeah, no Granger. All right, so we didn't make Apple or Meta play. I still have the metas. I should have I might even sell out of those, or we just hold the remaining 30. But I don't think those metas are going to hit. I think no chance in hell. There's no way it goes up to 480. And then what was I going to look at? Let's take a look at Snapchat. Just in case, yeah. Their earnings is February 6th. So they're next week. So you'd have to go over the February. These were fucking crazy, though, last time. $20 or 50 cents. Habibi. Wow. So what are they pricing in for next week? This could all change after today. So they're pricing in like $3.20. $6. Be what? $22 or 11. The puts aren't that bad. I guess 30. These are cheaper than the last couple of days. Maybe you'll double up on them. I'll save them. I'm going to go with Abivi instead. I'd rather take, because again, I don't know. I'd rather play Abivi instead of Snapchat, if that makes any sense. What were they? Was it the 180s or the 177s? Abivi's are juice, though, bro. No, Abivi wasn't. I forgot which one we said was the $70 lotto. Which one was it? I think Regen, if you could snake the chain on that one. Yeah, I'll grab one of the Abivais and call it a day. I'm even going to grab the put too. So not a recommendation. You'll lose money. 155 put, 180 call. Next week, AbbVie. The calls are juiced, though. So that kind of sucks already. All right. So we're done with our earnings plays. We have that old meta, I guess. I don't know if that one's going to count, but we didn't do any new ones today. We have Abivai both ways, Bristol Myers both ways, MCHP both ways, CLX both ways, and then Amazon both ways, and Skechers. So every play we have both ways. So not too bad. Not too bad at all. Let's see. Is the Russell leading right now? What the hell? He came out of nowhere. MPW is in a couple of weeks. Still much time left, Habibi. MM's printing with Josh. Yes and no. I mean, at the end of the day, you've seen it. Like, we're not spending a lot of money. So all of those plays, I think, again, we should be under $300 for like 7 plays. Like, I don't know. I feel like a lot of people will do at least $200 on one play in terms of the average, like, option size. So, I don't know. So you're just throwing shade for no reason then? Because I don't think so. You don't sound like you're aware of it, my friend. Again, a lot of times I've heard any, like, side-eye towards this strategy. I feel like everybody is overlooking that. That's it. Yeah, even your chat facts, you think the MM's lurking, this and that, man. Come on, bro. So where you at? No GGs either, bro? That's cold. But honestly, y'all just got to realize it. It's not anything crazy. As long as you control it, you'll be good to go. It's jokes. It's not jokes. You're a hater. But I still love you. It's okay. Don't even trip. Like I'm saying, as long as I'm keeping it small. You could lose a lot of plays, but I've never been so happy. Because it's just like they don't hurt. I'm more disappointed. I get more disappointed with myself when I play bigger on earnings and then they don't hit. Because then it's like you go $200-$300 on one, you're not there, then it's just like, oh my goodness. Amazon debuts generative AI shopping assistant. They said, hello, news before. Abivai will definitely die. They do it every time. That's the only thing. Abivai, but then that 180 level is going to be very tempting. I was going to do the Snapchat instead, but we decided to go with that. Why'd they name it? Rufus? Rupert. What's this? Youth Engagement Forum? Oh, this is old. Is this still live? No. that's it, man. We're done. I'm setting up. I'm making sure we're going to actually land today. Yesterday we had a bumpy landing. So we'll be good. And then that's it. Only have money for one play. You think Amazon or Skechers? I think wait till post earnings. That might be your best bet. If you're on a budget and you're like, oh my gosh, I only could do one, because chances are these are going to cuck. So the best way we've done good is by getting more exposure for a small amount of money. So like I'd probably just wait and then play the post earnings tomorrow, because think about it. If non-farms is good or bad and there's a big move and then there's a big earnings beat, you might have more follow through on that. So that's my take on it. Not a recommendation. Here, tomorrow is going to be fun, but then again, too, I'm still scratching my head over why we didn't price out the March cuts yet. So maybe we have to wait. Again, the amount of how many $1 trillion today? Meta, Amazon, and Apple. Some of the biggest companies in the world. My goodness. Yeah, X has earnings. We didn't go over that one, though. But I think they're kind of more related to the buyout stuff. That's the only thing I don't like about it. Some earnings come out right at the bell. Some you got to wait a little bit. I think Amazon, Apple, don't we have to wait like 20 minutes till Apple? I remember getting ABVI at 75. Sold at 135 to get your house. You remember preaching it before everyone. I don't know, is ABVI even like popular nowadays though? Like with Wall Street, but it's just done very well. Everyone just would freak out about Humana. But you got a house, baby. That's very exciting. So I guess either way you won. Either way you won, baby. Amazon and Meta, all the bell. Apple, 15, 20. That sounds about right. X big drop. What time is it? 3:17. All right. Get me some more protein chips. Bathroom, and then we close out. We're done with our earnings. We are done, and now we wait. Now we wait till the morning. Up to the morrow, my friend. Into the morrow. All right, let's see. How are we looking? Hold on. I need to see if there's a commercial break. There is. All right. Follow me on Instagram at The Trading Fraternity. I love you. Good morning, good evening, and get ready for earnings. BRB. Follow me on Instagram at The Trading Fraternity. Amen. Amen.
Basically 5 to 10% above what they guided for at the end of Q3 for 2024 would have us rethink some things.
Hey, Ali, we really appreciate it. Thank you so much. We know you're going to get a busy afternoon, but thank you so much, Ali Mogharabi over at Morningstar. Thanks a lot. All right, coming up, we're going to hear from the CEO of Royal Caribbean as the cruise line's outlook tops estimates on record bookings. Have you done a cruise, Romain?
No, I'm looking to do one, but I think I'm going to wait till I'm like 95 when I could really enjoy it.
5-10 years, kind of down the road. It's like right around.
Bad timing. Really bad. Right when I grabbed the chips, if you could tell. They're very good chips.
The top line.
No, CNBC.
For Amazon.
Let's go, Amazon. Tell
Amazon high of day. You want to comment on this?
Makes me nervous. you know me. I'm always nervous.
Yeah.
No, I mean, it's great. Look, this would be really good news, but I don't know how material it's going to be to the top or bottom line in the near term. But it would give us something else to talk about, and this becomes a 4-part story in terms of how it can outperform, not just a 3-part one.
Is this the season, Joe, earnings season, I'm speaking of course, of divergence between some of these names? Yeah. Now, maybe we got a little bit between Microsoft and Alphabet. Obviously, Alphabet's having a little bit of a rebound now, but we know what happened in the aftermath of earnings. Are we still talking about this AI story, however many stocks, key stocks you want to put in there, are going to trade together for the most part?
I think that they are. I listen. You're going to get disparity amongst the big mega caps. That's obvious. But look at a day like today. The market's being lifted up once again, and you're kind of washing away some of that negative feeling we had post earnings on Tuesday.
Yeah, Dow's up 331 right now. Look at the S&P. So we're back at 4,900 on the S&P as we speak. We're at 4,901. Looks like a 50-plus point gain for the S&P, which is coming off its worst day since late September yesterday on the March tantrum, which happened immediately after, the statement from Powell and then in the news conference from the Fed chair himself. So we get a nice rebound in part because these stocks are all bouncing back.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see the reaction tomorrow. Can we get good earnings and good follow through? We obviously didn't get that on Tuesday. We had a little bit of an exhaustive feel to it. I'm going to be curious to see how we close out the week, if we close out with some real strength. And I think at that point we'll look past these earnings and say, okay, the mega caps really didn't hurt us as we thought they were going to on Tuesday.
Malcolm, I'll give you the last word. Is the next leg of this rally riding on tonight?
I don't necessarily think it's riding on tonight. I think we got what we needed out of Microsoft yesterday, because I have been feeling for a few months now like it's Microsoft and it's everybody else, and I think they validated that with the numbers they gave us yesterday. You've been asking all week on the network, is the 33 times multiple too much for a company like Microsoft? And I think the answer is a resounding no, because we're talking about a company that's nearly 50 years old, has been public for nearly 40 years, is worth $3 trillion, and still somehow figured out how to increase top-line revenue by 17% year over year. So I think that the sky is the limit as far as the near term is concerned. And I think right now what we're seeing is they are stepping away from the pack, and it's becoming Microsoft versus everyone else.
All right, we'll make that the last word. In fact, great stuff, everybody. I appreciate the conversation so very much. Malcolm, thank you. Joe, Steph, see you guys soon. See what happens tonight. Don't be too nervous. All right?
Yeah.
Let's send it over to Christina Partsenevelos for a look at the biggest names moving into the close. Christina.
And to calm the nerves, the top S&P 500 performer today is agricultural provider Corteva. Its shares are popping about 18% on a profit and guidance beat. Volumes may have dropped, but the firm benefited from higher seed prices, and management's betting demand for grain and biofuels will increase later this year. And you can see shares are actually 17% right now. Activist investor Elliott Management telling CNBC it now has a larger 13% position in Etsy shares, making the investor Etsy's largest shareholder. The e-commerce platform also announcing today Elliott will get a board seat. Although you can see shares are up about 9%, they're still down 11% on the year so far. We just turned to February.
Yeah. All right, Christina, thank you. We'll be back to you before the end of the show, obviously. Christina Partsenevelos. We're just getting started. Coming up, what's next for the Fed? Stocks getting a post-Powell bounce today following that sell-off yesterday. New York Life Investments' Lauren Goodwin is back, has a rate hike playbook. Well, has her playbook where she sees some serious opportunities right now. We're live from the New York Stock Exchange. You're watching Close.
Rate hike playbook, or just a playbook. Good morning. I keep saying good morning. I think it's because it's cold outside, so it feels like the morning. Let's see what the earnings do. Do they heat things up or no? But yeah, we got 30 minutes or 40 minutes, 47, 37. Bonds are still up. They chilled out. Let's see where everything else is. Oil did come back too, so I'm glad I didn't try to make that flip on there. ZB in the bonds. Where's gold? Gold's still at 2071. That went back up. Yeah, we did all the earnings previews. We're done with all of them. We'll see how they play out now. Or I guess in a little bit. And then even in the morning, we're going to have a couple from energy and a lot of healthcare tomorrow. So that one will be exciting. Pfizer's on the high. I think gold was the dollar a little bit, but then again, half of today in the move on bonds, the dollar, gold, even rate cut odds, I think it had to do with the regional banking issues. So again, New York Signature and then that Japanese bank that had a problem with United States commercial loans. I don't think that rubbed well with people worried about it, but then it did lead into a certain effect there with kind of the fear trades, more or less. Cigna, I think they can move. I think the plays are a little too expensive. Honestly, it was very expensive, even for 2 standard deviations, but I think they're pricing in like 4% to move. But again, Humana did bad, but it's hit or miss right now in healthcare. You're either outperforming or you're getting clapped, but I do think Cigna is trailing behind the overall XLV. Oh, good. Meta, Apple, or Amazon. I'm just terrified of damn Zucker Lizard. That's it, man. Corteva 2 standard deviation hit. I know, bro. That was fire. If you hit it, good work. That was the last one we were looking at. I was contemplating it. But those one, I think it was 1,300%. That one was a killer on Corteva. GG, Douglas. Hey, man. You going to show everybody in class? You're like, what's up, son? You're like, I'm 14 years old. Y'all ain't even know a 2 standard deviation. You're going to learn it. You should take statistics whenever you can, Douglas Potter. All right, youngin? That's what you should be on. Get you in a statistics class. I already showed everyone in my teacher. You tell your teacher what 2 standard deviations is, they probably know, maybe. And be like, just don't flex on them too hard. Be like, I make what you make in a day, teacher. You're like, damn, okay, calm down. Zuck sells advertising back to the mothership to boost earnings when needed. I don't know, man. He's scary. Let's see. I'm 15 now. Wow. That's it, man. You're a grown man. That's it, man. You're growing up. That's it. One more year. You can't drive yet, right? When you say you were saving up for the car? Oil got clapped unfairly. A little bit, but then, I mean, it sucks because it dropped off the headline, and then the headline ended up not even being true, and then it's still down. So I could see that a little bit, but at the same time, oil was up a shit ton. So we're going to see. I'm getting my dad's. I got to buy a good, though. Make him give you a deal. Ask if he'll give you a loan. You know what I'm saying? Just like, give me a 2%, 1% interest loan. You'll be making a deal. And then take the money you would have bought and then go put it into bonds. You don't have to do rate arbitrage with your father if you don't want, but yeah. In Illinois, you have to be with someone at least 18 if the driver is 16. Like, every time you drive? That's stupid. So you can't drive? No. So if you're 16 years old and you get a driver's license, you have to be with somebody who's 18? Isn't that how it is everywhere? No. I mean, dude, I got my license at 16. I was driving everywhere. I had the little cassette player that you put in the... You would put it in your computer or the damn cassette thing, and then it have a wire that you plug into your phone or your iPod at the time. That was dope. I thought a permit you have to have somebody with you. They changed the rules in most states. That sucks. But then again, it's kind of good. Because, like, that kind of freaks me out, bro. Like, if you think about it, like, I be sharing the road with, like, a 16-year-old. That's a crazy concept. Like, honestly, freeways are nuts. You knocked on yourself for breaking the law. I don't think I could get in trouble, but I didn't think I broke the law. I did drive without a license, though, when I was like 14 or 15. Because I bought the Prelude before I even had my license because I really wanted a car. And it would just stay parked there. And then one time, me and my homies took it to Taco Bell. And then my brother caught me. Oof, he didn't snitch, though. Like, that's a homie right there. He didn't snitch on me. But yeah, I did drive before I had a license once. Can't believe I drove at 16. Yeah, it's crazy. He didn't say. He's like, what are you doing? He said, don't do it again or I'll snitch on you. But he gave me the free pass. I was like, fair enough. Fair enough. I waited. I had my 89 Integra before I had my permit at 14, mowed lawns. There you go. A good car, too. Yeah, of course I passed the driving test first. I think I only missed 2. I killed it, and I went to the hard DMV. I was at the DMV in my city. That was the hard one, too. I love driving, bro. I was ready to drive. I was ready to go, bro. I was ready to go. You still got 30 more minutes, man. 30 more minutes for earnings. I am Dizzle on the high. My goodness, this guy's. So AMD's kind of, where are they at relative to earnings? They're kind of right back up, huh? No shit. So they're pretty much break even on the week after earnings. They beat just bad guy down. Pfizer, it's trying to crawl out, but where is it from? Like, remember, it hit 28.50. That would have been nice. So they got a long, but then again, even from earnings, they're just like, what, 30 cents below? And then they sold off the 1.5 from their dividend. Amazon taking off early. Where's Bubba? Bubba in the China place. MP Dubs. Again, they got their downgrade not too long ago. I'm surprised with regionals dying. But then again, if they could sell off a building with commercial all going bust, we'll see how that plays out. But I don't know, man. Commercial is getting interesting. Visa, those AXPs broke my heart. So we have one day now for the money. That one's going to be a coin toss tomorrow. FCNCA First Citizens bought the SVB. So if they get clapped, that'd be crazy. Yeah, it just depends on the commercial loan. So like New York Signature, they didn't get clapped off of buying those assets. You don't forget what happened with SVB and all of that. It was all of these companies that had a shit ton of bonds, and then the money, and then the little bank runs that happened afterwards, right? So what happened with Signature, it's kind of the next level of the banking collapse, if it was going to really happen. It's just now it was non-performing loans. You guys get the difference? So it's one thing if you were just losing money on your bonds because you put all of your available cash into bonds at 0% and then they shot up, right? But on the other hand, if you start now having loans, like big loans that you gave out, start to get clapped, then you're now having an issue. And that's what started to happen with NYCB. So I don't think it was assets that they took over. It was just literally one of their clients ran into a problem and then stopped playing it and stopped paying it. How are those loans getting clapped? Because it's been another year of 5.5% interest rate. So if you had a bond, like, or if you have a commercial loan on a property maturing in 2024 or 2025, and you thought the rates would come lower and that you'd be able to refinance, newsflash, you can't. It's still at an elevated rate. So for some people, these rates don't make sense. Like if you have a commercial building that isn't able to like get, you know what I'm saying? Like it isn't doing good, or it's not up to par with the market, or again, commercial real estate has changed a lot compared to like residential, like it's very hard to get back 6% of your money. So if you got $100 million, $500 million loan, if the mortgage rate's going to be at 6%, but now here's the deal. Right now rates are at like 5.5%, 6%. What are they going to be at if you're distressed? Right? No one's going to give you money if you're already having trouble at this rate. And if they are, they're going to want a 9, 10%. You're not making any money. You can't make any money on that property. So it's kind of giving them another problem. You ever heard of Peter Zeihan? I think we talked about him last year. Does he like walk around and make videos? He's really smart. I like him though, if that's the guy. And he talked about bricks being nonsense. I like him for that. But if that's him, I fuck with him. Yeah, geopolitics. Yeah, that guy, I like him. Is a stock split the same as issuing stock? No. They just split up the stocks into smaller pieces. But sometimes they can issue more. It's up to them, but no, it's different. BTI going, wheat stocks were crazy. Remember yesterday we had that headline, and it went up, what, 7% since there? 10? Hugh Hendry. I don't know, Ray. Ray, how many times have you asked me? And have I answered? But at this, I still don't know, man. I sent him the email when I hear back from him. But yeah, you're mad annoying with that. But I don't know, Habibi. I wish I could tell you. Let the man live. He's living, though. He's living. I like it. I like it. Stock splits is taking like one piece of pizza and then turn it into two. But no, I don't think he's done an interview in a while. That's why. I think he's just living life, man. Living life. But I love that dude, man. You have no idea. Hugh Hendry's great. He's great. Why am I not convinced with the Apple? Just because Apple, like, it only moves like 3 to 5%. I think the only way Apple gets clapped is if they do, and they haven't done it in a while. You know your boy usually comes out Apple, and then they're like, oh my gosh, we're going to cut down on guidance. And they usually say that randomly. Damn, you calling out Ray? That's your only chat there? Well, now you're banned. So Ray ain't get banned. You got banned. The irony of all of it. That's his only message, he said. That's it, man. And the other day, he said everybody in the market's capping. Oh, yeah. That's it, man. The chat fax works. So I could go see, man. If you have minimal contribution, it doesn't even matter. You know, that's why it's just easy to go with. Chat facts, man. Check the chat facts. Bond's chilling. That 11:30 little bounce there, though. So we get one more day tomorrow. One more day tomorrow, and we'll see. How are we back at 4,900? Well, this is the high of yesterday. We'll see if this holds up or not. After the earnings, and then literally you'll be near the highs. You'll be near the highs by the time we get your boy the non-farms, which is still kind of crazy to think about. I think the weirdest part of today, and maybe we could blame the bank stocks, but once again, bro, your boy March rate hikes, they did not get priced out today, ironically enough. I think that is the craziest part of today, not where the S&P is. The fact that March rate cut odds went slightly lower than yesterday. Actually a ridiculous idea. So why we went up, I think it could be some of the bond reaction, but literally I think people were reacting to maybe banks getting clapped in future stimulus, and then we had a lot of geopolitical stuff, and then all of the pre-earnings went up like 2%. They bought the dip. I mean, there's a little bit of dip buying in the morning. Like I'm saying, those pre-earnings stocks, they all went up. So again, Apple, Amazon, every single one of them, they were already running. I don't know about relief rally or maybe just stabilization, but it's so hard to say because that bank stuff was weird today. Unfortunately, it had an effect on everything on the underlying. So the whole underneath the surface, that weird bond movement, I think you could attribute it there. And then all the other war stuff, that had a little bit too, but, I think pre-earnings gapped up and then everything else was just a little craziness. NYCB, they got more downgrades after the news yesterday. It was pretty much a continuation off of the bad news from yesterday. And then other banks now, especially if they had commercial real estate, they went down. And then there was another bank in Japan that had issues with another commercial real estate default in America. SPACs all day, less hassle. Shout out Fidelity. And then maybe the peace deal relieving pressure on inflation. That could be it too. I definitely think that has some effect because just a couple of days we were getting a little worried about, oil and Powell and everything else, but yeah. No, I'm still on the carrier. They're dead though. I don't think I'm gonna average down. Not until we get some more clarity on this, but I think that's done. And then Apple's up 1.3, Meta's still up 1.6. Even Nvidia and the chips bounce. Amazon 2.4. Sketch ad. Make a sketch ad. MPW could be affected by it, but we already knew about their problems earlier. So if they sell a building, they'll be able to do very good. But then at the same time, I know they've already had their issues with struggling commercial. It's not their loans. They have enough money to last them for a little bit longer in terms of like refinancing. But one of their tenants, that's the problem. So we already they had that before. But a bigger issue for the whole system and finance is like if other commercial buildings start getting clapped left and right, then we're going to have a problem. And like I say, I think that would be stage 2 of the banking collapse from last year. And by stage 2, last time it was the bonds. Banks were getting clapped on what they were holding. Commercial was struggling, but it wasn't like they were getting defaults from their commercial loans that they gave out. But if that starts happening now, and one thing leads to another, then it's going to be a problem. We've had some commercial get clapped, but it's kind of been more contained, or there'd be people to scoop it up right away. But it's kind of been a slow crash in commercial for the last like 2.5 years now. After NY. There was one other bank. I think Deutsche Bank warned about it as well. But then it was like, what was the name? It was like Azuzu. Who was it? It was a Japanese bank that holds U.S. commercial loans, they had a problem. So that's where we got a little bit more contagion on that today. Aozora. Yeah, that's the one. Aozora. So you could look into that one. That's the second part of this story today. And then you got all those downgrades. Yeah, MO's running, man. 3.8 is pretty big. I don't know if they had a 2 standards. Do we think it's more widespread? Well, people are only thinking, like, think about it. 48 hours ago, nobody was thinking that, right? But then New York came out, and that surprised everybody. And then another bank today. So the worry is there, but it's hard to tell if it really is spreading or not, if that makes any sense. So it's kind of like we'll know when we see it, or if it's like if a trend emerges and, you know, week after week now we keep hearing about it, then there you go. But right now there is a little bit of fear, but we don't know really the extent to like where it's actually happening. Yeah, those options didn't go up. The closer to the monies did. MODV 995. It's up. I like it. I mean, we haven't bought MO since a couple of months ago. I think that was what I bought before Pfizer. I think around these prices, I want to say. So we'll see. But then, again, their XDV's in a minute. Waiting for Moody's to drop a bombshell. But remember, last time they downgraded the banks, we were down for a week, and then they had their biggest rally. So, like, I don't think that shit matters as much, but, like, what's going on is big if it keeps occurring. That's it, man. If you just keep getting your loans defaulting, that's the final stage, more or less. All right? It's like if one bank after the next, like, Moody's could say whatever they want, but, like, if these companies just now are like, oh, 500 million loan loss, 500 million, 200 million, 300 million, and then like that will just, and then one after the next, and then it'll make all of the other commercial buildings harder to refinance, lower their valuations. One thing leads to the other. It's just that would be a big domino that starts falling in commercial and lending that could get a little shaky there, and then not to mention anybody else holding the paper on those. Is the long-term safe if that keeps happening? The long-term is always safe and not safe at the same time. Does that make sense? You know, your long-term is always going to have certain exposure, and if everything gets clapped, your long-term will get clapped. I mean, don't forget, you remember 2022, we lost a lot of money in the long-term. When the markets were freaking out, when everything was going down, you know, everything started dumping, but then, you know, you sit through it for 6 months, 9 months, it's able to come right back up. And then, you know, if you're able to make purchases during the calamity and get some really good assets, like, again, we bought JP Morgan at $116. You know what I'm saying? JP Morgan, when we bought it, people didn't want it. You know, it was yielding 4.5%, you know, not to mention there's other names that just keep getting plummeted. But so as long as, yeah, if you stick to the plan with it, that's one thing that's always going to help. But at the end of the day, it's always going to, you know, if big things happen in the world and it starts dropping, you know, it's like you're going to have to pay for it on paper. But at the same time, it does have the, you know, as things recover, or once you get through the storm, you know, it's going to come back up surprisingly. You know what I'm saying? Like our long terms, little by little, they dwindled down. But then, boom, when the market started to turn on the green light, we doubled up our portfolio without having to do anything. Again, you lost money unrealized, but you got it all right back, and then hopefully you had more size along the upside too. So as long as that's why I put yourself into, that's why I always tell you, don't add to the long term unless you're going to hold it for 10 years minimum. So if you're putting in money and you're saving properly and you don't need it, you don't, who cares, right? It's going to move around a lot, but it's like that way you don't get caught up into the fact of selling when it's lower. You know, my mom was asking me, she's like, I saw something. It said this S500, what is this? She said, they say it's better than real estate. And where I was telling my mom, about the S&P, she read something on how, the S&P 500's up like 50,000% or whatever. And I was telling her, I said, it is true. I said real estate, you get better leverage and it's safer. But the problem that people have with stocks, they usually only want to buy when the stocks are up. And then right when it goes down, it's way easier to sell your stocks than it is to sell your house. Right? And most people, when it goes low and they get worried about it, they start selling out their stocks. And then when it does finally go back up, they already sold out at a lower price. They didn't get back in, or they'll buy in at a higher price, and then it creates a weird dynamic. So it's the same thing with the long term there. But it'll always have risk. It'll always move around with things. But, if you've really got a good plan in place and you actually stick to it, I mean, over the years, you've watched us go through everything from COVID to rate hikes to bank crisis and all of that. And, the long terms are all near all-time highs, and doing great, actually, which is a beauty. It's an honor, not to mention the dividends we've been able to acquire over the years, too. You wait 10 years after the first or the last one. Usually the first one, you could judge it from how long you've been holding, but unless you put all your money in a bigger purchase towards the end, that's be reasonable. But like I said, it takes about 10 years to determine the efficacy of an investment. Anything less, I think it's just too hard to say. Things do a lot in a couple of years, but 10 years minimum, you're able to really know what's up. Why we rallied. I have a couple of theories, but I think there's a couple of head scratchers as well. But I think the short end did not reprice, although we were expecting it. That's the head scratcher, but that also could be lifting it up. And then I also think there was a little bit better of a bond reaction on parts that shouldn't have because of fears from the regional banking crisis. And then not to mention all of the pre-earnings gapped up a shit ton. Yeah, we did a couple of earnings plays. Any chance NYC goes bankrupt? If people keep selling off their shares and they need capital, just like SVB. Remember, SVB, they didn't get clapped until everybody made a run. And it started making a run once their shares went down, because then they couldn't sell shares for equity or do other stuff with their credit to make sure that they had a good enough barrier. So NYCB, it depends on how much provisions and money they have, but at the end of the day, it's kind of a self-fulfilling prophecy, right? So it's like if you think NYCB is going to go bankrupt and you're a shareholder and you sell out and everybody starts pulling their money out of NYCB, even if it's not going to go bankrupt, you bring that stock down 50, 70% now and then tie their hands in terms of what they could do, and then the value of their shares and equity starts to change around. Their hands start to get tied. So that's the problem there. Bonds waiting. No, I think bonds are just waiting for tomorrow. I think bonds also want to see when these damn rate cuts get priced out on the short end, and then whether or not we're going to have banking crisis. But this is what I was expecting this to happen. I pretty much sold off a little bit lower. Now it was getting crazy in the morning, but this is I'm watching the clock right now. Again, I don't think bonds are moving. They're moving a little bit on the extracurriculars like the banks, but bro, it's moving on the clock right now. Just little by little. That's why we'll play tomorrow out. We'll see what happens with the data. I hope the data brings the bonds down, because tomorrow, if the data brings the bonds down, just like we said today, I wanted a bigger drop, but we could be buyers tomorrow, and then that'll be flip out by the end of the day, and that's it. When you look at this, when your big bro passed, I'm next to kin. Oh, I'm sorry to hear, man. You could email me if you need anything to look at, but I'm sorry to hear, man. I'm going to stay here for earnings, of course. Of course. And we only have 5 minutes, man. 45 seconds till the final 5. Till the final 5. Death cross on Abivi. I thought it was a golden cross. Lord, please be with us. I like the cross. I will take it. I'm in Amazon, yes. MSI, we got microchip too. So I'm very excited for Abivi in the morning, though. It's either going to do what it does and die, or it's going to just break through those levels there. And then more gains, more. When's Abivi's X? Oh, no, we already met. That was last week. That sucks, though. I hope they go down so we get more drip. Otherwise, our next drip will be extremely high. And then gold coming up here into the close. Again, 10-year. You might get a little bit of that 10-year pop like yesterday today, but I wouldn't bet on it too crazy. Amazon, I feel like it might be status quo, but I do believe in their ability to surprise a little bit more. And if anything, they may do bad on this quarter and then guide up higher, or vice versa. One could do bad and then guidance good, or do good and then guidance bad. Because I need to get some water. I feel you. You think you've bitten off too much? You still have time to regurgitate it. Still have time to regurgitate. All right, Chattadonia. We're getting towards the close, man. I hope you guys are feeling blessed. It's been a great day. We're going to have another day tomorrow. So, again, a big day. I might be on early tomorrow for the non-farms. I should be. We'll see. But here's the deal. The new guy is going to come on, and he is very loud. And you guys have been such a great audience. I don't want you to end your day bad, especially as we're about to get into earnings. So when you hear me say earmuffs, that is your warning to mute your speakers. Why? Because it gets very loud in here. So loud, people have reported the loud noises have caused eardrum rupturing, bleeding, hemorrhaging, hernias, hemorrhoids, herpes, dormant BBB, spasms. I'm telling you, the list goes on and on. So I want to keep you guys safe. You can wear a mask if you feel more comfortable, but at the end of the day, the best thing that you could do is you could put your earmuffs on and mute your speakers, okay? So when I say earmuffs, that's your sign, okay? That is your sign. You mute the speakers, man. You mute the speakers, and you will be good to go. You will be good to go. So when I say earmuffs, okay? Earmuffs. Earmuffs, earmuffs, earmuffs. Go. Be careful. All right, ladies and gentlemen. We're making our final approach. As we make our final approach, you guys are holding on to any bags. Please throw them in the overhead bins above or firmly beneath your seats, or be coming through the aisles with a trash bag if you'd like to dispose of those bags. But as we make this final approach, we're going to be landing here into the second link terminal. Second link terminal description. That's going to be your nightly watch list and main channel layover around 4 p.m. Pacific time. Then we're going to be taking out promptly around 6 a.m. out of sunny San Diego, California. As we make this final approach into San Diego International Airport, it's about 55 degrees and rainy, cloudy, and windy. Not looking like a good day unless you bought the dip and you thought the crackheads would be there, or you just played the TLT alongside of Josh. But good news is we are no longer under COVID guidelines, so no masks are required. But all we ask is that you exit one row at a time and drop a GG on your way out. As always, we appreciate you guys' business. If you're interested in your Call Rapid Awards program card, please flag down your flight attendant, and we'll get you that as soon as possible. As always, thank you for flying with the coat, and hopefully have a wonderful evening. Let's go, Chad. Not much time. You have 1 minute. Go, 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 go. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, it's time to wrap it up. Bring it home. Finalize all the plays. Earnings, data plays or not. Data in the morning, 1 hour before the bell. Earnings on the biggest companies in the world after the bell here. There's still more after, but that's it. Even a little bit more on Friday. Shares, futures, options. You better make up your mind. Know which ones give you flexibility or not, but you have less than 10 seconds to finalize those plays. 4, 3, 2, 1. Ding 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 ding. Horna, let's go, baby. Oh, Chatadonia, we did it, we made it. I need GG's till the earnings drop. GG's until the earnings drop. You know what I'm saying? They're going to come out here. I don't know. I'm going to have to stop it once they get it. But I need a GG, baby. Whether you made money, lost money, it don't matter. You are in the game. And listen, protect yourself with the GG. Show some good sportsmanship. Thank you all for being here. Let's go, baby. Good game. Get ready. They could drop at any moment. Meta, Apple, Amazon. I think Apple's going to be a little bit later, baby. Let's go. Shout out to the members, the non-members, the stream alerts. You threw out a donation. You in the Twitch, the YouTube. You positive. You didn't get timed out. You didn't get banned. You are part of it. You contributed, baby. Good game. That's what I'm saying, baby. That's what I'm talking about. Let's go. God bless you, child. There it is. Amazon. Hold on, I just saw Amazon. It flew there. Amazon fourth quarter sales 93.26, product 76. Let me get the expectations up for you. Where's Amazon? Like I work for Amazon. Where is it? Amazon, Dex, Skyworks, CLX. Here it is. Yeah, why didn't it show up there? Yeah, Amazon operating margin 7.8, product sales 76. What were they expecting? What's AWS revenue? Let me see. Sales 170 billion. So they beat. They were expecting 165. Amazon EPS was $1. They were expecting 80. I'm trying to. Where's a damn cloud, bro? AWS products operating margin services 93. SkyWest. Amazon's running for now, baby. Hold on. I looks like a beat. I'm trying to get the cloud. There it is. International 40 billion. Operating margin 7.8. I don't have the easy numbers. Where's cloud? Show me the cloud, but they beat so far. Again, revenue was up by $5 billion. EPS was good, and I think even net sales was 10.62. So they were expecting 10.4, so they beat on $200 million on the net. I don't have the cloud sales, though. I don't know why I can't find it. Product sales 93, or services 93.2. Product sales 76. EPS of $1 on sales of 170 versus 80 cents a share of 166. So that's a beat for now. Ad revenue, I don't know yet. On it, I'm not getting all of the easy numbers yet. That's the thing that sucks. And then we don't have, but that's good for now. They're up about what was priced in. So if they keep going, if we get anything on AWS, that's what's going to make them go crazy or what's going to make them drop. So if they get, again, products and everything else was good. But if AWS comes in fire and then guidance, that'll be a 2 standard deviation. AWS is cloud, yeah. But I don't see the cloud numbers for some reason. I don't want to go and read through all of it yet. But I don't have the easy numbers. They see net quarter sales 138 to 143 for next quarter. Where is it? That's a little lower. So low end is on guidance for next quarter. They say 138 to 143. The estimate's supposed to be 143 or 142. So guided a little bit higher and also a little bit lower. So pretty much a plus or minus. AWS sales, you got it. You see 24.2. Estimate was 24.22. That one's not good. So again, they guided a little higher and a little lower at the same time. So this is where it might slow down. Meta, they see operating income of 8 to 12 billion. So that's better. So operating income for next quarter was estimated at 8.9. So they're plus or minus 100 or 1 billion to 4 billion on the upside, which is still good. But yeah, I think AWS kind of soft. Web services net sales 4x 13 versus 20%. Yeah, that one's not good. So AWS not too hot. So surprisingly, they did good. They did good on sales and everything else out there. Net sales guidance anticipates favorable impact of 40 basis point of foreign exchange. Yeah, AWS was slight miss, but you can't miss slightly on that. Wall Street does not like that. And then again, their guidance was like some of it on the high end, but it's there. It may cuck or it may stay up at 6. You got to wait for the conference call, but that could have been a great one, but they kind of had to balance it out there. They did good, but not good enough. Not good enough again. Well, see, 13% AWS. Again, they had 20% last time. I'm getting Atlassian teams coming out. Oh, Meta net revenue $14.02 billion. Hold on, I just saw Meta flash before my eyes. Where is it? Decker came out too. Meta EPS 533. Let me pull those numbers up. So revenue, let's see, 39. EPS was 533. They were expecting 488. So Meta actually killed that one there on EPS. Where's the revenue though? Let me see if I can get easy numbers. But so far, it looks like a beat on that one. Fourth quarter results. Revenue was $40.11 billion. So they beat slightly, even on the highest of any of the analysts. Operating margin, 41%. What were they expecting? I don't know about users. Net income, $14.0 billion. So I feel like they were a little bit lower on that one. Let me see if we get easy numbers or if anybody, maybe that's GAAP or non-GAAP. And then debt came out, but Meta's already up 7. Remember, they were pricing in a lot higher, though. So Meta was pricing in 8%. Wait, what? Declares a dividend? No. What? No. So they beat on revenue and no, fuck out of here. You're lying to me. You're lying to me. That's amazing news. Oh my God, I'm happy about that. Bullshit. Initiates quarterly dividend. What the fuck? We had a good quarter. Community and business continues to grow. Wait, how much is it going to be? Initiates quarterly dividend. Daily active users, 3.1 billion increase year. They killed it on users. Hold on. Daily was 3.1? Yeah, that's crazy. Is that just for Facebook? No, family. No, Facebook. I don't know what the family users were. Facebook was 2.11. They beat on that. They killed it, bro. And that dividend news. Bro, that's insane. 50 cents per share? Are you kidding me? Yeah, we're 2.11 billion. Meta monthly active 3.07. So again, they beat a little bit on that by 100 million. We're getting a dividend on those shares, bro. That's crazy. Thank you, Mark Zuckerberg. He's giving us the money he would have been spending on a headset. That's amazing news, bro. Everything, again, they beat on everything else, it looks like. I don't know any of the numbers. I have all the other ones if we want to read through it. Costs and expenses were 23.7. Where's CapEx? Whoa, I feel like CapEx was on the year, though. I don't have on the quarter. That could be very high. We're 7.9 in the fourth quarter. So CapEx even went lower. And then $50 billion buyback and a dividend. Bro, that's crazy. That's crazy, bro. So you mean to tell me we got another dividend stock in our portfolio and it's up 300%? That's amazing. And the $50 billion buyback. That's best of both worlds. He paying you and he's buying back your equity. Oh, yeah, they might do it. I don't know, man. 10% is priced in. That could be too. It sucks because the report wasn't 2 standard deviations. CapEx did go a little lower, and I think that's the good news. But at the end of the day, I do think the other stuff is, I think the dividend's a surpriser, and then not spending as much money. That's crazy. So again, maybe, I don't know. We had the what do we have? 470s. So again, you get another standard deviation. Those will hit. But that's surprising. Yeah, their net income did do good, and users beat. I'm going to get the easy number. There's a lot. I have all of their, like, quotes and shit. Declared cash dividend of 50 cents. Outstanding shares payable on March 26th to record holders of February 22nd. Initiated several restructuring to pursue greater efficiency. Again, cost of revenue was an increase. We expect total revenue in 2024 to be in the range of 34.5 to 34.7, but our guidance assumes foreign currency neutral. We expect expenses to be in the range of 94 to 99 billion. That's what you, again, they're not even spending a lot as much. Yeah, see? 94 to 9. Again, that could have been a lot worse. So again, they beat on there too. My goodness. They're going to increase spending significantly in 24. We expect higher infrastructure related this year, given increased capital investments. We expect depreciation expenses in 24 to increase at a larger amount. We anticipate growth in payroll expenses. And then finally, for reality, we expect operating losses to increase meaningfully here. Dude, he's just, honestly, that's not good at all. They're hiding all that good news. They're hiding behind all of this spending for next year. Yeah, so again, it's rocketing up here 12, but I think it's hiding behind the dividend and buyback. They just said Reality Labs expect operating losses to increase meaningfully. Oh, DEC is going. Damn, that's a 2 standard deviation. Remember, it was $100. I don't know. Maybe Meta might come down. I don't know. Unless I think people, again, it's paying a dividend, though. I think a lot of people are going to be focusing on that. But there isn't good spending. They expect capital will be in the range of 30 to 37. The cap, that's not as bad, though. So it sounds bad in words, but they're saying 30 to 37, and then what, 90 to 90, 94 to 99? So overall, they beat revenue. Guidance was 30. They raised up on guidance, even the high end. And then capital, wait, no. CapEx is lower, but costs are going to go higher. So hold on, though. Again, it doesn't sound good on paper, but the consensus was $33.2 billion for CapEx, and they're coming in at 30 to 37. So it might be plus or minus $4 billion. It could be where, honestly, it's not that bad. Again, this is the same guy who has doubled up CapEx at some other years. So so plus or minus 4. Mm-hmm. And then daily, everything else beat, though. And then now, dude, it pays a dividend. That's still mind-blowing to me. So now it'll go through dividend. It will, but the dividend's not that much. You got to think about it. Like, what's 50 cents on $440? You're getting paid less than 1%. You're getting paid 0.1% dividend. So this is just like an effort to, make you feel good. Oh, so is it $2 a quarter? Yeah. So maybe it's $2 a year. So $2 divided by 440. You're getting 0.5%. So just like Disney. I think it's quarterly. So then you're going to get, quarterly dividend. So $2 a year. Which isn't bad, but it's 0.5%. It's not like you're getting any. Oh, yeah, wait a minute. Hold on. We bought in at 91. I forgot about that. So if we're getting $2 and we paid $91 a share, we're actually getting 2.2%. That's not bad, actually. Yeah, so based on our purchase price in the long term, we're actually getting quite a deal off of that. Yeah, not bad at all. I'll take it. That's good. Yeah, you're getting 2% cash back on the 3, and it's up 300%. Long term. Oh, Skechers died. We need another $5 and that'll hit. But I think Meta is going to be the main event. Literally, SPY's going crazy off of it too. That's crazy news. Apple, I forgot we even have Apple. Screw Apple. Meta is just the king now. It pays a dividend, bro. But honestly, the CapEx wasn't as good, but they plus or minus it. They could save money or spend just as much as they said they're going to save there. So, yeah, they didn't do that bad. During 3 months ended, we recorded total restructuring of $4 billion and 4.6. Yeah, screw Apple, man. That's Meta, bro. Dividend, not good. Rather use the money for growth. Don't forget, it's Mark Zuckerberg. I would rather have this fool pay me 50 cents a share than spending 10 times that amount trying to build a headset. So at least if he's blowing money, at least he's giving some back to shareholders and then even buying back this stock too. That's the crazy part. He's buying back this stock and paying the dividend, but you know, as he's at least paying us to stay along his little ride of him just dumping money. So I'm down, honestly. I know, I understand how it would be good. And then even on our purchase price, we're actually getting a really good yield. So, I mean, if they ever cut rates, you know, what we're getting on our Meta shares is phenomenal. Again, we only paid $90 a share. That dividend is actually pretty good. Let's see. Apple is getting up there. I think it's just reacting to Meta right now. And then Skechers. So Skechers did $1.9 billion in revenue. Estimate was 2.03. They were expected to do better. Gross margin 53.1. Operating 6.6 versus 6.7. EPS guidance 105 to 110. Estimate was 120. Revenue 2.1 to 2.2. Estimate was 2.19. Full year 3.65 to 3.85. Estimate was 4.18. Revenue 8.6 to 8.8. Revenue was 8.9. So Skechers missed and lowered their guidance, and capital expenditures were off by a lot too. So Skechers missed, guided lower, and spending more money. So we might hit on Skechers if we're lucky. We need, what, $5 more bucks? Actually, no, we need $2 more. We'll be in the money on Skechers. And we have time on Skechers, so hopefully that one works out. Yeah, that one wasn't good, though. So yeah, it has to stay there, though. It has to stay there. Meta keeps going. And then what's the other one? MCH? What's Microchip? I don't even know the ticker. Matchbox? What the hell is that stock called? MCHP. Is that Highway Patrol? So it's down. Not enough, though. That one was pricing in a lot. Snap is ripping. Yeah, so again, we're waiting on that. Skechers was bad, though. That one might keep dying, but we're already at 2 standard deviations. $1 away on Skechers. But again, they guided lower, missed on this earnings, and then said they're going to spend 50 to 100 million lower and lowered full year guidance. US Steel 67 versus 26. I have CLX as well too. Yeah. Did they report? Oh wow, CLX. We might have got some hitters. CLX. We have 165s. They were probably pricing in a decent amount, but that one could still be good if that could run up there. Apple is not out yet. Team gave it up. Yeah. But Meta, too. We might get lucky on Meta. You get the right conference call. We'll see. But, yeah, man, that's it. Meta just damn. Bro, a dividend. We are getting 2.9 on our shares. That's insane. That's insane for if you bought it at a low. If you're buying it now, you're not getting anything, but Mark Zuckerberg's rewarding all of the early shareholders. That's amazing, bro. That's cash flow now off of a growth stock 10 years later. We have a Meta play, but it's far out there. It's far out there. Our average is like $91, I believe, on Meta. Everybody in the cult, if you got it. Remember, we bought Meta on the dip. Live in on direct, or if you got it on the long-term alerts. Free long-term alerts, baby. Free long-term alerts. So based on the price we bought it at, that $2 a year is fire for our dividend. That's actually insane. It's beautiful. Wingstop and a $50 billion buyback. Do you think the Meta will pay? If we get lucky, if that conference call goes good, then but you still need another $30 to hit. But it should go up though in general if it holds up here. selling it. I mean, someone said they sold Meta. I don't know. I don't get it, though. This is why I don't like selling things in the long term, because at some point, Meta now, it's already paid for itself. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, I like, it's now growing in our portfolio. And now if it's even going to bring back some cash flow, man, I'm happy about that. But it's just like, I guess what? At our rate, even in like 20 years, you'll get all of your Meta money back. And then that's not including any of the gains. So it's kind of just like, I don't know. I think I let it build and now I could go buy other stuff. But I hope it works out, though. I mean, at the end of the day, you know, some go good, some go bad. But, you know, just hold it long term, bro. Hold it long term. And again, this is why, because like, dude, we're a lot of people like are looking at Meta. We're talking a different Meta. You know, once you buy it so cheap, that's it. How big can it get? As big as you would be surprised. What if they split? If they end up doing another split, or down the road, if it keeps just getting crazy, dividends, special dividends. So it just pays for itself. That's why I'm like, it doesn't even matter the littlest amount of money. I am all about that life. I would not buy Meta in the long term now, no. Again, we're talking, that's why I said, it's just different Meta. You know, the longer you hold, the less risky it becomes. Exactly. We bought it at 90, so I wouldn't recommend buying it at 443. Just not quite there for me. Discovers and previously announced. All right, where's Apple, man? I got 2 Metas. I thought Meta was Apple. Where is it? Hey, no, AWS was bad. It wasn't the worst, but in the scope of Wall Street, I'd say it was bad. I don't think they did good. But now you have good earnings. After Meta now and a couple of these other moves, everyone's getting a little bit hyped up on this shit. And then let's go over Clorox. We might get a hitter on that as well. Well, we need all of these to fucking hold up. Hopefully the non-farms doesn't get rid of our earnings gains. That's so if you're excited about like some of these earnings plays going up, don't forget, non-farms in the morning. FTC may impose added restrictions on ability to operate. Oh, I think they're talking about the child thing that they were going through there. Oh, what the fuck? Is that Clorox? Yo, Clorox organic growth 20%. Estimate was 6.1. Health and wellness 25. Estimate 5.2. Household 9. Estimate was 5.2. Lifestyle 21. Estimate was, is this real? Bro, Clorox blew it out of the water. I'm reading these numbers now. Revenue, wellness 720 versus 630 a year ago. Household 520 versus 460. Lifestyle 403 versus 332. Gross margin 43.5 versus 38. Yeah, Clorox killed it. They beat, bro, we're talking 6% expectations. Organic growth went up 20. So I don't know. I think that one might hold up. So literally they were expecting EPS of 109. They reported 216. Revenue of 199 billion, but revenue only went up by 200 million. But then net sales increased to 16 compared to 1% a year ago. And then full year guidance 530 to 550. Prior guidance was 430 to 480. Estimate was 460. So full year guidance is up over $1 on the year. And then net sales now expected to be down slightly to reflect progress they've made in Q2 and raise expectation in second half. Gross margin now expected to be up 200 basis points. Yeah, they killed it. Interesting. And Snap getting... I'm surprised Amazon keeps going. Where's damn Apple? Is Apple in 7 minutes? Apple, where are you at, buddy? So that's it, man. First cash dividend on Meta. That one's mind-blowing, bro. Who would have thought? I guess 10 years, 12 years later. Shit, I guess it makes sense. But that's fast. Some companies will go a long time before that. Meta's growing into the next stage now. Just thank God we're getting some of the money. But I'm still scared of Mark Zuckerberg and what he's going to spend. Amazon's ripping now. So we'll see. Man, maybe did we get the closer to the money Amazons? Yeah, I should have grabbed those 170s. But it's running there. But that's wild. Amazon's running, Skechers down. So again, Skechers down, Clorox up. We could get hooked up if those hold. Otherwise, we'll see where these guys take us. Again, the whole market, again, after hours. You're big tech, bro. This is a lot different than Tuesday. That's the thing, man. The non-farms could still fuck up all of this. That's the irony. Or it's not going to screw it over, but the non-farms could give you one of those pullbacks, and then if it runs up, it's not the same as gapping up holding. MCHP, how did that one do? They're still down. That one's going to be a cuck unless it moves big. Well, non-farms will just kill your premium. That's it. They're just going to drop it and pop it, and then that's the day. You get what I'm saying? So they might end up high, but if they drop at the beginning and then it takes them all day, there you go. But on that note, I'm going to go pee before Apple. We got a couple of minutes. Give you some uncle. What a day, bro. Happy meta day. You got a dividend now. Shout out to long term.
Call, baby. Yeah. It's a letter to the people, I'm penning it like I'm Paul. It don't matter about the evil, it matter about the God. It don't matter about the weapons, it matter about how you armed. All that matters is the weather, when weather to bet the farm. I ain't gotta see it to believe it. If it's signing, then it's deeded. And my eyes don't need a reason. I won't even try to explain it unless it say I got a feeling. I'm gonna sing my praise like David, but the king is still a killer. Listen up and go and get the tropes. Hope you know you ain't scared of them, they scared of you. And I know you might be scared to take that point of view. You see them arrows in my back? Yep, son, that's gonna happen too. But the harvest on the way, you gon' barter every day. That means you have to make a trade, either life or it's the grave. The result will not remain, every day will bring a change. Kinda funny and it's strange how the hope will pave the way. You hearing what I say? The only difference between you and them comes down to faith. There's a difference in the man who believes in a better day. Cause once you believe it's past, you're willing to wilt away. We was never willing to be the same. We want it all in the long run, they want it all today. My father is really awesome, don't bother with giving snakes. Regardless, I can't control it, so either way, giving thanks. Yep, you could take that one to the bank. A leader without a rank, a speaker without a face, a people without a race. They eating without a taste, they scheming without a safe. The meanings have been replaced. Another time, another place, we could talk about it. Keep some oil in them lamps, don't get caught without it. Want them once, want them twice, they never talk about it. If you never get a second chance, then that ain't meant to happen. What I understand is you ain't trying to understand. Take 100 grand, then 100 undergrads. Pay them all to make a plan, but they couldn't comprehend what it means to never die, but somehow still be born again. It's a letter to the people, I'm penning it like I'm Paul. It don't matter about the evil, it matter about the God. It don't matter about the weapons, it matter about how you armed. All that matters is the weather, when weather to bet the farm. It's a cult.
It's a cult, baby. Oh my goodness. What's next? Apple. We're waiting on the final. What if Apple just shits on everything, though? You got to keep that in mind, man. You got to keep that in mind. Apple still might mess with us. Oh my goodness. Yeah, he lost a lot on they said even they're expecting to lose meaningfully on Reality Labs. Shit, man, at least he paying me now. Fuck it. Now you have no idea, bro. A dividend on Meta. It's a new era. Even again, it's nothing at this price, but for all of the early shareholders, this is huge. This is huge, bro. I'm telling you, it's actually kind of insane. And then buybacks as well. But then the CapEx range got lowered as well as raised. So he still kind of has a leash on his spending, I hope. But other than that, I mean, I'm not. And then everything else beat, added revenue. It's looking good, man, even the users. So we're going to find out. But let's see what he says on the conference call. But that one wasn't bad, man. That wasn't bad. Let's go. I think 2 standard deviations are about to hit on that. We were a little bit higher, but that play should be. Again, I think people might get crazy. I can't wait to see what the analysts say. I don't think anybody was expecting a dividend on damn Meta. Like, it's crazy. It's crazy. In the long term, we only got 25. I mean, I got Meta from 12 years ago, so I'm very happy about this one. But, you know, even in our long term, bro, that we had one small deposit. It's going to be worth like 8-9 grand already. We're getting like 2.9 on the long term shares. It's beautiful. It's beautiful. All right, 20 seconds, man. 10 seconds. Beep, 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 dot. Oh, there it is. It ran across. EPS 218, sales 119.6. I think that was in line. Net revenue, 33 iPhones or MacBook 7.7. Services 23.1. I think that's a slight beat. iPad revenue 7. iPhone 69.7. So again, I think that's kind of lowered or into the lower one. And then China revenue 10.1. It pumped a little bit, but it's already coming back down. We'll see the easy numbers in a second, or let me pull up the guidance here. Let's see what we got. AAPL. So revenue 119.5, estimate 117, EPS 218 versus 211. First quarter products 94 to 46, estimate was 95, and then China revenue 20. I got 10 versus 23. And then let's compare the segments now. So iPhone was supposed to be 67.9. They did 69, so they beat, but then a lot of analysts lowered it. MacBook beat 7.78 versus, 7. They missed by 0.3. Where's iPad? iPad 7.02. So iPad even missed, and then wearables. Where is the wearable? 11.95. Wearables were 11.3, so they beat on that. I'm already in the 470 on Meta, so we'll ride it out tomorrow, and then we'll have a week to hold it. So we might get lucky on Meta, depending on how it is. But Apple, again, I think beats in some areas, soft, borderline in line. EPS was good. And then where was services? 23.1. Estimate was 23.3. So kind of they were probably going to be the cuck. Kind of like Amazon, but Amazon had more bigger of beats there. But I don't think anybody cares about that in general. I think, again, the other ones are taking over. I don't think they'll go 10%, 5%. They might just dance around. 450 now on Meta. I think that's 2 standard deviations, no? So they were pricing in 30, right? So now they're at 60. I went further than 2 standard deviations. That's the crazy part. So, but I do think 2 standard deviations on Meta hit now. Yeah, 445, that's it. You got 2 standard deviations and even 3. That might be 3, bro. I'm telling you. Nobody was expecting it right there. So that's it. You should have 1,000%ers on Meta, and I think that one will hold unless he comes out on the conference call like an asshole. And then where's the other one? CLX. Yeah, I don't think Apple's going to cuck. And then that's it, man. And Skechers, we were close to the money on that one. So we'll see. We have a lot of opportunity tomorrow. With all the plays that we made today. And then that's it. And then Apple, everyone's going to ignore Apple as long. Again, Apple didn't do that bad. I don't know about they're going to be like the first one. They log higher sales quarter, ending streak of shrinking growth. But it's all about Meta and then Amazon and then these random ass plays like Clorox that just went crazy. My goodness. Ocho Chico. Yeah, Apple, China. Again, I don't know. I see 10 billion. What were they expecting? I saw another number. But where was Greater China? Why don't I have that segment up there? But I don't know how that's going to play out. I don't know when's Meta's earnings call. Greater China was 20. Estimate was 23. Yeah, so they missed by 10%, a little more. But all of these numbers are lower. That's the thing I don't like about it. That's why I think they're kind of coming down. They didn't do as bad. They got rid of the shrinking growth. But I think the thing with Apple is that, remember, even the iPhones, everybody already started lowering them. That's kind of the only issue there. Like, everybody already started lowering these guidance numbers for Apple. Apple had a very favorable guidance by getting it lowered, so they didn't even blow it out of the water. Zuck's already on there? Oh, let's see. First name Zuck, last name Lizard, lizardfb@gmail.com. Let's go.
Able to reason, plan, code, remember, and many other cognitive abilities in order to provide the best versions of the services that we envision. We've been working on general intelligence research and FAIR for more than a decade, but now general intelligence will be the theme of our product work as well. Meta has a long history of building new technologies
change the name again
into
to
our
AI.
services, and we have a clear long-term playbook
He's like,
for
that's our
becoming
new
leaders.
focus of
And there are a
everything
few
we
key
do.
aspects of this that I want to take some time to go through today. The first is world-class compute infrastructure.
I thought you were going to say world
And I
peace.
recently shared that by the end of this year, we'll have about 350,000 H100s, and
He sounds like
including
if
other
you listen
GPUs,
closely,
that'll
you'll
be
hear
around
that
600,000
every time you
H100
go
equivalents of compute.
You could hear his
We're well
tongue go
positioned
back and
now
forth.
because of the lessons that we learned from Reels. We initially underbuilt our GPU clusters for Reels, and when we were going through that, I decided that we should build enough capacity to support both Reels and another Reels-sized AI service that we expected to emerge, so we wouldn't be in that situation again. And at the time, the decision was somewhat controversial, and we faced a lot of questions about CapEx
Yeah, because you kept
spending,
spending
but
a shit ton
I'm really
of money.
glad that we did this. Now, going forward, we think that training and operating future
hear it.
models
I'm
will
telling
be
you,
even
you hear
more
the lizard.
compute intensive.
It's a lizard
we don't have a
dialect.
clear expectation for exactly how much this will be yet, but the trend has been that
how much
state-of-the-art
it'll be.
large language models have been trained on roughly 10x the amount of compute each year. And our training clusters are only part of our overall infrastructure, and the rest obviously isn't growing as quickly. But overall, we're playing to win here, and I expect us to continue investing aggressively in this area. In order to build the most advanced clusters, we're also designing novel data centers and designing our own custom
us how you're giving
silicon
us the
specialized
money.
for our
Come on.
workloads. The second part of our playbook is open source software infrastructure. Our long-standing strategy has been to build an open source general infrastructure while keeping our specific product implementations proprietary. In the case of AI, the general infrastructure includes our Llama models, including Llama 3, which is training now and is looking great so far, as well as industry standard tools like PyTorch that we've developed. And this approach to open source has unlocked a lot of innovation across the industry, and it's something that we
lizard
believe
language.
in deeply. Now, I know that some people have questions about how we
abbreviation.
benefit from open sourcing the results of our research in large amounts of compute, so I thought it might be
Apple's
useful to lay
flushing
out
a little more.
strategic benefits
Again,
here.
until Apple moves more than
The short
3%, it
version
don't matter.
is that open sourcing improves our models, and because there's still significant work to turn our models into products, because there will be other open source models available anyway, we find that there are mostly advantages to being the open source leader, and it doesn't remove differentiation for our products much anyway. Now, more specifically, there are several strategic benefits. First, open source software is typically safer and more secure, as well as more compute efficient to operate due to all the ongoing feedback, scrutiny, and development from the community. Now, this is a big deal because safety is one of the most important issues in AI. Efficiency improvements and lowering the compute costs also benefit everyone, including us. Second, open source software often becomes an industry standard, and when companies standardize on building with our stack, that then becomes easier to integrate new innovations into our products. That's subtle, but the ability to learn and improve quickly is a huge advantage, and being an industry standard enables that. Third, open source is hugely popular with developers and researchers, and we know that people want to work on open systems that will be widely adopted, so this helps us recruit the best people at Meta, which is a very big deal for leading in any new technology area. And again, we typically have unique data and build unique product integrations anyway, so providing infrastructure like Llama as open source doesn't reduce our main advantages. This is why our long-standing strategy has been to open source general infrastructure, and why I expect it to continue to be the right approach for us going forward. The next part of our playbook is just taking a long-term approach towards the development. And while we're working on today's products and models, we're also working on the research that we need to advance for Llama 5, 6, and 7 in the coming years, and beyond, to develop full general intelligence. It's important to have a portfolio of multi-year investments and research projects, but it's also important to have clear launch vehicles like future Llama models that help focus our work. We've worked on general intelligence in our lab for more than a decade, as I mentioned, and we've produced a lot of valuable work.
Than a year ago.
But having clear product targets for delivering general intelligence really focuses this work and helps us build the leading research program. Now, the next key part of our playbook is learning from unique data and feedback loops in our products. When people think about data, and they typically think about the corpus that you might use to train a model up front. And on Facebook and Instagram, there are hundreds of billions of publicly shared images and tens of billions of public videos, which we estimate is greater than the Common Crawl data set. And people share large numbers of public text posts and comments across our services as well. But even more important than the upfront training corpus is the ability to establish the right feedback loops with hundreds of millions of people interacting with AI services across our products. And this feedback is a big part of how we've improved our AI systems so quickly with Reels and ads, especially over the last couple of years when we had to re-architect it around new rules. Now that brings me to the last part of our playbook for building leading services, which is our culture of rapid learning and experimentation across our apps. When we decide that a new technology, like AI-recommended Reels, is going to be an important part of the future, we're not shy about having multiple teams experimenting with different versions across our apps until we get it right. And then we learn what works and we roll it out to everyone. And there used to be this meme that we'd probably launch stories on our settings page at some point. And look, I think it's kind of funny because it gets to a core part of our approach. We start by learning and tuning our products until they perform the way we want, and then we roll them out very broadly. And sometimes, occasionally products will blow up before we're ready for them to, like Threads, although I'll note that Threads now has more people actively using it today than it did during its initial launch peak. So that one's, I think, on track to be a major success. But normally, we learn and we iterate methodically. And we started doing that with our AI services in the fall, launching Meta AI.
I totally forgot about that shit.
AI Studio, which is the precursor to Creator AIs, our Alpha with Business AIs, and the Ray-Ban Meta Smart Glasses. And we've been tuning each of these, and we're getting closer to rolling them out more widely. So you should expect that in the coming months. From there, we'll focus on rolling out services until they reach hundreds of millions or billions of people. And usually only when we reach that kind of scale do we start focusing on what monetization will look like. And although in this case, the way that business AIs will help business messaging grow in WhatsApp Messenger and Instagram is pretty clear. But that's our basic approach. And I'm really excited about pointing our company at developing
Amazon, bro,
so many
we
of
might
these
even
awesome
hit that
things.
one too, bro.
Now,
God willing,
we have two major parts of our long-term vision. And
but Meta,
in addition to AI, the other part is the metaverse.
This call sounds a lot different, though.
We've invested heavily in both AI and the metaverse
because even
for a
if
long
he's talking
time,
about
and we will
spending money,
continue to do
shit
so.
people want.
These days there are a lot of questions more about AI that I get, and that field is moving very quickly. But I still expect that this next generation of AR, VR, and MR computing platforms to deliver a realistic sense of presence that will be the foundation for the future of social experiences and almost every other category of experiences as well. Reality Labs crossed $1 billion in revenue in Q4 for the first time, with Quest having a strong holiday season.
We only
Quest
spent
3
$20
is off to
billion
a
to
strong
make that
start,
billion.
And I expect it to continue to be the most popular mixed reality device, with Quest 3 and Quest 2 both performing well. We saw that the Quest app was actually the most downloaded app in the App Store on Christmas Day. I want to give a shout-out to Asgard's Wrath 2, which was developed by one of our in-house studios and received IGN's 10 out of 10 masterpiece rating, making it one of the best-rated games out there, not just in VR, but of any game on any platform ever. It's a really good sign that we're able to deliver that quality of work at Meta. Horizon is growing quickly too. It is now in the top 10 most used apps on Quest, and we have an exciting roadmap ahead. This is another example of applying the long-term playbook that I discussed earlier with AI, but in another area. We take the time to build up the core technology and tune the experience, and then when it's ready, we're good at growing things. Now, our focus for this year is going to be on growing the mobile version of Horizon as well as the VR one. Ray-Ban Meta smart glasses are also off to a very strong start, both in sales and engagement.
I told you, that's the only goofy
partner
thing
at
I
Flora
want.
Luxottica,
Because then I
they're
can live
planning on
stream
making
at my
more
desk
than we'd both expected
from my glasses.
due to high demand. Engagement and retention are also significantly higher than the first version of the glasses. The experience is just a lot better with Meta AI in there, as well as there's a higher resolution camera, better audio, and more. And we also have an exciting roadmap of software improvements ahead, starting with rolling out multimodal AI, and then some other really exciting new AI features later in the year. I said this before, but I think that people are going to want new categories of devices that frictionlessly engage with
Amazon,
AI frequently
AWS
throughout
will be the
the day
first
without
provider
having
to
to
bring
take out
in
your phone
NVIDIA
and press the
Grace
button
Hopper super chip
and point
to the
it to what
cloud.
you want to
NVIDIA
see.
and AWS
And
are
I think that smart
collaborating
glasses are going to
to
be
design
a
the
compelling
fastest
form
GPU
factor for
AI
this, and it's a good
supercomputer
example of
hosted
how
by
our AI
AWS.
and metaverse visions are connected. In addition to AI in the metaverse, we're continuing to improve our apps and ads businesses as well. Reels and our discovery engine remain a priority and major driver of engagement, and messaging continues to be our focus for building the next revenue pillar of our business before our longer-term work reaches scale. But since I went a bit longer on the other areas today, I'm just going to mention a few highlights here. Reels continues to do very well across both Instagram and Facebook. People reshare Reels 3.5 billion times every day. Reels is now contributing to our net revenue across our apps. The biggest opportunity going forward is unifying our recommendation systems across Reels and other types of video that will help people discover the best content across our systems no matter what format it's in. WhatsApp is also doing very well, and the most exciting new trend here is that it is succeeding more broadly in the United States, where there's a real appetite for a private, secure, and cross-platform messaging app that everyone can use. And given the strategic importance of the U.S. and its outsized importance for revenue, this is just a huge opportunity. Threads is also growing steadily with more than 130 million monthly actives, and I'm optimistic that we can keep the pace of improvements and growth going and show that a friendly, discussion-oriented app can be as widely used as the most popular social apps. All right, that's what I wanted to cover today. Our communities are growing, and our business is back on track. Once again, a big thank you to all of our employees, partners, shareholders, and everyone in our community for sticking with us and for making 2023 such a success. I'm looking forward to another exciting year ahead. And now here's Susan.
Thank you,
Thanks,
Joe.
Mark, and good afternoon, everyone.
Dividend.
Let's begin with our consolidated results.
Let's do it.
All comparisons are on a year-over-year basis unless otherwise noted. Q4 total revenue was $40.1 billion, up 25% or 22% on a constant currency basis. Q4 total expenses were $23.7 billion, down 8% compared to last year. In terms of the specific line items, cost of revenue decreased 8%, driven mainly by lower restructuring costs that were partially offset by higher infrastructure-related costs. R&D increased 8%, driven primarily by higher headcount-related costs from Family of Apps and Reality Labs, as well as higher non-headcount-related Reality Labs operating expenses, which were partially offset by lower restructuring costs. Marketing and sales decreased 29%, due mainly to lower marketing spend and restructuring costs. G&A decreased 26%, due mainly to lower restructuring expenses. We ended the fourth quarter with over 67,300 employees, down 22% from a year ago, while up 2% from Q3 as our hiring efforts have resumed.
That's great. That's still 20%
Fourth
down.
quarter
from a year
operating income was $16.4 billion, representing a 41% operating margin. Our tax rate for the quarter was 17%. Net income was $14 billion, or $5.33 per share. Capital expenditures, including principal payments on finance leases, were $7.9 billion, driven by investments in servers, data centers, and network infrastructure. Free cash flow was $11.5 billion, which reflects a $1.6 billion payment of income taxes deferred from prior quarters of 2023. We ended the year with $65.4 billion in cash and marketable securities and $18.4 billion in debt.
SPY's running, too, with Amazon and Meta both up.
In the fourth quarter, we repurchased $6.3 billion of our Class A common stock, bringing our total share repurchases for the full year to $20 billion. We had $30.9 billion remaining on our prior authorization as of December 31st, and today we announced a $50 billion increase in our stock repurchase authorization.
So they're going to buy $80 billion.
Moving now to our segment results.
Jeez.
I'll begin with our Family of Apps segment. In Q4, we saw continued community growth across the Family of Apps, as well as Facebook specifically. We're sharing today that, as previewed when we first introduced our family metrics, we are transitioning away from reporting Facebook-specific
and they still
metrics.
have 30 from the past
As
one.
part of this transition, we will no longer report Facebook daily and monthly active users or family monthly active people. In Q1, we will instead begin reporting year-over-year changes in ad impressions and the average price per ad at the regional level, while continuing to report family daily active people.
So they're not going to report monthly users anymore.
Family of Apps total revenue was
maybe they're just maturing. They're just going to start giving you numbers on how much they're making.
Ad revenue was $131.9 billion, each up 16% year over year. The largest contributors to year-over-year ad revenue growth were the online commerce, CPG, entertainment and media,
it's going to be easier for them to beat now.
The online commerce and
now it's
gaming
about how much
verticals
money they make,
benefited
not how
from
many
strong
users.
demand by advertisers in China reaching people in other markets. In 2023, revenue from China-based advertisers represented 10% of our overall revenue and contributed 5 percentage points to total worldwide revenue growth. Turning back to Q4 results. Q4 total Family of Apps revenue was $39 billion, up 24% year over year. Q4 Family of Apps ad revenue was $38.7 billion, up 24% or 21% on a constant currency basis. Within ad revenue, the online commerce vertical was the largest contributor to year-over-year growth, followed by CPG and gaming. On a user geography basis, ad revenue growth was strongest in Europe and rest of world at 33% and 32% respectively, followed by Asia Pacific at 23% and North America at 19%. Foreign currency was a tailwind to advertising revenue growth in all international regions. In Q4, the total number of ad impressions served across our services increased 21%, and the average price per ad increased 2%. Impression growth was mainly driven by Asia Pacific and rest of world. Pricing growth was driven by advertiser demand and currency tailwinds, which were partially offset by strong impression growth, particularly from lower monetizing surfaces and regions. Family of Apps other revenue was $334 million in Q4, up 82%, driven by business messaging revenue growth from our WhatsApp business platform. We continue to direct the majority of our investments toward the development and operation of our Family of Apps. In Q4, Family of Apps expenses were $18 billion, representing approximately 76% of our overall expenses. Family of Apps expenses were down 13% due to lower restructuring expenses. Family of Apps operating income was $21 billion, representing a 54% operating margin. Within our Reality Labs segment, Q4 revenue was $1.1 billion, up 47%, driven by Quest 3 sales during the holiday season. Reality Labs expenses were $5.7 billion, up 14% year over year, due primarily to higher headcount-related expenses and non-headcount related R&D spend. Reality Labs operating loss was $4.6 billion. Turning now to the business outlook. There are two primary factors that drive our revenue performance: our ability to deliver engaging experiences for our community, and our effectiveness at monetizing that engagement over time. On the first, we remain pleased with engagement trends and have strong momentum across our product priorities. We're seeing sustained growth in Reels and video overall, as daily watch time across all video types grew over 25% year-over-year in Q4, driven by ongoing ranking improvements. In-feed recommendations of posts from accounts you're not connected to also continue to drive incremental engagement as we increasingly personalize recommendations, and we expect to deliver further improvements this year. On Instagram, we're making strong progress increasing the freshness of recommended content, and a big focus for Facebook this year will be unifying our video experiences and ranking across the app, which should create a more seamless user experience and deliver increasingly relevant video recommendations. On WhatsApp, community growth remains strong, and we're seeing good traction with our Channels product, which has quickly scaled to over 500 million monthly active users since we rolled it out globally in September. We're also making good progress in areas that have the potential to grow people's engagement with our products in the longer term, such as Threads and generative AI. On Threads, we're coming into 2024 with strong product momentum and remain focused on introducing additional valuable features and further scaling the community this year. With generative AI, we fully rolled out our Meta AI Assistant and other AI chat experiences in the U.S. at the end of the year and began testing more than 20 Gen AI features across our family of apps. Our big areas of focus in 2024 will be working towards the launch of Llama 3, expanding the usefulness of our Meta AI Assistant, and progressing on our AI Studio roadmap to make it easier for anyone to create an AI. For the experiences in our apps, we'll follow our typical approach of making them great before we lean into growth and eventually monetization. But this continues to be an exciting area that has the potential to transform how people engage on our services in the years ahead. Now to the second driver of our revenue performance,
I have to even go
increasing
right now.
monetization
I didn't even
efficiency.
poop. I'm just too
There are
locked
two parts
into
to
this.
this.
It's already 2 o'clock, man.
The first part is growing the level of
into my
ad
Watchlist
inventory
gym
within
time.
organic engagement.
Maybe we do
Our
another
approach
live
to
one.
optimizing ad levels in our apps has become increasingly sophisticated over the years as we've developed a better understanding of the optimal place, time, and person to show an ad, which has enabled us to adopt a more dynamic approach to serving ads. We expect to continue that work going forward, while surfaces with relatively lower levels of monetization, like video and messaging, will serve as additional growth opportunities. The other part to increasing monetization efficiency is improving marketing performance. To do this, we're focused on 3 areas. The first is AI. We continue to leverage AI across our ad systems and product suite. We're delivering continued performance gains from ranking improvements as we adopt larger and more advanced models, and this will remain an ongoing area of investment in 2024. We're also building out our Advantage Plus portfolio of solutions to help advertisers leverage AI to automate their advertising campaigns. Advertisers can choose to automate part of the campaign creation setup process, such as who to show their ad to, with Advantage Plus Audience. Or they can automate their campaign completely using Advantage Plus Shopping, which continues to see strong growth.
God bless you, Tyree.
We're also now exploring ways to apply this end-to-end automation to new
Honestly,
objectives.
what sucks is that
On the ads
we just have to
creative
see
side,
where it all opens,
we
but
completed
hopefully
the
it's a
global
good one.
rollout
But I
of
think
2
I'm gonna
of our
wrap it up
generative
here, Chad.
AI features in
I think I'm gonna
Q4,
dip out.
text variations and
I gotta
image
go. I'm still
expansion,
sore.
and
You gotta
plan
see
to
what we
broaden
do, man. But I
availability
love
of
you,
our
Chad.
background generation feature
God
later in
bless you.
Q1.
You can listen to the conference call. Just
Initial
go to
adoption
Facebook's
of these
website.
features has been
I want to hear
strong,
about the
and
dividend, though.
tests
But I'll
are
take it,
showing
man. I'll take
promising
it.
early performance
God
gains.
willing, a lot of good plays in the morning, man. If all of this holds, everything's looking amazing right now across the board. But, Chad, I love you. Have a wonderful day, man. And above all else, don't ever forget why we're here, why we keep going, why that faith, hope, and love ain't never going out of style, baby, and why you got to manage that relationship with the guilt, and why we know guilt will keep faith, so we'd rather take faith over guilt, baby. Why, baby? Why? Finger to the sky, baby. To God be the glory, and through the grace of God alone. Amen. Amen. So, Chad Adonia, I love you, man. Have a wonderful evening. I'll see you on the Watchlist. We might have to do it live because now the schedule is a little tight right here, so we going to see. But even then, tomorrow morning, though, we got the non-farm, so get ready for that one. Should be exciting, but enjoy your evening. Wake up and drive tomorrow and get some good night rest. We'll be live early, I think, too, so maybe I'll have to wake up another hour early. We'll see how it is. But I love you, Chad. Have a wonderful evening, and peace out. Exactly. Now, Joshua, how are you going to pay a dividend? Does that mean every child gets $1? Are you trying to buy out another senator? Did you go on Amazon to purchase a spine? Are you trying to buy back your support, Mr. Zuckerberg? All of a sudden, you're not talking about the metaverse. I like it, but still. Exactly. I reclaim my time. Have a wonderful evening. Goodbye.